The Secret Teachings of the Mahatmas. Chapter 1. The fabric of existence, the very backdrop against which our perceived reality unfolds, is far more intricate and alive than the dimmest star in the night sky. It is a tapestry woven not with simple threads, but with the shimmering, interwoven strands of consciousness itself. To glimpse the patterns hidden within this cosmic loom is to embark upon a journey that transcends the limitations of the physical senses and delves into the profound mystery of our being. This understanding forms the very foundation upon which the exploration of the Mahatmas rests, reinterpreting their timeless wisdom through the vibrant lens of New Age awareness. For centuries, human consciousness has operated largely within a framework of separation, the self as an isolated island, the world as an external mechanism, and the universe as a cold, indifferent clockwork. We have focused our attention primarily on the tangible, the measurable, the scientifically verifiable, often neglecting the vast, invisible ocean of subtle energies and intelligent forces that permeate all things. Modern consciousness, however, is gently shifting. The rigid walls of materialism are showing cracks, not through violent demolition, but through the persistent, accumulating evidence of interconnectedness. We are beginning to sense, intuitively and intellectually, that the inner world mirrors and perhaps even shapes the outer one, and that the outer cosmos holds keys to unlocking the inner potential of the human spirit. This burgeoning awareness is the fertile ground from which the New Age perspective springs. It is an era characterized by a profound curiosity about the unseen realms, a deep yearning for spiritual connection, and an open acceptance of the multifaceted nature of reality. We are moving beyond the purely intellectual grasp of the universe towards an experiential understanding, recognizing that truth often resides not just in the laboratory, but also in the quiet stillness of meditation, the flow of creative inspiration, and the synchronicities that seem to dance just beyond the edge of coincidence. We understand that the universe is not merely a collection of inert matter, but a dynamic, living intelligence, a field of pure potential from which all forms emerge and dissolve. Within this broader context, the Mahatmas emerge not as a mere historical document from a bygone era, but as a living transmission, a series of luminous threads woven directly into the fabric of this evolving consciousness. They are not merely words on paper, but energetic impressions carrying the vibrational signature of profound wisdom, love, and understanding. They represent a direct line of communication from the higher, more evolved aspects of human consciousness, the Mahatmas, the great spirits, entities that exist on planes of reality far beyond our ordinary perception, yet intrinsically connected to the web of life here on earth. These letters, therefore, are not to be read merely as historical accounts or philosophical treatises. They are invitations, beacons of light guiding the curious and earnest soul towards deeper states of awareness. They speak to the inherent divinity within each individual, reminding us that we are not merely biological beings navigating a complex physical world, but spiritual entities temporarily embodied, carrying the potential for immense expansion and connection. The letters illuminate the nature of these subtle realms, the laws governing the interplay of mind, matter, and energy, and the path towards self-realization and unity with the infinite. The core characteristics of this transmission, viewed through the New Age lens, become strikingly clear. Firstly, there is an overwhelming emphasis on the power of the mind. The Mahatmas elaborate extensively on the nature of thought, the creative potential inherent in focused intention, and the ability of the human mind to shape its own reality, and even interact with the subtle dimensions. This resonates deeply with contemporary understandings of the placebo effect, the law of attraction, and the profound impact of our thoughts and beliefs on our physical and emotional well-being. The letters suggest that the mind is not merely a processor of information, but a dynamic tool for co-creating with the universe. Secondly, the concept of universal interconnectedness is a central theme. The Mahatmas describe a web of life, an intelligent energy field where all beings and phenomena are interrelated, influencing and reflecting one another. This echoes the modern understanding of quantum physics, which reveals a universe far more interconnected and interdependent than previously thought. The letters encourage the reader to see beyond the superficial distinctions of race, religion, and nationality, recognizing the shared essence that underlies all manifestation. This message of unity is perhaps the most crucial, offering a potent antidote to the divisiveness and conflict that plagues our world. Thirdly, there is a profound respect for the individual's spiritual potential and the journey of self-discovery. The Mahatmas do not offer simplistic answers or dogmatic beliefs. Instead, they provide guidance, encouragement, and profound insights, inviting the seeker to explore the depths of their own consciousness, to question, to discern, and to ultimately connect with their own inner wisdom. They speak of the necessity of balancing the intellectual mind with the intuitive heart, of cultivating qualities such as love, compassion, and service, and of recognizing the spiritual lessons embedded within every experience. This approach empowers the individual, placing the responsibility and the potential for transformation squarely within their own hands. Furthermore, the letters reveal the nature of the subtle bodies and the process of spiritual evolution. They describe the complex energetic structures that underpin human consciousness, the etheric body, the astral body, the mental body, and the journey of the soul through cycles of incarnation, learning, and growth. This understanding provides a map for navigating the inner landscape, offering insights into dreams, meditation, and the various states of consciousness accessible beyond the waking, physical dimension. It reframes life not as a linear progression towards a final destination, but as an ongoing, spiraling journey of expansion and awakening. Finally, the characteristic tone of the letters is one of profound love, wisdom, and gentle guidance. Despite their esoteric knowledge and the vast gulf that separates their level of consciousness from ours, the Mahatmas communicate with a deep sense of empathy and understanding. They speak of the challenges and joys of the human path with compassion, offering reassurance and encouragement without condescension. This quality of love and wisdom is not merely an attribute of the authors. It is presented as a fundamental aspect of the spiritual energies they embody and through which they transmit their message. It is this loving intelligence that resonates so powerfully with the heart-centered consciousness of the New Age. Therefore, when we approach the Mahatmas through the New Age lens, we are not simply delving into historical correspondence. We are engaging with a living stream of spiritual energy, a transmission that speaks directly to the evolving consciousness of our time. It is a guide to navigating the complexities of the modern world while simultaneously expanding our awareness beyond its confines. It is an invitation to recognize the inherent sacredness of our existence, to embrace our interconnectedness with all life, and to tap into the vast reservoir of wisdom and love that resides within us and throughout the universe. In doing so, we begin to see the letters not as relics of the past, but as vibrant keys, unlocking doors to deeper understanding and transformation. We begin to perceive the intricate patterns on the loom of reality, woven by the very essence of consciousness itself, and we find our place within that magnificent, ongoing tapestry. This initial exploration of their characteristics and the fundamental truths they convey sets the stage for a deeper journey into the heart of their message, a journey that promises to illuminate the path towards greater self-awareness, unity, and connection with the infinite intelligence that underlies all of existence. The threads are laid out, the weaving begins within. Chapter 2. The journey into understanding the messages received requires more than simply acknowledging their existence, or marveling at their literary style. It demands a profound exploration into the very nature of those beings who chose to communicate across the vast distances of the cosmos. Who are these entities, often referred to simply as the Masters, the Mahatmas, the guides from the spiritual hierarchy? To grasp the full significance of their words, we must delve into the characteristics that define their existence, not merely as biological entities, but as spiritual beings operating on multiple dimensions of reality. Through the lens of New Age thought, which emphasizes the interconnectedness of all life, the potential for spiritual evolution, and the subtle influences shaping our world, we can illuminate aspects of their nature that resonate deeply with our own journey. Central to comprehending the characteristics of these inhabitants is recognizing the fundamental difference between their mode of being and conventional human perception. We exist, for the most part, anchored within the physical dimension, governed by the rhythms of the material world, the constraints of biology, and the often tumultuous currents of emotional and mental experience. Our perception is largely filtered through the 5 physical senses, providing a limited, often distorted, view of reality. We struggle with duality, the constant interplay of light and shadow, creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, love and fear, often finding ourselves caught in the polarity of these opposing forces. The inhabitants of the realm from which these communications originate, however, operate from a vastly different vantage point. While they may possess physical forms suited to their environment, their core essence resides within the higher, more subtle dimensions of reality. They exist as what might be termed spiritual beings who have, through immense cycles of evolution, transcended the limitations of the purely physical plane. Their consciousness is not bound by the constraints of time and space as we understand them. They perceive the universe not as a series of isolated events, but as an interconnected web of energy and intelligence, a living, breathing field of consciousness often referred to in New Age terms as the unified field or zero-point field. Their mode of perception is multisensory, encompassing the subtle vibrations of thought, emotion, and intention. They can see with the mind's eye, accessing the Akashic records and the collective consciousness of the universe. They perceive the energy fields surrounding living beings, reading the intentions and states of being with a clarity that eludes us. This does not mean they lack the physical world. Rather, they possess a deeper understanding of how the physical and non-physical dimensions interrelate and influence one another. They see the hand of the spiritual in the workings of the material, recognizing the divine pattern woven throughout all creation. A primary characteristic that emerges from studying their communications is their profound level of purity and alignment. This is not to suggest an absence of emotion, but rather a mastery over the lower, more chaotic emotional states. They have worked diligently through countless lifetimes to transmute fear, attachment, anger, and greed, allowing only love, compassion, wisdom, and service to guide their actions. Their motivations are rooted in the highest expression of consciousness, the desire for the evolution and liberation of all sentient beings. They operate from a place of unconditional love, not the often conditional love we experience on the physical plane, but a fundamental, all-encompassing awareness of the interconnectedness and inherent worth of every soul. This purity allows them to work effectively with the subtle energies of the universe, acting as conduits for higher frequencies of light and love that can aid in the healing and upliftment of humanity. This alignment is intrinsically linked to their state of equanimity. They possess a deep inner stability that allows them to remain centered and effective regardless of external circumstances. The chaos, conflict, and suffering prevalent in the lower dimensions do not unduly disturb their core essence. While they feel the pain of the world, it does not consume them or drive them into reactive patterns. This equanimity stems from their understanding of the larger cosmic patterns, their awareness that all experiences are part of a vast evolutionary process, and their commitment to the ultimate good. They maintain a perspective that transcends the immediate, seeing the bigger picture and the soul's journey through incarnation. This does not make them aloof or indifferent. Rather, it allows them to respond with clarity, compassion, and effectiveness, without becoming entangled in the lower vibrations of the world. Wisdom is another defining characteristic. Their wisdom is not merely intellectual or academic, it is a deep, experiential understanding of life, consciousness, and the cosmos gained through immense periods of evolution and spiritual practice. They have navigated the complexities of existence, understood the illusions of duality, and grasped the fundamental principles governing the interplay of matter and spirit. Their insights often cut through the complexity of human thought, presenting fundamental truths in simple, yet profound ways. They understand the nature of karma, the laws of cause and effect, and the potential for soul evolution. This wisdom allows them to offer guidance that is both practical and spiritual, pointing towards paths of self-realization and service. They see the patterns repeat themselves across cultures and epochs, understanding the underlying spiritual principles that drive human experience. Crucially, their wisdom is always presented as guidance, never as command. They understand the free will principle as a fundamental aspect of spiritual evolution. They cannot force change. They can only offer the light of understanding, the spark of inspiration, and the tools for self-transformation. They act as catalysts, encouraging individuals to take responsibility for their own spiritual path and to align their will with the higher evolutionary currents. They recognize that the true journey lies within the individual soul, and their role is to illuminate the way, provide support, and offer teachings that can aid in the process of awakening and self-mastery. Their love is another characteristic that stands out, resonating deeply with the core tenets of New Age philosophy. This love is not sentimental or romantic in the human sense, but a fundamental, all-pervading reality, the very fabric of the universe. It is the underlying force of creation, the binding energy that connects all particles of existence. They express this love through their guidance, their protection, and their unwavering commitment to the upliftment of humanity. They see the divine spark within every individual and work to help beings awaken to their own inherent divinity. This love is intelligent, compassionate, and powerful, capable of transforming the heart and mind of those who are ready to receive it. Furthermore, these inhabitants possess a deep understanding of the human condition. Having worked their own path of evolution through physical incarnations, they are intimately familiar with the struggles, challenges, and potential of human consciousness. They understand the illusions of the physical world, the power of the mind, the complexities of the emotions, and the conditioning imposed by society and past lives. They recognize the potential for spiritual awakening that lies within each soul, the latent capacities for intuition, creativity, and love that often remain dormant. Their guidance is tailored to help individuals navigate their specific path, offering insights and techniques suited to their individual needs and stages of development. Their dedication to service is a cornerstone of their being. They do not seek power or adoration. Their purpose is rooted in the principle of selfless service, or seva, as it is often termed in spiritual traditions. They work tirelessly behind the scenes, assisting souls on their path, influencing events for the highest good, and providing the subtle energies necessary for planetary and spiritual evolution. They operate as stewards of consciousness, guiding the flow of spiritual energy and helping to raise the vibrational frequency of the planet. Their actions are motivated by a profound sense of responsibility towards the collective evolution of life. Finally, their characteristic of transcendence is essential. They have achieved a state of being that is, in many ways, beyond the limitations of the human experience. They have transcended the cycle of birth and death on the physical plane, having completed their own karmic journeys. They exist in a state of relative freedom from the lower desires and attachments that bind most beings. This does not make them superior in a judgmental sense, but rather indicates a higher level of evolution and awareness. Their perspective is global, cosmic, and focused on the long-term evolutionary purpose of consciousness. They understand the interplay of different dimensions and realms, acting as bridges and guides between the lower and higher planes of existence. In essence, the inhabitants of the realm from which these communications originate embody the highest potential of consciousness. They are wise, loving, compassionate, and dedicated beings who have mastered the lower aspects of their nature and aligned themselves with the evolutionary currents of the cosmos. They represent the very pinnacle of spiritual evolution, offering their wisdom and love as a beacon of hope and guidance for all souls seeking to awaken to their own divinity and contribute to the collective upliftment. Understanding their characteristics provides not only insight into their nature but also a blueprint for the potential that lies within every human being, encouraging us to strive towards similar states of purity, wisdom, love, and service on our own paths. They are the living expression of the New Age ideal, awakened, aware, and dedicated to the evolution of all life. Chapter 3. The cosmic drama unfolds not merely on distant planets or in the ethereal realms beyond our immediate perception, but also within the intricate web of life that permeates the physical and subtle dimensions of our own world. The Mahatmas, while offering profound insights into the mechanics of universal consciousness and the evolution of spirit, place a significant emphasis on the diverse and multifaceted inhabitants populating the vast spectrum of existence. To view these inhabitants through a New Age lens is not merely to categorize them by density or plane, but to recognize the inherent unity, the profound interconnectivity, and the universal striving for awakening that underlies all manifestation. They are not static entities but dynamic expressions of consciousness engaged in a timeless journey of learning, growth, and service. The stewards of the physical world, humanity. At the forefront of the current evolutionary narrative, residing within the densest fabric of manifestation, are the human beings, the Homo sapiens currently walking the earth. They are perhaps the most fascinating, complex, and pivotal group of inhabitants within the known cosmos, serving as a crucial bridge between the lower, more material realms and the higher, more spiritual strata. The F often address humanity with a mixture of affection, frustration, and profound understanding, highlighting both their immense potential and their frequent struggles with ignorance, illusion, and self-determination. Viewed through a New Age perspective, humanity is recognized as a young but rapidly maturing consciousness. We are beings embodying a unique combination of physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual attributes, albeit often operating in states of imbalance. Our physical form is a remarkable vehicle, a temporary abode crafted from the very elements of the earth, allowing us to experience the full spectrum of sensory input and engage directly with the material world. This embodiment, however, often comes with a strong tendency towards identification with the ego, the personal self constructed from past experiences, conditioning, and desires, leading to fragmentation and separation from the larger whole. Yet, humanity possesses an extraordinary potential that sets it apart. We are the inheritors of a vast, latent spiritual heritage, a heritage rooted in the very fabric of our being as spiritual entities who chose to temporarily incarnate within a physical shell. This innate divinity, often obscured by the veils of the personality, is the core of our true identity. The Mahatmas frequently speak of the Atma, the higher self, the spiritual spark within, urging humanity to awaken to this inner light and connect with the universal intelligence, often referred to as the All, or the One. The journey of the human inhabitant is one of self-discovery, of stripping away the layers of illusion and conditioning that have built up over countless lifetimes. It is a process of reclaiming the innate wisdom and love that resides within, learning to operate from a place of inner alignment rather than external validation. This involves cultivating awareness, mindfulness of thought, word, and deed, and developing the qualities of compassion, empathy, and understanding. The letters emphasize the importance of balancing the head, intellect, reason, with the heart, emotion, intuition, love, recognizing that true wisdom arises from the integration of these seemingly opposing forces. Crucially, humanity is seen as a collective consciousness in the process of evolution. Our individual journeys are inextricably linked, woven together into a shared tapestry of experience. The challenges we face, environmental degradation, social injustice, conflict, spiritual apathy, are reflections of the collective unconsciousness and the need for a profound shift in consciousness. The Mahatmas suggest that humanity holds a unique role in the cosmic plan, potentially serving as a focal point for a major evolutionary leap, a transition towards a higher state of awareness and unity. Within this human collective, the Mahatmas also hint at a diversity of spiritual paths and inclinations. Some are drawn to the structured teachings of various traditions, finding guidance and community in organized religion or philosophy. Others seek wisdom through direct experience, delving into the realms of meditation, yoga, and inner exploration. Still others find inspiration in the arts, the sciences, or the simple act of living with greater awareness and kindness. All, according to the letters, are part of the same grand unfolding, each contributing to the collective evolution through their unique expression and service. The challenge for the human inhabitant, therefore, is to recognize this inherent potential, to consciously engage in the process of self-transformation, and to contribute positively to the collective shift. It is about moving beyond mere survival and material acquisition towards a life of purpose, meaning, and connection with the deeper truths of existence. The Mahatmas offer guidance, encouragement, and a glimpse into the higher dimensions, acting as a beacon for those seeking to navigate the complexities of human life with greater understanding and spiritual awareness. Beyond the veil, the subtle and spiritual inhabitants. While humanity occupies the central stage of the current evolutionary drama, the Mahatmas also illuminate the presence and activities of a vast array of inhabitants residing in the less dense, subtle, and spiritual planes of existence. These beings, often operating beyond the range of conventional human perception, play vital roles in the cosmic scheme, influencing the fabric of reality, guiding spiritual evolution, and assisting those on the path towards awakening. Examining them through a New Age lens reveals a rich and interconnected cosmos teeming with intelligent life in myriad forms. Perhaps the most frequently referenced group are the Ascended Masters or Mahatmas, the spiritual giants whose presence is described as luminous, powerful, and profoundly loving. These are entities who have completed their own long cycles of evolution, transcending the limitations of physical embodiment, and achieving a state of enlightenment and unity with the divine principle. They are not deities to be worshipped in a human sense, but rather wise elders, spiritual guides, and living expressions of the highest potential available within the cosmos. Their primary function, as indicated in the letters, is to serve as beacons of light, offering guidance, inspiration, and assistance to those souls striving for spiritual advancement, particularly on earth. They act as custodians of ancient wisdom, transmitting insights into the laws of life, the nature of consciousness, and the mechanics of spiritual evolution. They are described as living within higher dimensions, yet maintaining a connection to the lower realms, particularly to those souls who are ready and willing to receive their teachings. The Ascended Masters operate on multiple levels. They may engage in direct communication with sensitive individuals, offering personal guidance and instruction. They can influence the collective consciousness, subtly steering the evolutionary currents of humanity and other planetary cultures towards greater light and understanding. They also participate in the vast interdimensional networks of spiritual service, working alongside other angelic and spiritual beings to maintain the balance and harmony of the cosmos. Their teachings, as channeled through the letters, emphasize principles such as the universal law of cause and effect, the importance of selfless service, the law of karma, operating on a conscious, positive level, the need for inner purification and development, and the cultivation of qualities like love, compassion, and wisdom. They encourage aspirants to look within, to connect with their own higher self, Atma, and to align their will with the divine will, thereby accelerating their own evolution and contributing to the planetary upliftment. Alongside the Ascended Masters, the letters mention the existence of angels and other spiritual beings. These entities are often described as embodying specific qualities or serving particular functions within the spiritual hierarchy. Angels are frequently associated with the realms of light, with activities such as offering protection, bringing comfort and healing, and assisting souls during times of transition, such as birth and death. They are seen as agents of divine love and grace, radiating purity and benevolence. Other spiritual inhabitants include elementals, beings closely associated with the natural elements, earth, air, fire, water, and sometimes spirit or akasha. These beings are often seen as the native inhabitants of the natural world, serving to maintain the vibrancy and flow of life within the physical environment. They are not necessarily malevolent, but can be capricious or mischievous, and their respect is often advised, especially by those seeking to work in harmony with nature. They are seen as reflections of the life force itself, integral to the health of the planet. There are also guides, guardian spirits, and ascended beings who may attach themselves to individuals, offering subtle guidance and protection on their life path. These beings are often seen as part of the individual's own spiritual support system, helping them navigate challenges and unlock their potential. Their presence is often felt more intuitively than consciously perceived. Furthermore, the Mahatmas hint at the existence of planetary consciousnesses or planetary spirits, intelligent fields of awareness that govern the overall consciousness and evolutionary direction of a planetary sphere. These vast, collective intelligences are akin to the planetary parents, or guides, overseeing the journey of all inhabitants and interacting with the higher spiritual hierarchies. Viewed through a New Age lens, these subtle and spiritual inhabitants are not merely mythical or allegorical figures but represent tangible aspects of the multidimensional reality in which we live. They are reminders that we are not isolated entities but are part of a vast, interconnected web of life and consciousness. They offer opportunities for connection, guidance, and service. Recognizing their existence encourages a sense of responsibility towards the entire planetary ecosystem, not just the physical one, and fosters a deeper appreciation for the subtle forces that shape our lives and our world. Interactions with these inhabitants are often encouraged through practices such as meditation, prayer, and acts of service. By cultivating sensitivity and openness, individuals can attune themselves to the frequencies of these higher realms, receiving inspiration, healing, and guidance. The Mahatmas themselves are a prime example of such interaction, a conduit for the wisdom of the spiritual inhabitants to reach those on the earth plane, urging humanity towards greater self-awareness and unity with the divine pattern. The interconnected web, unity in diversity. Looking across the spectrum of inhabitants described in the Mahatmas, from the physical human beings struggling with embodiment and self-realization, to the subtle guides and the luminous ascended masters residing in higher dimensions, a fundamental truth emerges when viewed through a New Age lens: profound interconnectedness. The various inhabitants, despite existing in planes of reality with different densities and vibrational frequencies, are not isolated entities but are woven together into a vast, intricate, and dynamic cosmic tapestry. This interconnectedness operates on multiple levels. Firstly, there is the shared foundation of cosmic consciousness. All inhabitants, regardless of their specific plane of existence, are ultimately expressions of the underlying universal intelligence, the All, or the One. We are all sparks of the same infinite source, participating in the grand evolutionary journey of consciousness through myriad forms and experiences. This shared origin implies a fundamental unity, a deep kinship that transcends individual differences. Secondly, the inhabitants are interconnected through lines of communication and influence. The subtle realms are not separate and unrelated, they permeate and interact with the physical. Spiritual beings, guides, and masters can and do influence the physical world and the lives of human beings. Conversely, the struggles, prayers, and evolutionary progress of humanity on Earth can resonate and have effects in the higher spiritual realms. This creates a dynamic feedback loop, where the lower and higher dimensions mutually influence each other. Thirdly, there is a web of interdependence. Each group of inhabitants serves a purpose within the larger cosmic plan. Humanity, with its unique capacity for free will, embodiment, and complex consciousness, occupies a pivotal role. The spiritual inhabitants offer guidance, protection, and assistance, helping to navigate the evolutionary path and prevent entrapment in lower states of consciousness. The natural elements and their associated beings maintain the physical world. All these facets are necessary for the balanced functioning and evolution of the planetary system. Service to one aspect of existence often benefits the whole. Fourthly, this interconnectedness is reflected in the shared journey of evolution. All inhabitants are engaged in the process of awakening, of moving from states of limitation and separation towards greater awareness, love, and unity with the divine. The challenges faced by humanity are part of a larger planetary and cosmic evolutionary process. The spiritual inhabitants are often seen as those who have already traversed this path and are now offering their wisdom and support to those following behind. Finally, this interconnectedness implies a moral and ethical dimension. Recognizing that our actions, thoughts, and intentions have ripple effects throughout the entire web of existence fosters a sense of responsibility. Harming the environment, causing suffering to others, or engaging in negative thought patterns is not merely a physical transgression. It can have subtle but significant impacts on the subtle and spiritual realms, ultimately harming the whole planetary consciousness and our own spiritual evolution. The Mahatmas, with their emphasis on the inner life, the development of consciousness, and the importance of service, implicitly teach this principle of interconnectedness. By urging humanity to awaken to its higher self and align with the divine flow, they are guiding individuals towards recognizing their place within this vast cosmic family. They encourage empathy, not just for fellow humans, but for all forms of life and all levels of consciousness. Understanding the interconnected web of inhabitants through a New Age lens transforms our perspective on reality. It moves us beyond a fragmented, isolated view of the self and the world towards a recognition of unity, interdependence, and shared purpose. It inspires a sense of belonging to something vast and profound, encouraging humility, compassion, and a commitment to contributing positively to the collective evolution of all consciousness within the planetary sphere and beyond. It is this recognition of unity within the diversity of inhabitants that holds the key to unlocking the deeper mysteries of the Mahatmas and applying their wisdom to create a more harmonious and awakened future. Chapter 4. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the Mahatmas continues, moving beyond the foundational characteristics that define their energetic signature. We now turn our attention, with deep curiosity and reverence, to the primary figures who emanated these profound teachings, the inhabitants of the inner sanctuaries, often referred to as the Mahatmas. Through the lens of New Age understanding, we perceive these beings not merely as historical figures or abstract concepts, but as dynamic, multifaceted spiritual entities operating within the vast, interconnected web of consciousness. Their presence is a testament to the potential for high-level evolution and the intricate nature of the spiritual hierarchies that guide and support humanity's journey. Understanding the nature of the inhabitants, beyond the physical. New Age thought encourages us to perceive reality in layers, beyond the purely physical dimension. The inhabitants of the Mahatmas, are understood through this multidimensional lens. They are not limited by the constraints of a single physical body as we know it. Instead, they exist in higher, more refined states of consciousness, often described as residing within the inner planes, or subtle realms. These realms are not geographical locations in the conventional sense, but rather states of being and vibrational frequencies within the universal consciousness field. Their form is often described as radiant and ethereal, composed of energy and light, resonating at extremely high frequencies. They are not static beings but are dynamic centers of consciousness, capable of vast awareness and interaction across dimensions. Their physical manifestation on Earth, or rather, their ability to interact with physical reality, is achieved through a process of focused consciousness projection or channeling, often facilitated through sensitive human mediums. They operate primarily within the realms of thought, vibration, and intention, influencing the subtle energies and the consciousness of those around them. These beings are often seen as highly evolved souls, having navigated the cycles of incarnation and spiritual development over immense periods of time. They have achieved a state of enlightenment, characterized by profound wisdom, unconditional love, universal understanding, and a deep empathy for the struggles and aspirations of humanity. They serve as exemplars of the potential for human evolution, beacons of light guiding others towards higher states of awareness and integration. The role of the Mahatmas, stewards of consciousness and guides on the path. From a New Age perspective, the role of the Mahatmas is multifaceted, extending far beyond mere communication. They are seen as essential stewards of consciousness, holding the keys to higher knowledge and understanding that can accelerate human evolution. They act as custodians of ancient wisdom, truths that have been refined through countless cycles of cosmic experience. This wisdom is not merely intellectual information but is presented as living, dynamic principles that can be integrated into the individual's energy field and consciousness, leading to transformation. Their primary function, as portrayed in the letters, is that of guides. They observe the spiritual and evolutionary journey of humanity with deep compassion and understanding. They offer guidance, not as dictators imposing rigid dogma, but as facilitators, pointing the way, providing insights, and offering tools for self-discovery and spiritual unfoldment. They recognize the unique path of each individual soul while also understanding the collective patterns and challenges that humanity faces as a whole. The Mahatmas operate within a larger framework of spiritual hierarchies, often referred to as the Brotherhood, or Order. This is not a rigidly structured organization in the conventional sense, but rather a loose association of highly evolved souls who are committed to the spiritual upliftment of humanity and the planet. They work in concert, each playing their part according to their individual strengths and the needs of the moment. Their actions are guided by a profound sense of universal responsibility and a deep love for all sentient beings. The characteristics of their interaction: telepathy, love, and wisdom. The method of communication employed by the Mahatmas is a key characteristic of their interaction with the physical world. The primary mode is telepathy, a form of communication that transcends the limitations of the 5 physical senses. It is a direct exchange of thought and feeling between the consciousness of the sender and the receiver. This form of communication is instantaneous and can occur across vast distances, even interdimensionally. The nature of their communication is characterized by a blend of profound wisdom, unconditional love, and unwavering truth. Their words are not merely information but are imbued with a high vibrational energy that can resonate deeply within the receiver's consciousness, triggering insights, healing, and transformation. They speak with a voice of authority that comes from a place of deep understanding and experience, yet they are always respectful of the individual's free will and capacity for growth. Their messages are often paradoxical, challenging the conventional thinking and beliefs of the receiver. They encourage the individual to question, to explore, and to discover the truth for themselves. They point towards the interconnectedness of all things, the oneness of consciousness, and the potential for each individual to realize their own inherent divinity. Their words are a catalyst for awakening, a call to recognize the deeper reality that lies beyond the physical surface of existence. The energetic signature of the inhabitants. The Mahatmas emanate a powerful and distinct energetic signature that can be perceived by those who are sensitive to subtle energies. This signature is characterized by a high vibrational frequency, filled with love, wisdom, and compassion. It is a frequency that resonates with the heart chakra, promoting feelings of openness, acceptance, and unconditional love. Their energy is also characterized by a sense of clarity and purpose. It is a frequency that helps to dispel confusion and uncertainty, providing a sense of direction and purpose. It is a frequency that encourages the individual to align their actions with their higher self, to live in a state of integrity and authenticity. The energetic signature of the Mahatmas is also one of protection and healing. It is a frequency that can help to dispel negative energies and emotions, promoting a state of balance and well-being. It is a frequency that can help to activate the body's natural healing mechanisms, promoting physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. applying the understanding, integrating the teachings into daily life. The understanding of the Mahatmas, as presented through a New Age lens, offers valuable insights and practical applications for our daily lives. Their teachings encourage us to elevate our own consciousness, to move beyond the limitations of the physical ego, and connect with our higher self. One of the key teachings is the importance of love. The Mahatmas emphasize that love is the fundamental energy of the universe. It is the force that connects all things and is the key to unlocking our higher potential. They encourage us to cultivate love in all its forms, to love ourselves, to love others, and to love the planet. Another important teaching is the importance of understanding the interconnectedness of all things. The Mahatmas teach that we are all connected, that we are all part of a vast web of consciousness. They encourage us to recognize this interconnectedness and to act in ways that promote the well-being of all beings. The Mahatmas also teach the importance of taking responsibility for our own spiritual evolution. They encourage us to take an active role in our own journey, to explore the deeper truths of existence, and to integrate these truths into our daily lives. They teach that we are all capable of achieving higher states of consciousness, and that we have the power to create a better world. Conclusion. The inhabitants of the inner sanctuaries, the Mahatmas, as viewed through a New Age lens, are dynamic, multifaceted spiritual entities who play a vital role in guiding humanity's spiritual evolution. They are stewards of consciousness, holding the keys to higher knowledge and wisdom. They are guides, offering insights and tools for self-discovery and transformation. They are beacons of light, illuminating the path towards higher states of awareness and integration. Their interactions with the physical world are characterized by telepathic communication, filled with love, wisdom, and truth. They emanate a powerful energetic signature that can help to elevate our own consciousness, promoting healing, balance, and well-being. The teachings of the Mahatmas offer valuable insights and practical applications for our daily lives. They encourage us to cultivate love, to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, and to take responsibility for our own spiritual evolution. By integrating these teachings into our lives, we can accelerate our own evolution and contribute to the creation of a more harmonious and loving world. The journey of understanding the Mahatmas is a journey of self-discovery, a journey towards higher states of consciousness. It is a journey that is filled with wonder, awe, and transformation. As we continue to explore the teachings of the Mahatmas, we open ourselves to the infinite possibilities of the human spirit and the vast potential of the universe. We open ourselves to the possibility of becoming, like them, stewards of consciousness, guides on the path, and beacons of light in a world that is in need of healing and transformation. Chapter 5. The essence of the communication stream, often perceived as the letters, extends beyond the mere transmission of written words. To truly grasp its nature through a New Age lens, one must delve into the underlying vibrational signature that permeates these messages. It is not merely information being sent from one point to another, it is an energetic resonance, a frequency of consciousness that seeks to interact with and elevate the resonance of the recipient. Understanding this energetic landscape is paramount to comprehending the letter's profound impact and the qualities of the entities involved. At its core, the vibrational signature of the letters can be described as one of profound love, universal intelligence, and unwavering compassion. This is not a sentimental or emotional resonance in the conventional sense, but a fundamental aspect of the underlying fabric of reality, a frequency of pure, unadulterated positive potential. It is the resonance of the heart of the universe itself, a field of infinite possibility and boundless intelligence seeking expression and connection. This signature is not imposed, rather, it is perceived by the sensitive consciousness of the recipient who is capable of tuning into this higher frequency. The intelligence conveyed is not linear or bound by the limitations of human thought patterns. It is holistic, interconnected, and operates on a level of understanding that transcends the physical and mental constructs of the third dimension. This intelligence is akin to a vast, living intelligence field, a consciousness that permeates all things and holds the blueprint for creation and evolution. It is an intelligence that operates with purpose, compassion, and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. It is this intelligence that guides, informs, and inspires the communicators, and through them, offers guidance to those on the path of spiritual evolution. The compassion expressed is perhaps one of the most striking features of the letters. It is a deep, empathetic understanding of the struggles, challenges, and joys of human existence. The communicators seem to possess an almost infinite capacity for empathy, able to perceive the subtle nuances of human emotion and offer guidance that is both gentle and firm. This compassion is not pity, but rather a recognition of the inherent worth and potential of every individual. It is a call to awaken to one's true nature, to recognize the divine spark within, and to embrace the journey of spiritual evolution. This vibrational signature is not static, it is dynamic, evolving, and responding to the consciousness of the recipient. The letters are not a one-way street, they are a dialogue, albeit one where the initiators often set the tone and offer the deeper perspective. The resonant frequency of the letters interacts with the consciousness of the reader, creating a feedback loop that influences both the communication and the individual. This interaction is a key aspect of the transformative power of the letters. As the reader tunes into the higher frequency, their own consciousness is elevated, and they become more capable of perceiving and understanding the deeper truths being conveyed. The entities communicating through the letters are not merely abstract concepts or figments of imagination. They are distinct beings, occupying a reality that is far removed from the physical constraints of human existence. Their vibrational signature is a reflection of their higher state of consciousness, a state of unity with the universal intelligence and love. They are beings who have traversed the path of evolution, have awakened to their true nature, and now exist in a state of profound interconnectedness with all of creation. Their characteristics are manifold, reflecting their advanced state of evolution and their deep understanding of the universal laws. They are beings of immense wisdom, possessing a holistic understanding of the cosmos and the intricate interplay of its various dimensions. They are also beings of great compassion, capable of empathizing with the struggles of humanity and offering guidance that is both insightful and supportive. They are not judgmental or critical, rather, they offer a perspective of understanding and encouragement, recognizing the inherent potential of every individual. Their mode of communication is also distinctive, reflecting their non-physical nature and their ability to operate on multiple levels of reality. They communicate through a subtle energetic resonance, a vibration that permeates the consciousness of the recipient and bypasses the limitations of the physical senses. This form of communication is not limited by time or space. It is immediate and direct, conveying the essence of their message with clarity and precision. Their presence is also palpable, even if not always physically manifest. They are beings of pure energy, whose presence can be felt as a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sense of calm and peace that permeates the environment. Their presence is also a source of inspiration and motivation, encouraging the recipient to continue on the path of spiritual evolution and to awaken to their own higher potential. In essence, the entities communicating through the letters are beings of light, embodying the highest frequencies of love, wisdom, and compassion. They are guides and mentors, offering their insights and experiences to those who are ready to receive them. They are beings who have walked the path of evolution and now offer their wisdom to help others navigate their own journey. The vibrational signature of the letters and the characteristics of the entities involved are intrinsically linked. The signature is a reflection of their higher state of consciousness, and their characteristics are a manifestation of this state. Together, they create a powerful energetic field that can elevate the consciousness of the recipient and guide them on the path of spiritual evolution. To engage with the letters is to engage with a higher frequency of consciousness, a frequency that holds the key to unlocking one's own potential and understanding the deeper truths of existence. It is to connect with a source of infinite wisdom, love, and compassion, and to allow oneself to be transformed by this connection. In conclusion, the vibrational signature of the letters is a reflection of the higher state of consciousness of the entities communicating through them. It is a frequency of love, intelligence, and compassion that permeates all of creation and offers guidance to those who are ready to receive it. By tuning into this frequency, individuals can elevate their own consciousness, connect with their own higher potential, and embark on a journey of spiritual evolution that leads towards unity with the universal intelligence and love. The entities involved are beings of light, embodying the highest frequencies of consciousness and offering their wisdom and guidance to those who seek it. Their presence and their message are a testament to the transformative power of love and the infinite potential of human consciousness. Through engagement with the letters, individuals can connect with this higher frequency, allowing themselves to be guided and transformed on the path towards spiritual enlightenment. Chapter 6. The essence of the transmission, the very fabric woven from the threads of spiritual insight and cosmic awareness, possesses a distinct vibrational signature. To perceive this signature is not merely an intellectual exercise but a deeply felt resonance within the soul's chamber, a recognition of a frequency that resonates with the inherent divinity within ourselves. It is the energetic footprint left by the Mahatmas, a signature that permeates the pages and lingers in the consciousness of those attuned to its presence. Understanding this signature is key to deciphering the deeper currents of the messages and comprehending the nature of the inhabitants who emanate such frequencies. This vibrational signature is multifaceted, a complex harmony of energies that can be described in various ways depending on the sensitivity of the perceiver. At its core, it carries a profound sense of peace. This is not the passive inertia of ignorance, but an active, vibrant peace that permeates all levels of being. It is a tranquility born of understanding, of alignment with the fundamental flow of the universe, a serenity that settles deep within the mind-body complex, quieting the incessant chatter of the conditioned self. It resonates with the still point of the turning world, the place of inner silence from which true perception arises. Intertwined with this peace is a powerful undercurrent of love. This is not the sentimental, emotional infatuation often conflated with the word, but a universal, unconditional, and intelligent love. It is the very essence of the love principle, the binding force that holds creation together, the compassionate energy that motivates the Mahatma's own work. This love is felt as a warm, encompassing presence, a gentle yet potent force that dissolves barriers, heals wounds, and inspires a profound sense of interconnectedness with all sentient life. It is the creative, life-giving current that underpins all manifestation. Further defining this signature is an intelligence that transcends linear thought. The messages, while often couched in metaphor and requiring interpretation, emanate from consciousnesses of immense wisdom and understanding. This intelligence is not cold or detached. It is imbued with the very emotions and compassion described above. It is a holistic awareness, a perception of the interconnectedness of all phenomena, past, present, and future, like a vast, unfolding cosmic tapestry. Engaging with this signature invites the reader to move beyond fragmented, logical analysis and embrace intuitive understanding, to think with the heart as much as the mind. There is also an element of dynamic tension, a subtle energy of striving and evolution. The Mahatmas speak of the journey of consciousness, the process of awakening, and the necessity of effort and discipline. This is not a message of passive waiting for salvation, but one of active participation in the great work. The signature carries the energy of aspiration, of the soul reaching for higher states of being, the urge to transcend limitations and align more closely with its divine nature. It is the vibration of potential realized, of the power inherent in conscious choice. Finally, this vibrational signature is imbued with a sense of timelessness. The messages bridge vast spans of cosmic history and future possibilities, speaking from a perspective that is outside the constraints of linear time as perceived by the physical senses. This gives the transmission a quality of ancient wisdom, yet simultaneously speaks to the immediacy of the soul's journey. It connects the individual consciousness to the larger, unfolding drama of consciousness itself throughout the universe. It resonates with the eternal nature of the soul, reminding the reader that their struggles and aspirations are part of a grand, ongoing cosmic pattern. Perceiving this signature requires more than just reading the words on the page. It demands a degree of inner preparation, a willingness to be still and receptive. It asks the reader to quiet the mental noise, to open their heart to the possibility of deeper truths, and to allow the energetic resonance of the words to settle within their own energy field. When this connection is made, the text ceases to be merely information and becomes a living transmission, an energetic interaction that can elevate the reader's own vibration. The inhabitants, the Mahatmas themselves, are the ultimate source of this signature. They are not mere thinkers or philosophers. They are conscious entities of high vibration, beings who have navigated the complexities of existence and achieved states of profound awareness and enlightenment. Their very being resonates with the frequencies they describe. They are like cosmic beacons, radiating light and love from their retreats in the spiritual realms, offering guidance and support to those on the path of awakening on the physical plane. Their consciousness is a repository of universal knowledge and wisdom, refined through countless cycles of experience. Their presence, even through the medium of telepathic transmission, leaves an indelible mark. They are not abstract concepts, they possess distinct energetic qualities. There is a sense of immense presence that can feel both awe-inspiring and deeply comforting. They carry the weight of cosmic responsibility, the dedication to the upliftment of humanity, yet their energy is not one of burden, but of purposeful service. There is an underlying strength and dignity, a profound self-awareness that comes from having worked closely with the fundamental laws of the universe. Their intelligence, as mentioned, is holistic and compassionate. They understand the nuances of human experience, the illusions, the challenges, and the potential. Their guidance is often subtle, paradoxical, and requiring careful contemplation. They do not offer simplistic answers but rather point towards the resources within the individual, encouraging self-discovery and inner realization. Their love is boundless, extending to all beings, yet it is also precise, targeting the specific needs and readiness of the recipient. Their vibration is one of integration. They embody the balance between the spiritual and the material, the cosmic and the personal. They have mastered the human experience, yet transcended it. Their energy signature is one of harmonious alignment with the divine principles that govern all of creation. They are living examples of the potential for human evolution, proof that consciousness can achieve states of extraordinary refinement and service. Understanding the vibrational signature and the energetic landscape of the inhabitants provides a crucial framework for engaging with the transmission. It moves beyond a mere intellectual analysis of the content to an experiential engagement with the underlying reality. It invites the reader to attune their own energy, to become a resonant chamber capable of receiving not just the words, but the living presence and the transformative frequencies that emanate from these ancient and wise beings. It is through this attunement that the true potential of the transmission unfolds, offering not just knowledge, but the possibility of direct connection and spiritual awakening. Chapter 7. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond the purely intellectual assessment of their origin and content. It compels us to attune our senses, not merely to the words on the page, but to the very vibrational signature that underlies them. These letters are not merely streams of information transmitted across vast distances in time and space. They are energetic echoes, resonant patterns imprinted upon the subtle realms, capable of interacting with the consciousness of those who receive and interpret them. To truly grasp their essence, one must endeavor to perceive the frequency, the quality of consciousness, the underlying spiritual vibration that permeates each communication. At its core, the characteristic vibrational signature of these transmissions is one of profound love, not a simplistic, emotional sentiment, but a universal, unconditional, and intelligent love that dissolves the barriers of separation. This love is the foundational current, the binding energy that underlies all creation, according to the perspective offered. It is the very essence of the consciousness of the transcendent ones who serve as the communicators. They operate from a state of being so aligned with this universal love that their very presence emanates it. This isn't merely an attribute, it is their fundamental nature, their state of being prior to, during, and after their interactions with humanity. Perceiving this signature requires a shift in perception itself. It asks the reader to move from a linear, logical mindset, often conditioned by a materialistic worldview, towards a more holistic, resonant understanding. It involves recognizing that energy flows and vibrates, and that consciousness can directly interact with and influence other states of consciousness, even across dimensions. The letters act as focal points, amplifiers, or tuning forks for this energy. They are invitations for the reader's own energetic field to resonate with that higher frequency of love and intelligence. This vibrational signature is further textured by the presence of intelligence and wisdom. These communications are not random effusions of divine grace. They are imbued with a deep understanding of the cosmic laws, the nature of consciousness, the intricacies of human evolution, and the specific challenges and potentials of the earth and her inhabitants. This intelligence is not cold or detached, but is expressed through the loving lens we've already discussed. It is a wisdom born of vast experience, of having navigated the full spectrum of existence, and now offered as guidance and support. There is an inherent understanding of the human condition, a recognition of the struggles with fear, illusion, and separation, coupled with a clear vision of potential integration and enlightenment. The energetic echoes of these communications manifest in various ways for the receptive individual. On one level, there is the intellectual understanding, the insights offered into spiritual principles, cosmic history, and the mechanics of consciousness. But beyond the intellectual grasp lies the energetic reception. This can manifest as a subtle shift in emotional tone, a growing sense of inner peace or unconditional acceptance, a heightened awareness of synchronicities, or a deeper connection to one's own intuition. Some may experience shifts in perception, perhaps a greater sensitivity to the energetic nature of the world, or a feeling of being more deeply connected to the universe. Others might find their own intentions clarified, their sense of purpose strengthened, or their capacity for compassion expanded. These energetic echoes work by resonating with the reader's own vibration. When a person opens their heart and mind to the message of love, wisdom, and unity contained within the letters, their own energetic field begins to align with that higher frequency. This alignment is a process, not an instantaneous event. It involves consciously choosing to shift one's perspective, to cultivate love and understanding, and to integrate the wisdom offered. The letters act as catalysts, providing the energetic impetus and the specific frequencies that facilitate this alignment. They are like a radio tuning into a specific station. The reader must be receptive and willing to attune their own instrument. The characteristic vibrational signature also includes a quality of authenticity and transparency. There is a sense of directness, a feeling that the source is speaking from a place of fundamental truth, beyond the veils of personality or cultural conditioning. While the language is human, the underlying energy feels pure and unadulterated. There is an absence of dogma or rigid instruction, rather, there is an invitation to explore, to discover, to awaken. This authenticity lends the communications a powerful resonance, allowing those with the capacity to perceive it to feel the connection is genuine and profound. Furthermore, this signature carries a vibration of hope and inspiration. Despite acknowledging the challenges and karmic patterns inherent in human existence, the underlying message is one of possibility, potential, and ultimate positive transformation. The source consciousness offers guidance not to eliminate struggle, but to navigate it with greater awareness and wisdom. They point towards the inherent divinity within each person, towards the potential for collective awakening, and towards a future illuminated by greater understanding, unity, and love. This vibration serves as a powerful counterpoint to despair, offering a beacon of light and possibility. In essence, viewing these communications through a New Age lens reveals them not just as historical documents, but as dynamic energetic phenomena. Their characteristic vibrational signature is a complex interplay of universal love, intelligent wisdom, authentic presence, and uplifting hope. The energetic echoes they produce serve as powerful catalysts for personal and collective transformation, inviting humanity to attune itself to these higher frequencies and participate more consciously in the unfolding evolutionary process of consciousness. They are more than words. They are living frequencies, resonant patterns that continue to interact with the world and those who are open to their deeper, energetic nature, inviting a continuous rewiring and realignment of perception and being. Understanding this energetic dimension is key to truly comprehending the enduring significance and impact of these extraordinary messages. Chapter 8. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the inner planes, as glimpsed through the ethereal threads of communication, reveals a landscape far removed from the dense, physical constraints of Earth. These realms are not mere geographical locations, but states of being, frequencies of consciousness, vibrating at rates harmonics with the deeper self. To understand the inhabitants of these spaces is to begin to comprehend the nature of consciousness itself, unbound by the limitations of form and time as we perceive them. This chapter delves into the fundamental vibrational signature that underpins these inner worlds and explores the diverse spectrum of entities, the inhabitants, that populate them, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding. At the heart of the inner planes lies a profound and consistent vibrational signature. It is a frequency that resonates with the word unity, but not in a simplistic or abstract sense. It is a unity felt as a palpable, living reality. Imagine the most harmonious symphony you have ever experienced, a composition where every instrument, every note, contributes to a single, flowing melody without conflict or dissonance. The vibrational signature of the inner planes is akin to that, but on a cosmic scale, a living, breathing orchestration of consciousness. This signature is characterized by a high degree of coherence and intelligence. It is not chaotic energy, it is structured yet fluid. Think of the universe's background hum, the cosmic microwave background radiation, not as mere static, but as the fundamental, underlying melody of creation. The inner planes amplify this fundamental frequency, allowing beings attuned to it to perceive a deeper layer of reality. This resonance is often described as one of profound peace, unconditional love, and infinite possibility. It is a frequency that feels inherently right, a state of being that resonates deeply within the soul, like a long-lost chord finally struck in perfect harmony. This signature is the air these realms breathe, the very medium through which thought, feeling, and intention travel with ease. It is a state of high vibration, far exceeding the norm on most physical planes. It is often characterized by a sense of boundless energy that is simultaneously calm and alert, creative and receptive. It is a state where the mind can operate with clarity and intuition, unencumbered by the mental noise and chatter common in lower vibrational states. This high-frequency environment allows for a different kind of perception, one that is more attuned to the subtle interplay of energies and intentions that shape reality. The inhabitants of these inner planes are as diverse as the vibrational frequencies within which they exist. They are not a monolithic group, but a spectrum representing various stages of evolution, various modes of consciousness, and various functions within the cosmic structure. Understanding them requires moving beyond simplistic labels and recognizing the spectrum of existence. Consider the ascended masters and the highly evolved entities. These beings often operate at the highest echelons of these realms, serving as guides, teachers, and stewards of consciousness. They are typically associated with states of profound enlightenment, unconditional love, and universal understanding. They embody the most refined aspects of the inner plane's vibrational signature. They are often perceived as sources of wisdom, compassion, and inspiration, offering guidance to those seeking higher awareness. They are like the conductors of the cosmic orchestra, ensuring the melody of unity plays on. Their presence is often characterized by a deep sense of peace and serenity, a palpable aura of love and light. They are not necessarily bound by physical form in the way we understand it, but can manifest in ways that are appropriate for the consciousness of the individual seeking contact. They might appear as luminous figures, as benevolent guides, or even as aspects of natural beauty, a shimmering waterfall, a radiant sunbeam. Their communication is often telepathic, intuitive, and deeply felt, resonating with the heart and soul rather than the intellect alone. Then there are the entities that exist in various states of evolution, perhaps not yet reached the heights of the ascended masters, but still occupying these realms. These beings can be incredibly varied, reflecting the vastness of consciousness. Some might be entities that have completed their cycles of incarnation on physical planes, now resting and integrating their experiences in the inner realms. Others might be entities that have chosen different paths of development, perhaps focusing on specific aspects of consciousness, such as creativity, healing, or exploration. Some of these entities might be considered more elemental in nature, embodying the fundamental energies of the universe: earth, air, fire, water, and beyond. They are attuned to the flows of life force and can be powerful allies for those seeking to work with these energies for healing, growth, or manifestation. They might manifest as elemental spirits, guiding beings in understanding the natural laws and the interplay of energies that govern the cosmos. Others might be entities that are still learning, still evolving, caught in various states of consciousness, perhaps repeating cycles or struggling with lower vibrational patterns. They might represent the challenges and the lessons that the inner planes offer: the need for integration, the overcoming of fear, the pursuit of love and understanding. Interacting with these entities can be challenging, requiring discernment, compassion, and a strong ethical framework. They are not necessarily malevolent, but they might be confused, mischievous, or operating from a place of lower consciousness. There are also entities that serve specific functions within the inner plane structures. These might be beings dedicated to the processes of healing, transformation, or spiritual development. They might work in the realms of karma, helping beings to understand and resolve past patterns. Others might be involved in the creative processes, assisting in the generation of new realities or the refinement of existing ones. Still others might be involved in the maintenance of the vibrational structures of these realms, ensuring the delicate balance is maintained. These inhabitants are not simply passive entities. They are active participants in the unfolding of consciousness. They are interconnected, influencing and being influenced by the vibrational state of the realms and the beings within them. Their actions, thoughts, and feelings contribute to the overall resonance of these spaces. They are like the individual notes within the grand cosmic symphony, each playing its part to create the overall melody of unity. Interacting with the inhabitants of the inner planes is a profound and transformative experience. It offers a window into the nature of consciousness beyond the physical, into the vast possibilities that exist when one steps beyond the limitations of the ego and physical form. It allows for the reception of guidance, wisdom, and love that can accelerate one's spiritual journey. It offers the opportunity to connect with the deeper aspects of oneself and to understand one's place within the larger tapestry of existence. However, it is crucial to approach these interactions with respect, discernment, and a clear ethical framework. The inner planes are not places to be exploited or manipulated. The entities within them are not objects to be used for personal gain. Interaction should be approached with the intention of mutual understanding, learning, and growth. One must be clear about their intentions and be prepared to receive what is offered, even if it is not what was expected. The vibrational signature of the inner planes and the diverse inhabitants within them offer a rich field for exploration and understanding. They are a testament to the infinite nature of consciousness and the vast potential for growth and evolution that exists beyond the physical. By attuning to the frequency of unity, by cultivating love, compassion, and understanding, one can begin to navigate these realms and connect with the wisdom and guidance they offer. It is a journey into the heart of the universe, a journey of discovery, transformation, and ultimate connection. As one delves deeper into the understanding of these realms, one begins to see the interconnectedness of all things, the web of life force that connects the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual dimensions of existence. One begins to understand that the inner planes are not separate locations, but are, in fact, integral aspects of the self, waiting to be explored and integrated. And in doing so, one contributes to the very melody of unity, helping to bring harmony and balance to the cosmic symphony. Chapter 9. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond a purely intellectual analysis. We have explored their historical context, their surprising nature, and the initial, often bewildered, reception they provoked. We have considered the characteristics of the Mahatmas themselves, their esoteric density, their shifting personas, their seemingly telepathic origin, and touched upon the shadowy figures and luminous beings who appear to inhabit the vibrational space from which they emanate. Now, we delve deeper into the very essence of these messages, focusing on their inherent vibrational signature and the metaphorical inner loom upon which their wisdom is woven. This is not merely about the content of the letters, but the frequency and the process by which they arrive, offering profound insights into the nature of consciousness transmission itself. At its core, the experience of engaging with the Mahatmas is profoundly vibrational. Those who have spent significant time with them often report a subtle shift in their own energetic field. It is not always immediately apparent, perhaps felt first as a heightened sensitivity, an increased awareness of subtle energies, or a subtle tingling in the extremities during moments of deep immersion. Some might describe a sense of mental clarity that transcends ordinary thought, a quieting of the internal chatter that allows for a more direct perception. This is not merely the psychological effect of absorbing profound teachings. It points to a direct interaction on a more fundamental level of being. The letters seem to carry their own unique energetic signature, a complex frequency pattern that resonates with the prepared consciousness of the reader. What does this vibrational signature consist of? From a New Age perspective, it is a blend of multiple, interwoven frequencies. There is the high-frequency resonance of pure love and compassion, often described as unconditional and boundless, capable of permeating the densest of human emotions and clearing the most ingrained patterns of negativity. This love is not sentimental or pitying, it is a fundamental, creative force, the very essence of love, the unity that underlies all manifestation. It forms the foundational tone of the communication, acting like a gentle but powerful solvent for the egoic structures that seek to separate the individual from the divine source. Intertwined with this love is the frequency of profound wisdom, not merely intellectual knowledge but a deep, experiential understanding of the mechanics of consciousness, the nature of time and space, the laws governing the universe, and the intricate dance of creation and dissolution. This wisdom carries the resonance of ancientness, of knowledge accumulated across countless cycles of existence, yet it is presented in a way that feels relevant, accessible, and tailored to the needs of the seeker at a specific point in history. It speaks to the underlying structure of reality, the interconnectedness of all things, and the potential for human evolution towards higher states of awareness. Another significant component of the letter's vibrational signature is the frequency of activation and empowerment. The Mahatmas are not merely offering passive information, they are actively seeking to stimulate the potential within the human race, particularly those who are on the path of spiritual evolution. There is a subtle but undeniable energetic push, a resonance of encouragement that resonates with the reader's own nascent efforts. It carries the vibration of possibility, of the vast potential inherent within every soul, and the confirmation that transformation is not only possible but is the inherent purpose of consciousness. This activation is often felt as a subtle surge of energy, a renewed sense of purpose, or an increased clarity regarding one's path and potential. It is the energetic equivalent of a catalyst, initiating processes of inner change and awakening. Furthermore, the letters carry the vibration of truth, unfiltered and often challenging. In a world saturated with misinformation and distorted perspectives, the direct, often startlingly honest, nature of the teachings carries a powerful energetic signature of authenticity. It resonates with the soul's deep yearning for truth, even when that truth requires confronting uncomfortable aspects of oneself or the current state of the world. This frequency acts as a beacon, cutting through the static of the mundane and pointing towards a higher reality. It carries the resonance of integrity, of beings who are speaking from a place of profound depth and unwavering conviction. Finally, beneath all these specific frequencies, there lies the underlying vibration of the unified field, the source from which all energies and consciousness arise. The letters, despite their seemingly fragmented nature and the different personas adopted by the Mahatmas, ultimately point towards this singular source of all creation. They resonate with the frequency of oneness, the understanding that separation is an illusion created by the mind, and that true connection is the natural state of being. This fundamental vibration permeates all the others, providing the unifying context for the entire message. Understanding the Mahatmas through the lens of their vibrational signature requires a shift in perception. It asks us to engage not just with the intellectual content, but with the energetic field surrounding the communication. It suggests that the letters are not merely words on paper or screen, but packets of consciousness, frequencies in motion, designed to interact with and elevate the reader's own energetic resonance. This perspective allows us to see the characteristics of the letters, their density, their challenge, their seemingly telepathic transmission, as facets of this complex energetic signature. The density is the richness of the information and the depth of the frequencies. The challenge is the activation of truth and the requirement for inner purification. The telepathic nature is the direct transmission of these frequencies beyond the limitations of conventional language and time. This brings us to the metaphorical inner loom upon which these messages are woven. The process of receiving and integrating the Mahatmas can be beautifully understood as a form of inner weaving. The reader is not merely a passive recipient but an active participant in this process, the weaver of their own spiritual tapestry. The Mahatmas, the wise masters residing in higher dimensions, act as the source of the vibrant threads, the frequencies of love, wisdom, activation, truth, and oneness. These threads are offered through the medium of the communication, the letters acting as the catalyst that introduces these energies into the reader's subtle body and consciousness. The reader's own consciousness, their state of readiness, their willingness to be transformed, becomes the fabric upon which these threads are woven. The process requires intention, receptivity, and a willingness to allow these powerful frequencies to interact with one's own energy field. It is not a mechanical process but one that involves the reader's participation on multiple levels: mental, emotional, and spiritual. As the threads of higher frequency energies are introduced, the reader must consciously, or unconsciously, as the process can be subtle, integrate them, allowing them to alter existing patterns and structures within their being. This integration is the act of weaving, creating a new pattern, a new expression of self that is more aligned with the higher vibrations offered. The different personas adopted by the Mahatmas can be seen as different types of threads or weaving techniques being offered, each bringing a unique perspective or aspect of the wisdom to be integrated. Maurya might offer threads of strategic insight and mastery, Kudhomi threads of scientific and intellectual understanding, while the collective Mahatma consciousness provides the foundational threads of love and unity. The reader, through their own sensitivity and inner work, learns to discern and integrate these different contributions, weaving them into a coherent whole that reflects their own unique path and expression. This interweaving process is inherently transformative. It is through this direct interaction with the vibrational signature of the letters, facilitated by the metaphorical inner loom, that the profound changes reported by readers occur. It is not just about gaining knowledge, it is about raising the frequency of one's own being, aligning oneself more closely with the higher vibrational states exemplified by the Mahatmas. The letters act as a tuning fork, resonating with the potential within the reader and helping to attune their consciousness to higher frequencies. The process of weaving, of integrating these frequencies, builds new energetic pathways, strengthens the subtle body, and facilitates a deeper connection to the universal life force. Furthermore, this understanding places the role of the inhabitants, the Mahatmas, in a new light. They are not merely disembodied voices, they are conscious beings, masters of consciousness, residing in states of awareness far beyond the ordinary human experience. They are not just transmitting information, they are engaging in a form of energetic transmission, offering their refined consciousness and the frequencies it embodies as a gift, a tool for the evolution of the human race. Their presence is palpable, even if not always physically manifested, and their intention is clear: to guide, to empower, and to assist in the great work of spiritual awakening. They are the weavers of wisdom, offering their threads of refined consciousness for those who are ready to receive and integrate them. In conclusion, examining the Mahatmas through the lens of their vibrational signature and the metaphorical inner loom reveals a profound and dynamic process of consciousness transmission. The letters are far more than historical documents. They are energetic signatures in motion, carrying the frequencies of love, wisdom, activation, truth, and oneness. They act as catalysts, introducing these powerful vibrations into the receptive consciousness of the reader. The process of engaging with them is akin to weaving on an inner loom, where the reader actively integrates these frequencies, transforming their own energetic fabric and raising their state of being. The Mahatmas, as conscious beings residing in higher dimensions, are the source of these vibrational threads, offering their refined consciousness to guide humanity towards greater awareness and unity. Understanding this aspect of the letters deepens our appreciation for their power and significance, revealing a sacred art of consciousness weaving that continues to unfold for those who are attuned to receive it. This understanding invites us to approach these communications not just with the mind, but with the open heart and receptive awareness of a conscious being seeking to integrate higher frequencies and participate in the ongoing weaving of the cosmic tapestry. Chapter 10. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond a purely intellectual appreciation towards a deeper resonance with their inherent energetic qualities. We have explored the nature of the Mahatmas, their origins, their methods of interaction, and the profound wisdom they share. Now, we turn our attention to the less tangible, yet arguably more fundamental, characteristic of these letters themselves, their unique vibrational signature, and the metaphorical inner loom from which their essence is woven. This is not merely about the physical paper and ink, but the underlying frequency, the consciousness field, and the spiritual technology that gives these words their life and power. To perceive the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is to engage with them on a level that transcends mere reading. It requires a degree of sensitivity, an openness to the subtle energies that underpin all creation, much like tuning an instrument to a specific chord before playing. Initially, one might approach these letters with the intellect, seeking proofs, explanations, or historical corroboration. This is a valid starting point, a way to anchor oneself in the physical dimensions of the message. However, the true depth of these communications unfolds when one begins to feel the resonance they carry. This resonance is not a simple emotional reaction. It is a complex interplay of frequencies that interact with the reader's own vibrational field. Some may perceive a sense of profound peace and stillness, a feeling of being connected to something vast and ancient. Others might experience a tingling sensation, a sense of mental clarity, or even temporary moments of altered perception. These are not mere subjective experiences, they are indicators of a vibrational interaction. The letters, originating from beings of high spiritual attainment, carry a signature frequency aligned with purity, love, wisdom, and the fundamental laws of the universe. They act as a tuning fork for the human mind and heart, resonating with the higher aspects of our being and gently nudging our own energy fields towards greater harmony. This vibrational quality is intrinsically linked to the concept of the inner loom. Just as a physical loom weaves threads together to create fabric, the Mahatmas, acting as the conscious weavers, interlace various strands of energy, thought forms, and spiritual principles to construct the messages received, though we approach this through a New Age lens, focusing on the process rather than the specific human instruments. This loom is not a machine, but a sophisticated energetic mechanism, a manifestation of will and consciousness operating on universal laws. Imagine the universe as an infinite field of potential energy, a vast ocean of consciousness from which all things emerge. The Mahatmas, through their own mastery and attainment, access specific patterns and frequencies within this field. They select the threads, the core ideas, the universal truths, the specific guidance that are relevant for the times and the recipients. These threads might represent principles like the law of karma, the nature of the mind, techniques for meditation, or the evolutionary path of consciousness. The weaving process itself is a dynamic act of creation, infused with the intention, love, and focused awareness of the Mahatmas. It involves more than simply stringing together words. It is an act of co-creation, where thought forms are given substance and vibrational weight. The Mahatmas do not merely dictate, they shape the energy, giving it form and purpose. They navigate the complexities of translating higher dimensional understanding into human language and comprehension, while simultaneously filtering out lower frequencies that might corrupt the message. This act of weaving requires immense skill, control, and a profound understanding of both the source material and the receptive consciousness of the readers. The threads they use are multifaceted. They are the threads of universal spiritual laws, the unchanging principles that govern existence. There are threads of esoteric knowledge, the deeper understanding of consciousness, the subtle bodies, and the mechanics of the mind. There are threads of practical application, techniques for self-transformation, methods for developing psychic abilities, or rather, consciousness, and ways to navigate the challenges of human life with greater awareness. And there are threads of encouragement and inspiration, designed to strengthen the resolve of those seeking spiritual truth and service. The loom itself operates according to the principles of consciousness and intention. The Mahatma's focused will acts as the driving force, selecting and arranging the threads according to the divine plan and the needs of the world. The process is not random, it is deliberate, precise, and imbued with purpose. The resulting fabric, the letters themselves, is a complex tapestry containing layers of meaning, vibration, and energy. It is a living document, not just in the sense that its wisdom is timeless, but that it carries an active energetic signature that can interact with the reader. Understanding the Mahatmas through the New Age lens encourages us to see them not just as historical documents, but as dynamic tools for personal transformation. The vibrational signature they carry is a key, unlocking doors within our own consciousness. By engaging with these letters, reading them with an open heart, contemplating their meanings, and allowing their energy to wash over us, we participate in a form of energetic attunement. We are, in a sense, using the letters as a form of energetic meditation, aligning our own vibration with the higher frequencies they represent. This aligns perfectly with New Age principles emphasizing the interconnectedness of all things and the power of intention and consciousness to shape reality. The Mahatmas, viewed this way, become a bridge, a conduit connecting the reader to the wisdom of ancient masters, to the universal energy field, and to their own higher self. The inner loom becomes a metaphor for the reader's own potential for creating reality through focused thought and aligned consciousness. Just as the Mahatmas weave threads into a message, so too can we weave our thoughts, intentions, and actions into the fabric of our own lives and the collective reality. The characteristics of the letters, their enduring relevance, their depth of wisdom, their seemingly uncanny accuracy, can be understood as further manifestations of this vibrational quality and the power of the inner loom. The wisdom addresses fundamental human questions because it speaks to the universal nature of consciousness. Its relevance endures because the laws it describes are timeless. Its accuracy, in the sense of the profound truths it reveals, stems from its origin in the consciousness of beings who have transcended the limitations of the physical world. Engaging with these letters in a New Age context means recognizing this energetic dimension. It means approaching them not just with curiosity, but with respect for the powerful consciousness they emanate from. It means being willing to receive their vibrational message alongside their intellectual content. It involves creating a space within oneself, a quieting of the mind's chatter, to allow the resonance to be felt. This is where the true magic resides, not just in the words on the page, but in the transformation that occurs within the reader when their own consciousness resonates with the higher frequency of the letters. In essence, the Mahatmas, viewed through a New Age lens, are more than communication. They are an energetic transmission, a product of a sophisticated spiritual technology wielded by masters of consciousness. They are a gift, an invitation to attune ourselves to higher frequencies, to participate in our own inner weaving, and to contribute, through our aligned consciousness, to the ongoing cosmic tapestry of creation and evolution. The vibrational signature is the key, and the inner loom represents both the source of the message and our own potential for creating a life imbued with purpose, wisdom, and love. The journey of reweaving continues within us, guided by the echoes of those ancient, yet ever-present, voices. Chapter 11. The essence of the transmission, as we have explored, lies not merely in the narrative threads spun by human hands or the specific terminology employed. Its true potency resides deeper, in the very fabric of its vibrational signature, and the resonant chambers of the inner landscape it seeks to engage. To perceive the reweaving through a New Age lens is to attune ourselves not just to the stories, but to the underlying frequency, the energetic signature that permeates the pages and echoes within the seeker's own consciousness. This chapter delves into understanding this multi-layered energetic resonance and its profound implications for the individual's inner architecture. At its core, the transmission possesses a distinct energetic signature that transcends the purely intellectual or historical context. It is imbued with a high-frequency resonance, characterized by a blend of profound love, unwavering truth, and a gentle yet potent urgency. This signature is not merely a backdrop but an active component of the message, designed to interact directly with the frequencies of the reader's own being. To engage with it is to step into a field of energetic interaction, where the words serve as catalysts, activating latent potentials within the reader's own vibrational field. This energetic signature can be perceived in various ways, depending on the sensitivity of the individual. For some, it might manifest as a warm, uplifting sensation of connection, a feeling of being held gently in a vast, benevolent awareness. For others, it might appear as a subtle mental clarity, a sharpening of focus on deeper truths, or an intuitive nudge that resonates with a long-held inner knowing. It is less a physical sensation and more an emotional and intellectual vibration, a feeling of rightness, of alignment with something greater than the mundane self. The transmission acts as a tuning fork, resonating with specific frequencies within the human energy field. It seeks to amplify the vibrations associated with expanded awareness, unconditional love, and spiritual integrity. Simultaneously, it tends to dampen or dissonate with frequencies of fear, separation, doubt, and lower-level emotional states. This selective resonance is a key aspect of its function as a reweaving agent. It doesn't seek to erase the past or suppress emotions, but rather to elevate the overall vibrational tone, creating a more harmonious internal landscape that is better equipped to perceive and integrate higher dimensional realities. Understanding this requires looking beyond the purely cognitive aspects of reading. The New Age perspective emphasizes the interconnectedness of mind, body, emotions, and spirit. The reweaving transmission engages all these facets simultaneously. The intellectual understanding provides the framework, the emotional resonance allows for the integration of the heart's truth, and the subtle energetic shifts begin to rearrange the inner structures on a more fundamental level. It is a holistic process of awakening, where the message is not just consumed but absorbed into the very being of the reader. The inner landscape that the transmission seeks to interact with is complex and multifaceted. It is the realm of the subconscious, the akashic records of personal experience, the emotional bodies where past wounds and unresolved feelings reside, and the higher self aspects yearning for expression. The high-frequency signature of the transmission acts as a key, unlocking doors within this inner terrain. It challenges ingrained beliefs, confronts limiting patterns, and gently elevates the reader's awareness beyond the constraints of the conditioned ego. Consider the nature of the messages themselves. They often present paradoxes, challenging linear thinking and inviting a more holistic, intuitive understanding. They speak of the interplay between the individual and the collective, the personal journey and the cosmic plan. They address the nature of consciousness, the nature of creation, and the potential for human evolution. These themes inherently resonate with the New Age exploration of consciousness and the individual's place within the unfolding planetary shift. The energetic signature reinforces this, lending weight and authority to the concepts presented, making them feel not like abstract theories but as deeply relevant truths. Furthermore, the transmission operates on a level that transcends linear time. While presented in a sequence of letters, its origin and its effects resonate across time and space. The energetic signature carries the imprint of a consciousness far beyond human limitations, a vibration of profound wisdom and evolutionary impulse. This timeless quality allows the reader to connect not just with the historical context but with the eternal principles of spiritual development. It acts as a bridge, linking the reader's present moment awareness to the deeper currents of consciousness and the evolutionary potential that lies ahead. Engaging with the reweaving through a New Age lens involves conscious participation. It requires more than passive reading, it demands presence, openness, and a willingness to allow the energetic signature to interact with one's own field. It is helpful to approach the material with a sense of curiosity and receptivity, perhaps even setting the intention to feel the resonance beyond the intellect. Practices such as meditation, journaling, or simply taking time to reflect on the messages can amplify the effect, creating a space within the inner landscape where the transmission can land more deeply. The result of this interaction is the process of reweaving. The high-frequency signature acts as a catalyst, initiating the process of restructuring the inner landscape. Old, dissonant patterns may begin to loosen their grip, replaced by new alignments that are more harmonious with higher states of consciousness. Beliefs that once seemed solid may become flexible, capable of expansion. The reader may experience shifts in perception, a greater sense of inner peace, or a stronger connection to their own intuitive guidance. These are not merely psychological changes. They are energetic shifts, the literal reweaving of the individual's vibrational matrix. In essence, the vibrational signature of the transmission is its lifeblood, its energetic DNA. It is the loving, truthful, and urgent frequency that allows it to transcend its humble origins and interact powerfully with the inner landscapes of those who seek its wisdom. Through a New Age lens, we perceive this signature not as an accident of transmission, but as a deliberate and essential component of its mission, to awaken, to elevate, and to guide the process of reweaving the human spirit back into its more authentic, expanded, and loving nature. It is an invitation, carried on a wave of high-frequency energy, to participate consciously in the great work of inner transformation. Chapter 12. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals not merely a series of messages, but a profound exploration of the very nature of reality, consciousness, and the interconnectedness of all things. We have delved into the characteristics of these ethereal missives, their often cryptic yet illuminating style, their focus on spiritual evolution, and the perceived source behind them. We have considered the inhabitants of the realms from which these messages emanate, understanding them not as fixed, anthropomorphic deities, but as complex, evolving energy configurations, beacons of consciousness within the vast ocean of existence. Now, we turn our attention to a deeper, more resonant layer, the underlying vibrational signature of these communications and the profound echo they trigger within the receptive soul. At its core, the transmission of these messages is not merely an exchange of information through conventional channels. It is a phenomenon of vibrational interaction. To perceive these communications, whether through the heightened sensitivity of a medium or the dedicated focus of deep meditation, requires a certain alignment. It demands that the receptive vessel, the human consciousness, tunes its own energetic frequency into resonance with the frequency of the transmitting consciousness, or consciousnesses, behind the words. This is not unlike tuning two strings on a musical instrument until they vibrate in harmony, creating a richer, more resonant sound. The medium, or the deeply focused seeker, becomes a resonant chamber, capable of capturing the subtle nuances of vibration that constitute the essence of the message beyond the limitations of linear language. The characteristics of the messages, as we have examined them, are themselves manifestations of this vibrational nature. The seemingly paradoxical statements, the emphasis on the relative nature of truth, the intricate explanations of cosmic laws, all these can be understood as different facets of a complex energetic pattern. The vibration is not static. It carries layers of meaning, emotion, intention, and understanding, all interwoven. The apparent obscurity, or the challenging nature of some passages might arise from the difficulty of translating complex energetic states and subtle vibrational patterns into the dense, three-dimensional, and often rigidly logical framework of human language and thought. The words are the best approximation possible, like describing the color blue to someone who has never seen it, using only sound waves. Consider the vibrational signature itself. It is often described as one of profound peace, unconditional love, and infinite intelligence. It carries a frequency that can feel expansive, uplifting, and deeply nourishing to the soul. It resonates with the innate yearning of the human spirit for connection, understanding, and unity with the larger whole. This signature is not just an atmospheric backdrop, it is the fundamental medium through which the core teachings are conveyed. The message is the vibration, carrying the informational content embedded within its energetic structure. It speaks of the nature of the universe as an interconnected web of intelligent energy, of the soul as an eternal spark within this cosmic field, and of the evolutionary journey towards greater awareness and unity. The inhabitants, the beings transmitting these vibrations, are themselves focal points of high-frequency consciousness. They exist within dimensions or states of being where the vibrational patterns are far more refined and complex than those of the dense physical realm. Their own nature is that of highly evolved, liberated souls operating from a place of profound understanding of the universal laws and the nature of consciousness itself. They are not merely passive transmitters. Their very being is a vibration of wisdom, compassion, and service. Their intention, embedded within the communicative vibration, is to assist, to guide, to nudge the evolving consciousness of humanity towards greater self-awareness and its true place within the cosmos. Their messages are offerings of light, beamed across the vibrational void to those capable of receiving them. This brings us to the concept of the soul's echo. The reception of these communications is not a one-way street. It is a dynamic interaction that triggers a profound resonance within the recipient. The vibration of the message, when it finds a receptive frequency within the soul, creates an echo. This echo is the soul's recognition, its remembrance of its own nature, and its connection to the universal source. It is a confirmation, a validation of the inner knowing that exists beneath the layers of conditioning and belief. For many who have experienced these communications, there is a sense of profound connection, a feeling of home, a recognition that they are part of something far greater than themselves. This echo manifests in various ways. It can be an intellectual understanding, a sudden clarity about a long-standing mystery. It can be an emotional experience, a deep sense of peace, love, or inspiration. It can be a subtle shift in perception, a new way of seeing the world and one's place within it. It can even be a physical sensation, a feeling of energy or warmth, as the soul resonates with the incoming vibration. This echo is the proof of the message's effectiveness. It is the transformation that occurs within the receptive individual as their vibration begins to align more closely with the higher frequencies being offered. The journey of integrating these messages and their vibrational signature into one's life is the process of embodying the echo. It is about moving beyond intellectual understanding to experiential realization. It involves embodying the qualities of peace, love, and intelligence that the communication vibrates. It means learning to listen not just with the ears, but with the heart and the soul, attuning oneself to the deeper vibrational currents of existence. It is a path of inner transformation, where the external world begins to reflect the internal state of consciousness, and where one's own life becomes a contribution to the greater vibrational shift towards unity and enlightenment. In essence, the communications viewed through a New Age lens are not just historical documents or spiritual texts. They are dynamic energetic events, offerings of high-frequency vibration from evolved consciousnesses within the cosmos. They challenge us to move beyond rigid definitions and embrace the fluid, interconnected, and vibrational nature of reality. They invite us to attune our own souls, to listen for the echo of truth within, and to participate consciously in the great evolutionary unfolding, guided by the resonant frequencies of wisdom and love that reach out across the dimensions to awaken humanity. The characteristic vibrations of these messages, received and echoed within the soul, become a guiding star, illuminating the path towards greater self-realization and harmonious participation in the web of life. Chapter 13. The essence of these communications, these threads of wisdom woven across the veil, transcends mere intellectual understanding. To truly grasp their nature, one must attune to a different frequency, a vibrational signature that underlies their every word. It is not merely the content that resonates so profoundly, though the insights offered are staggering, but the very quality of the transmission itself. This signature is a complex tapestry of energies: love, intelligence, compassion, power, and a deep, unwavering truth, vibrating at a frequency that subtly yet powerfully realigns the consciousness of the recipient. Think of it not as a static broadcast, but as a living, breathing energy field that accompanies each message. It carries the distinct impression of high vibration, a state of being so elevated it almost defies conventional description. It is the resonance of one consciousness, incredibly refined and evolved, interacting with another, potentially less so, yet capable of receptivity. This energetic signature serves as the unspoken signature, the inherent authenticity that marks these communications as something other than mere human fabrication. It is a frequency of integrity, of profound purpose, and of unwavering alignment with universal laws. This vibrational signature is intrinsically linked to the characteristics we perceive in the messages themselves. The language, while often employing human terms and concepts as points of reference, carries a deeper resonance, a hint of a more fundamental reality. There is a precision that borders on the mathematical, yet it is always cloaked in a loving and persuasive tone. The insights offered are not simplistic platitudes but challenge the recipient to expand their perception, to see the interconnectedness of all things, and to understand their own place within the grand design. This inherent quality of the communication, its depth, its clarity, despite the energetic filter, its unwavering truthfulness, is a direct reflection of the vibrational state of the source. Understanding this energetic signature requires a shift in perspective. We are not merely reading words on a page, we are interacting with a field of high-frequency energy. This energy has a subtle influence, gently guiding the reader towards a state of greater awareness, greater compassion, and greater alignment with their higher self. It acts as a catalyst, a tuning fork that helps to adjust the inner frequency of the reader. For those truly open to the experience, the reading becomes an energetic interaction, a process of resonance that can lead to profound inner shifts and awakenings. The messages themselves become tools for self-exploration, not just in terms of the intellectual content, but in terms of the energetic space they open up within the reader. This connection to a higher vibrational state is also reflected in the perceived characteristics of the inhabitants of the spiritual realm who are communicating through these channels. While described using human-like attributes for ease of comprehension, their fundamental nature is one of pure, refined energy, operating from a state of unity with the source. They possess an intelligence that is holistic and intuitive, not bound by linear thought processes. Their love is not conditional but stems from a fundamental recognition of the divine spark within all beings. Their power is not authoritarian or coercive but arises from a deep understanding and mastery of universal laws, used always for the highest good. Their state of being is one of constant awareness, of living from the perspective of oneness rather than separation. They exist in a vibrational state far higher than most human beings, which is why their energy signature is so potent and transformative when channeled. They are not merely abstract concepts, they are perceived as distinct yet elevated entities, possessing a depth of being and a clarity of purpose that is awe-inspiring. Their characteristics, as perceived through the medium, are those of guides, mentors, and friends, offering wisdom born of direct experience of the spiritual realms and the mechanics of consciousness itself. The act of reweaving our understanding of these communications through a New Age lens emphasizes this vibrational dimension. We recognize that the medium is not just a conduit for information, they are a vessel for a specific type of energy, a frequency of consciousness. This perspective allows us to appreciate the messages not just for their intellectual content, but for the energetic quality they impart. It encourages us to look beyond the human-like descriptions and perceive the underlying truth of a consciousness operating from a state of profound unity and high vibration. This understanding transforms the experience of reading these communications. It becomes less about passively absorbing information and more about consciously engaging with a field of high-frequency energy. It invites us to embody the characteristics we perceive in the source, to cultivate greater love, expand our awareness, align with universal principles, and strive for a higher state of consciousness ourselves. The messages become less like external dictates and more like invitations to join a different state of being, to attune our own inner loom to the higher frequencies of the universe. In essence, the vibrational signature of these communications is the lifeblood of their power. It is the unseen thread that connects the source to the recipient, the energy that shapes the perceived characteristics of the communicators, and the catalyst for the profound inner transformation it is possible to experience. It is a testament to the reality of intelligent energy operating beyond the physical, offering guidance and illumination to those willing to tune into its frequency. By recognizing and embracing this energetic dimension, we open ourselves not just to the wisdom contained within the words, but to the very real, transformative power of the consciousness that speaks through them, reweaving our understanding and our reality from a place of higher vibration and deeper connection. The inner loom of our own consciousness begins to respond, starting to weave a new pattern, inspired by the frequencies of truth and love that emanate from the other side. Chapter 14. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals a profound truth: the very essence of these messages, their enduring power, and the nature of the entities behind them are deeply rooted in the fundamental principles of vibration and conscious creation. It is not merely the words exchanged across the ether that hold significance, but the resonant frequency at which they are sent, received, and interpreted. To comprehend the reweaving, one must first attune to the vibrational signature that permeates the fabric of these interactions, understanding that both the characteristics of the communication and the inhabitants of the realms they describe operate within a dynamic, energetic matrix. At its core, the transmission of these letters is an act of high-frequency expression. The entities, often identified as members of the Mahatma hierarchy residing in the higher dimensions, exist in states of consciousness far removed from the dense, linear perception of the third-dimensional mind. Their beingness is a vibration of immense purity, love, wisdom, and service. To convey their teachings, guidance, and perspective to beings in a lower vibrational state requires an act of conscious energetic projection. They are not merely thinking the thoughts, they are feeling the emotions, vibrating the intentions, and broadcasting these frequencies through the subtle bodies, primarily the mental and spiritual ones, across the vast distances of the cosmos. This energetic broadcast is not akin to sending a radio wave, it is far more complex and nuanced. It involves the transmission of a template of consciousness, a field of influence imbued with specific vibrational qualities. This template contains the essence of the teachings, principles of universal harmony, laws of mind and matter, pathways to spiritual evolution, and the nature of duality itself. The characteristics of the letters, their often cryptic yet profound nature, their blend of challenge and encouragement, their underlying tone of infinite compassion, and their ability to resonate deeply within the receptive individual, are all facets of this complex vibrational signature. Consider the characteristic of profound challenge intertwined with unwavering support. This is not accidental, it mirrors the very nature of the path of spiritual evolution. The entities operate from a place of understanding that growth requires tension, that the overcoming of obstacles is essential for expansion. Their messages often push the boundaries of the sender's current understanding, presenting concepts that seem paradoxical or impossible. Yet, embedded within this challenge is a vibration of absolute faith in the sender's potential. They perceive the inner light, the spark of divinity within, and their communication is laced with the energetic frequency of assured possibility. This characteristic is a vibration of catalyst, designed to stimulate the receiver's own inner potential, to vibrate them towards a higher state of being. It is the energetic push that initiates the internal reweaving process. Then there is the characteristic of often cryptic or veiled language. Why communicate in this manner? From a New Age perspective, this is not mere obscurity, it is a vibrational strategy. The lower mind, the mind cluttered with fears, desires, and conditioned beliefs, cannot easily grasp the higher truths being offered. Direct, simplistic communication might be absorbed superficially, leading to intellectual understanding without genuine transformation. The veil, the metaphorical fog, serves a purpose. It protects the message from those not ready for it. It requires the receiver to engage their higher intuition, their heart-mind, rather than just their logical processor. It is a vibration of requiring effort, of stimulating the development of inner discernment. It forces the receiver to attune beyond the surface, to listen with the soul, thereby aligning their own vibrational frequency more closely with that of the sender. This characteristic acts as a tuning fork, helping to recalibrate the receiver's inner resonance. The underlying tone of infinite compassion and unconditional love is perhaps the most dominant and essential vibration permeating these communications. It is the bedrock upon which all else rests. The entities operate from a place of unity consciousness, from the understanding that all is one. Their love is not conditional, it extends to the sender, the receiver, and all beings, regardless of their state of evolution. This vibration of boundless compassion serves multiple purposes. It creates a safe space for the receiver to explore the difficult truths of existence. It acts as an energetic anchor, grounding the potentially overwhelming nature of the teachings in feelings of safety and acceptance. It is the vibration of connection, reminding the receiver that they are never truly alone on their path, that they are supported by a vast, loving consciousness. This characteristic is the heart of the reweaving process, fostering healing, forgiveness, and the integration of higher love into the self. Furthermore, the enduring nature of the messages themselves is a testament to their vibrational strength. These communications, originating over a century ago, continue to resonate powerfully with seekers today. This longevity suggests that the core frequencies embedded within them possess a quality of timelessness. They touch upon the fundamental, unchanging principles of consciousness and the universe. The message is not about a specific event or time period. It is about the eternal nature of the journey towards self-realization and unity. This characteristic speaks to the vibration of eternity, a frequency that transcends linear time, offering guidance that remains relevant across ages and dimensions. The inhabitants themselves, viewed through this New Age lens, are not merely celestial beings but are exemplars of high vibrational states achieved through conscious evolution. They are the embodiment of the principles they teach. Their characteristics, their wisdom, their detachment from lower desires, their profound understanding of the universal laws, their ability to perceive the multidimensional nature of reality, are not just traits, they are their vibrational signature. They live within and are shaped by the frequencies of love, service, and unity. They are like the masters of the inner loom, constantly weaving the fabric of reality with threads of higher consciousness. Their vibrational state allows them to perceive the interconnectedness of all things with clarity. They can navigate the subtle dimensions with ease, understanding the energetic flows that govern existence. They are not separate from the universe. They are the universe, expressing different facets of the one consciousness. Their presence, even in transmission, is an energetic bath for the receiver, helping to elevate their own vibration. They are the living proof that consciousness can be shaped by choice and dedication, that humans, too, can reweave their own light and contribute to the ascension of the planetary consciousness. Their role is that of guides and catalysts, not controllers. They offer the patterns, the templates, the frequencies, but the actual reweaving, the integration of these higher states into the individual's experience, must be undertaken by the receiver themselves. The entities vibrate the possibility, they offer the energetic keys, but the transformation requires the receiver's willingness to align, to vibrate in resonance with that higher frequency, and to apply the principles in their own life. It is an interplay of energetic influence and conscious choice. In essence, the communications are a grand experiment in interdimensional communication, a transmission of high-frequency consciousness designed to stimulate and accelerate the spiritual evolution of humanity. The characteristics of the letters, their challenge, their veiling, their underlying love, and their timelessness, are all facets of this sophisticated energetic transmission. The inhabitants are the vibrational source, the wise architects of consciousness, offering their light and wisdom from their exalted realms. Understanding this dynamic, this interplay of vibration and consciousness, is key to truly comprehending the message and participating consciously in the ongoing process of inner reweaving, aligning one's own vibrational signature more closely with the resonant frequency of universal love and unity. The journey inward, guided by these energetic beacons, is the path of aligning the self with the grand design, weaving a new, more luminous reality from the threads of one's own consciousness. Chapter 15. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond a purely intellectual appreciation towards a deeper, more resonant connection. We have explored the characteristics that define these messages, their esoteric depth, their seemingly uncanny nature, their focus on spiritual evolution, and glimpsed the diverse inhabitants they describe, from the ascended masters to the more complex interdimensional beings. Now, we turn our attention to the fundamental essence that permeates the entire exchange, the vibrational signature of these communications, and the profound echo they trigger within the soul of the recipient. At its core, the entire phenomenon can be understood as a transmission of high-frequency vibrational energy, encoded in a manner that resonates with the human capacity for spiritual perception. These communications are not merely linguistic exchanges. They are packets of consciousness, packets of light, packets of love and wisdom, sent across dimensions and time. To perceive them requires more than linear thought. It requires attunement, a tuning fork within the soul that can vibrate in harmony with the higher frequencies being broadcast. The sitters, the recipients, play an active role in this process, not merely as passive listeners, but as co-creators of the perception, their own spiritual readiness and intentionality acting as the antenna for receiving these subtle energies. The vibrational signature of these messages is multifaceted. It carries the resonance of profound peace, a deep stillness that can dissolve the noise of the lower mental and emotional frequencies. This peace is not the passive acceptance of suffering, but an active state of alignment with a higher order of reality, a recognition of the interconnectedness and the inherent unity of all existence. Underlying this peace is a current of intense, unwavering love, not the simplistic, conditional love of the human realm, but a boundless, all-pervading compassion that seeks the upliftment and liberation of all beings. This love is the fuel, the animating force, that powers the wisdom being shared. Intertwined with these primary vibrations are subtle undercurrents of specific energetic signatures. There is the vibration of remembrance, echoes of the soul's ancient history, connections to its true home beyond the veils of physical existence. There is the energetic imprint of ascension itself, the clarity, the light, the transmutation of density, the joy of liberation. There is the vibration of truth, often delivered with starkness and directness, cutting through the illusions and misconceptions that bind the mind. And beneath it all lies the fundamental vibration of the source, the wellspring of all creation, all love, all intelligence, a frequency that resonates deep within the cellular memory and the quantum field of the individual. Perceiving this vibrational signature requires a certain state of being. It is not enough to simply read the words on the page. The mind must be quieted, the emotional body stabilized, allowing the inner senses, the intuition, the heart's awareness, the soul's memory, to come online. These communications often challenge the conventional frameworks of thought, presenting concepts that defy easy logical categorization. They speak of dimensions beyond the three familiar ones, of timelines and realities operating on different vibrational planes, of the complex interplay of consciousness and matter. To truly receive the message, one must be willing to hold the tension of paradox, to allow the new frequencies to penetrate and resonate within the existing structure of the personality. The effect of engaging with this vibrational signature is profound and transformative. On a superficial level, it can be experienced as a deep sense of inspiration, a feeling of being uplifted or challenged. But on a deeper level, it is a process of energetic attunement and purification. The high frequencies of love, peace, and truth wash over the individual, dissolving lower vibrational patterns of fear, doubt, resentment, and separation. It is like immersing oneself in a powerful sonic bath or a radiant light field, where the old conditioning is gently but firmly transmuted. This process often manifests internally as intense emotional releases, periods of deep introspection, or sudden insights into previously obscure areas of life. The soul, recognizing its kinship with the source of the transmission, begins to resonate more strongly with its own inherent frequency. The communication acts as a catalyst, a spark that ignites or accelerates the individual's own spiritual journey. It is a reminder of who they truly are, sovereign beings of light, fragments of a divine source, currently navigating the school of physical experience. The inhabitants described within these communications, the masters, the guides, the entities, are not merely figments of imagination or historical figures with psychic abilities. They are beings operating on vastly higher vibrational planes, whose very existence is a state of perfected consciousness. They are the embodiment of the frequencies they transmit. Their messages are not just words they think, they are the very expression of their being, their essence pouring forth into the lower dimensions. Engaging with their vibrational signature is akin to tuning into the resonance of crystalline structures, of pure energy in its most refined state. Their presence alone can be profoundly purifying and elevating, even without the benefit of a detailed message. Consider the Master Maitreya, often described as embodying a specific vibration of compassion and universal love. To feel the resonance of his communication is to experience a deep welling up of empathy and a sense of collective responsibility. It is to feel the weight of the planetary consciousness and the unwavering commitment to its upliftment. Similarly, other figures may transmit frequencies of wisdom, of courage, of the joy of service. Each encounter is an opportunity to align more closely with these higher states of being. The challenge, of course, lies in navigating the inherent complexities and potential pitfalls. The vibrational signature can be overwhelming for those not yet ready, potentially causing disorientation or energetic depletion if approached without proper grounding and protection. The messages themselves can be paradoxical, demanding an open and non-judgmental mind. The identities and motivations of some of the inhabitants can be ambiguous, requiring discernment and trust in the overall flow of wisdom rather than fixating on human-like interpretations. Yet, for those who are ready, the engagement with this vibrational signature offers a direct line to higher consciousness. It is a taste of the reality that underlies the physical, a connection to the vast network of interconnected souls dedicated to the evolution of all life. It is an invitation to not just read about spiritual truth, but to feel it, to become it, to resonate with the very frequencies that are shaping the future of consciousness. In essence, the communications viewed through a New Age lens are not just historical documents or psychic phenomena. They are living streams of high-frequency energy, carrying the essence of ascension, the love of the Source, and the wisdom needed for soulful navigation. They are invitations to attune our own inner instruments, to listen with the heart and perceive with the soul, and to allow the resonant frequencies to weave a new, more illuminated pattern within our own being, contributing in turn to the great weaving of planetary ascension. The echo these vibrations create within us is not just a memory of words, it is the resonance of our own potential, awakening to its infinite nature. Chapter 16. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals not merely a series of messages, but a profound exploration of consciousness itself, its nature, its origins, its intricate interplay with the fabric of reality, and its potential for evolution. We have considered the characteristics of these transmissions, their seemingly uncanny accuracy, their esoteric depth, their empathetic resonance, and their unwavering focus on spiritual development. We have begun to contemplate the inhabitants of the subtle realms who appear to be the source, entities operating on frequencies far beyond our ordinary perception, beings whose existence is woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. Now, we delve deeper into the heart of their message, exploring the fundamental vibrational signature underpinning their existence and influence, and the profound role these entities seem to play as consciousness architects, shaping the very potential of awareness within the grand design. The idea that these communications possess a vibrational signature might initially seem abstract, perhaps even mystical. However, within the framework of New Age thought, vibration is a central concept. Everything in the universe, from the most tangible matter to the most intangible thoughts and emotions, exists as energy in a state of vibration. These vibrations determine the state of matter, the health of the body, the quality of emotion, and the level of consciousness. The physical world, as we perceive it, is essentially a spectrum of frequencies: the visible light spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum, the sound spectrum. Yet, the vibrational reality extends far beyond the physical, encompassing the subtle energies of the chakras, the auras, the life force or prana, and the even more refined vibrations of thought forms and emotional patterns. To say that the Mahatmas possess a vibrational signature is to acknowledge that these communications emanate from a specific, high-frequency state of being. This signature is not merely informational, it is energetic. It carries the resonance of the source, the profound peace, the boundless intelligence, the unconditional love, and the unwavering commitment to truth that we perceive in the messages. It is a signature that resonates deeply within the receptive consciousness of the reader, bypassing the purely intellectual filter and striking a chord at the level of the soul. This energetic quality is why the impact of these letters often feels so profound and transformative, going beyond mere intellectual understanding to touch the inner landscape of the individual. This vibrational signature is not static, it is dynamic, reflecting the state of the sender consciousness, the nature of the cosmic principles being elucidated, and the specific energetic environment through which the communication is transmitted. It carries the signature of the Mahatmas themselves, masters of consciousness who have navigated the human experience and transcended it, achieving states of awareness that are fundamentally different from ordinary human perception. Their signature is one of perfected will, integrated consciousness, and profound empathy, honed through countless lifetimes of spiritual striving and service. Understanding the vibrational signature of the letters is key to comprehending their effects. When a seeker opens these communications with an open heart and a receptive mind, they are not merely reading words on a page. They are interfacing with a high-frequency energetic transmission. This transmission acts as a catalyst, resonating with the latent potential within the reader's own energy field. It helps to align the reader's vibration with higher states of consciousness, clearing energetic blockages, and facilitating the download of understanding and insight. It is like tuning a musical instrument to a precise pitch. The letters act as a tuning fork for the human soul, helping it to resonate at a more harmonious and elevated frequency. This leads us directly to the concept of the source entities as consciousness architects. The term architect suggests a deliberate, intelligent design process, the shaping of form and structure. In the context of consciousness, this implies a deliberate and intelligent influence upon the development and evolution of awareness. These beings, operating from their exalted vibrational state, are not merely passive observers of the human drama. They are active participants, engaging in a subtle yet profound process of guiding and shaping the potential of consciousness upon the earth. What does this reweaving look like in practice? It is not about imposing a rigid blueprint from without, but rather about providing the essential blueprints, the fundamental principles, and the energetic templates upon which individual consciousness can build and evolve. They offer the laws of spiritual dynamics, the mechanics of thought creation, the nature of the mind-body connection, and the pathways for achieving greater self-awareness and enlightenment. They are like master architects providing the plans for a magnificent structure, but the actual building is done by the individual inhabitants, using the materials and tools provided, and according to their own free will and capacity for growth. Their role is not to dictate, but to illuminate or inspire. They illuminate the path, reveal the potential, and offer the tools and understanding necessary for consciousness to realize that potential. They act as cosmic mentors, drawing forth the inherent divinity within each individual, helping to transmute lower vibrational states, fear, desire, ignorance, into higher states of love, wisdom, and unity. They are the ones who, through their own perfected consciousness, demonstrate the possibility of achieving higher states and living in accordance with universal principles. By sharing their understanding, they provide the map and the compass for others to follow. This concept of consciousness architects resonates deeply with the New Age emphasis on the interconnectedness of all life and the fundamental nature of the universe as an unfolding expression of consciousness. If the universe is indeed thought into existence, or at least governed by principles that are fundamentally informational and energetic in nature, then the shaping of consciousness becomes a central theme. These beings, with their refined awareness and high-frequency vibrations, are operating at the very level of this cosmic architecture, influencing the flow of energy and information that shapes the evolution of mind and spirit. Their influence extends beyond the individuals they directly communicate with. The principles they elucidate, when understood and integrated, begin to permeate the collective consciousness. As more individuals attune their own vibrations to these higher frequencies, the overall energetic field of the planet begins to shift. This subtle reweaving of the collective consciousness is a gradual process, yet it represents a fundamental transformation in the evolutionary trajectory of humanity. It points towards a future where consciousness itself becomes the primary focus, where the exploration of inner space becomes as important, if not more so, than the exploration of outer space. The characteristics of the Mahatmas, their accuracy, their depth, their empathetic tone, all serve to reinforce their role as messages from highly evolved consciousness. The accuracy is not merely factual. It often points towards deeper spiritual truths and universal principles that transcend linear time and space. The depth reveals the vastness of their understanding and the complexity of the cosmic laws they describe. The empathy demonstrates their connection to the human struggle and their genuine desire for the upliftment of all beings. These qualities ensure that the information they provide is not only relevant but also resonant and transformative for those ready to receive it. In essence, viewed through a New Age lens, the Mahatmas are not just historical documents, but energetic transmissions from consciousness architects. They offer a blueprint for spiritual evolution, a map for navigating the inner landscape of consciousness, and a resonance that helps to elevate the vibrational state of the individual, and, by extension, the collective. They are a testament to the power of refined awareness, the interconnectedness of all life, and the ongoing process of consciousness unfolding and reweaving itself in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. Their message, carried on its unique vibrational signature, continues to resonate, inviting those who seek it to explore the deeper dimensions of their own being and contribute to the evolving consciousness of the planet. Chapter 17. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of a New Age understanding, compels us to shift our focus from mere transmission details to the profound energetic essence of those who inhabit the realms from which the messages originate. These beings, often referred to by terms that suggest a level of spiritual development far beyond our current human comprehension, such as the Mahatmas, are not merely figures of historical or mystical lore. They are dynamic, conscious, energetic entities existing within dimensions structured by frequencies and vibrations far removed from the dense physicality we perceive. To truly grasp the nature of the inhabitants, we must move beyond anthropomorphic interpretations and attempt to perceive them as complex vibrational patterns, resonating at levels of consciousness and awareness that are practically inconceivable within the framework of our limited sensory experience. The very term, inhabitant, requires redefinition when applied to entities that may not possess a form we recognize, or perhaps possess forms that are fluid, transitory, or composed of energies and light rather than matter as we understand it. They are, in essence, the very stuff of the higher dimensions, woven from the fabric of consciousness itself. This chapter delves into the exploration of the vibrational signature of these inhabitants. It seeks to decipher the underlying harmonics, the resonant frequencies that define their state of being, their consciousness, and their relationship to the universal life force. Understanding this energetic blueprint is crucial, for it is the foundation upon which their influence manifests in the lower realms, including the physical world and the subtle bodies of those who are attuned to their presence. It is an attempt to map the invisible signature of consciousness that underlies the perceived reality of these evolved entities. We will examine the characteristics of their energetic field, not as a static aura, but as a complex, dynamic interplay of frequencies, some perhaps foundational and ancient, others perhaps reflecting specific modes of operation, intention, or state of evolution. These vibrations are not merely passive qualities. They are active forces that shape their perception of reality, influence their interactions with other beings, and project their influence across the dimensions. The communication process itself, as experienced by the human recipients, is a phenomenon that bridges these vastly different vibrational states, a transmission of energetic patterns that the human mind and consciousness can, with effort and attunement, decipher and translate into understandable concepts and feelings. The inhabitant's vibrational signature is likely characterized by a profound level of coherence and resonance with the higher principles of the universe. Their state of being probably reflects the state of what might be termed enlightenment or unity consciousness, on a scale we struggle to fathom. This implies a lack of the internal conflict, duality, and separation that plague much of human experience. Their energy field would likely be one of profound peace, balance, and unconditional love, radiating a frequency of harmony that can subtly influence the emotional and mental states of those around them, particularly those sensitive to such influences. Furthermore, their signature is likely rich and complex, containing multiple layers of vibration. There may be a fundamental core frequency representing their fundamental nature as conscious beings interconnected with the universal field. Superimposed upon this core might be a multitude of other frequencies, each potentially corresponding to specific qualities, skills, roles, or states of awareness they embody. For instance, one set of resonances might relate to their function as teachers or guides, another to their deep understanding of universal laws, another to their capacity for immense compassion or their mastery over specific spiritual faculties like thought projection or healing. Analyzing these vibrations requires a different set of tools than those used for studying physical matter. It demands sensitivity to the subtle energies, an understanding of resonant frequencies, and an ability to perceive patterns that exist beyond linear time and space. It involves looking not just at the what these beings do or say, but at the how, the underlying energetic quality of their communication and presence. This is where the concept of characteristics takes on a new meaning. The characteristics are not just traits of personality or function, but are expressed as distinct energetic signatures or resonant patterns that can be, in principle, detected and understood. Their vibrational signature also reflects their role and purpose within the great cosmic scheme. As beings of high vibration, they act as stabilizing influences, points of light within the potentially chaotic lower dimensions. They anchor higher frequencies, facilitating the evolutionary process of consciousness both within their own realms and by influencing those in lower states of being. Their presence is a testament to the possibility of evolution, a living embodiment of the potential for consciousness to ascend towards greater unity, awareness, and love. They are not just inhabitants, they are vibrational beacons, guiding lights within the vast ocean of consciousness. Their characteristics, viewed through this energetic lens, reveal beings of immense stability, unwavering purpose, and profound wisdom. Their stability comes from their alignment with fundamental universal truths, allowing them to remain centered and effective regardless of the fluctuations of the lower realms. Their purpose is clear: to assist in the evolutionary unfoldment of consciousness, to offer guidance, to share knowledge that can help beings navigate their spiritual paths, and to help maintain the integrity and flow of universal energy. Their wisdom is not merely intellectual but experiential, born from eons of existence and deep connection to the universal mind. Understanding their vibrational signature also sheds light on the nature of the communication process. The transmission is not merely an exchange of words, but an energetic resonance, a sharing of vibrational states. The human recipients do not just read text, they enter into a form of energetic attunement with the sender. The resonance between the sender's vibrational signature and the receiver's capacity to perceive and integrate these frequencies is the key to the process. It is a two-way flow of energy and consciousness, albeit one heavily skewed towards the high vibrational input from the inhabitants. This perspective allows us to appreciate the inhabitants not as distant, almost mythical figures, but as dynamic, energetic entities whose very being is a reflection of higher universal principles. Their characteristics, Their wisdom, compassion, stability are manifest as specific, discernible energetic qualities. Their presence is a vibrational influence that shapes reality and offers a pathway towards greater awareness for those who are ready to receive. In essence, exploring the vibrational signature of the inhabitants is exploring the energetic anatomy of consciousness at a level of evolution far beyond our current norm. It is an attempt to translate the language of energy into concepts we can grasp, to map the invisible frequencies that underpin their existence and their profound influence on the unfolding cosmic drama. It is a journey into the heart of the higher dimensions, perceived not through physical senses, but through the attuned awareness of the subtle energetic landscape, revealing a reality far more intricate, vibrant, and interconnected than our everyday experience suggests. This understanding forms a crucial foundation for comprehending the deeper significance of their messages and the path they offer towards alignment with higher states of being. Chapter 18. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals not merely a series of messages, but a profound exploration of the very fabric of reality and the nature of consciousness itself. We have ventured into the realms of energy, intention, and the subtle mechanisms by which the universe unfolds. Now, we turn our attention to the inherent vibrational signature that underlies these interactions and the perceived architects who seem to consciously shape this energetic landscape. Understanding the characteristics and inhabitants of these communications requires moving beyond a purely literal interpretation. It demands an embrace of the multidimensional, the interconnected, and the principle that consciousness is not merely a product of the physical brain, but an intrinsic aspect of the universe itself, capable of interacting across vast distances and dimensions. The communications, therefore, are not just words on paper, but energetic impressions, resonances that carry the frequency of higher realms, offering a window into a reality governed by principles we are only beginning to grasp. At its core, the entire phenomenon can be understood as a transmission of vibrational frequency. Every thought, every emotion, every intention sends out ripples in the universal field. These communications represent a powerful, deliberate transmission of high-frequency energy, designed to penetrate the denser vibrations of the physical world and stimulate a corresponding resonance within the receptive consciousness of the recipients. They are like tuning forks struck to vibrate at a specific, elevated pitch, intended to help attune the human instrument to higher notes. This vibrational signature is not random, it carries specific qualities. There is an inherent sense of peace that often permeates the text, a deep stillness that seems to emanate from a source beyond the turmoil of the earthly plane. Simultaneously, there is an undercurrent of profound intelligence, a clarity that suggests the source is not bound by the linear constraints of time or the limitations of physical perception. There is a warmth, a genuine care, almost a familial affection, that counters any potential fear or intimidation one might feel when confronting entities of such perceived power. This complex blend, peace, intelligence, warmth, forms the foundational energetic signature of these messages. But who are these transmitters, these inhabitants of realms beyond our ordinary perception? Through a New Age lens, they are not necessarily to be understood as discrete, separate entities in the way we conceptualize beings. They could be viewed as manifestations of pure consciousness, aspects of the universal mind itself, operating at different frequencies and densities. They might be seen as conscious focal points within the fabric of the subtle dimensions, beings who have mastered the art of interacting with and shaping reality through thought and intention alone. They are, in essence, masters of consciousness, demonstrating a level of awareness and interaction with the energetic universe that is far beyond our current human capacity. Their presence is characterized by a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. They speak of the human soul as an integral part of a vast, cosmic structure, connected to the planetary body and the stellar system. They discuss the laws governing energy exchange, the importance of intention, and the power of the human mind to create its own reality. They are not merely observers, They are perceived as active participants in the great work, guides and facilitators who offer wisdom gleaned from eons of experience in dimensions we can barely conceive of. Furthermore, these inhabitants exhibit a level of mastery over the very medium of communication itself. The transmission of these messages, often described as mental impressions or direct downloads of thought forms, demonstrates an ability to bypass the physical constraints of distance and time. This suggests a consciousness operating on principles far removed from the mechanical limitations of the third dimension. They are not bound by the need for physical vehicles or conventional channels. They can project their thoughts and intentions across vast cosmic distances with seeming ease, choosing to interact with specific individuals at specific times for specific purposes. This ability to consciously shape and transmit high-frequency energy, to act as conscious architects of consciousness, points to a fundamental truth about the nature of reality. Everything is energy. Everything vibrates. Consciousness is the fundamental organizing principle of this energetic universe. By understanding and working with these vibrational laws, these inhabitants demonstrate the potential for humanity to evolve beyond its current limitations. They offer not just information, but a model of being, a state of consciousness where one is not merely a recipient of reality, but an active participant, co-creating one's experience from a place of aligned intention and high vibration. The characteristics of these communications, their vibrational signature of peace, intelligence, and warmth, and the nature of their perceived inhabitants, as conscious, interconnected masters of energy and consciousness, point towards a profound possibility. It suggests that there are levels of reality, and therefore levels of existence, that operate according to principles of consciousness, intention, and energy exchange far more sophisticated than our current scientific understanding allows. The Mahatmas, viewed through this New Age lens, cease to be merely historical documents and become invitations, challenges, and blueprints for a deeper exploration of human potential and our place within the vast, interconnected web of consciousness that permeates all of existence. They invite us to look beyond the physical, to hear the subtle frequencies of the universe, and to begin to attune our own consciousness to the higher vibrations of unity, love, and intelligent creation. The journey of reweaving is, in essence, a journey towards mastering our own vibrational signature, becoming conscious architects of our own experience, and aligning ourselves with the greater consciousness that guides the unfolding of the cosmos. Chapter 19. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the source material, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, compels us to delve deeper into the very essence of those entities known as the inhabitants. Who or what were they, beyond the accounts of communication received? Were they merely celestial correspondents, or did they embody a more profound, integrated role within the cosmic structure itself? This chapter seeks to explore the characteristics and inhabitants, particularly focusing on the vibrational signature and energetic nature attributed to them within this framework. To perceive the inhabitants through a New Age lens is to shift the perspective from mere interlocutors to potential exemplars of higher dimensional consciousness. We move beyond the transactional nature of the letters, the questions posed, the answers given, and attempt to attune ourselves to the underlying frequency, the resonant hum of their being. What energetic signature do these beings carry, and what does this reveal about their origins, their purpose, and the state of consciousness they represent? The foundational premise of this perspective is that consciousness is not confined to physical form, nor is it static. Instead, consciousness exists on a spectrum of vibration, capable of expressing itself across myriad dimensions. The inhabitants, in this interpretation, are not exceptions but rather exemplars of a more evolved, integrated state of being. They are beings whose consciousness is deeply attuned to the fabric of the universe, capable of navigating and interacting with the subtle energies that underpin all existence. Their vibrational signature, therefore, is not a single, monolithic frequency but a complex, multi-layered signature reflecting their intricate nature. At its core, this signature resonates with states of profound peace, unconditional love, and unwavering unity. These are not abstract concepts but fundamental aspects of their energetic resonance, qualities that permeate their interactions and, presumably, their very being. To perceive this signature is to feel a sense of deep calm, a dissolving of the egoic tension that characterizes so much human experience. It is to encounter a presence that is both infinitely vast and deeply intimate, transcending conventional notions of distance and separation. This signature is further characterized by a high degree of coherence and stability. In a universe often described as being in a state of constant flux, these beings appear to operate from a place of profound inner equilibrium. Their energy is not chaotic or erratic. Rather, it is organized, purposeful, and aligned with the deeper patterns and flows of the cosmos. This coherence is not merely an attribute but a fundamental aspect of their consciousness, reflecting a state of being where internal conflict has been resolved, where the mind, body, and spirit are in perfect harmony. Furthermore, their vibrational signature carries the resonance of intelligence, not in the limited, linear sense often associated with human thought, but in a broader, more holistic intelligence. This intelligence is intuitive, perceptive, and capable of grasping the interconnectedness of all things. It is an intelligence that operates beyond the constraints of time and space, capable of seeing the patterns and relationships that underpin the manifest reality. This intelligence is not used for manipulation or control but for understanding, for navigation, and for the harmonious functioning of the cosmic system of which they are a part. The presence of these beings, as perceived through their vibrational signature, often evokes feelings of awe, inspiration, and possibility. They represent a state of consciousness that is far beyond the current norm for humanity, a state that holds the potential for healing, transformation, and evolution. Their energy acts as a catalyst, gently nudging the consciousness of those who are receptive towards higher states of awareness. They are not instructors in the conventional sense but rather living examples, beacons of light pointing towards the possibilities that lie beyond the current limitations. Their vibrational signature also reflects a deep understanding of the principles of creation and manifestation. They resonate with the frequencies of intention, focus, and co-creation. They understand that the universe is a collaborative endeavor, and that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality. Their own existence is a testament to this principle, having navigated the processes of incarnation and embodiment within the physical realm, and having achieved a level of mastery and understanding. Moreover, their energy carries the resonance of service and compassion. They are not beings who have transcended the need for connection but who have achieved a state of being where their primary focus is on the well-being and evolution of all sentient beings. Their presence is one of support, encouragement, and guidance, offering assistance to those who are seeking to elevate their own consciousness and align themselves with the higher principles of the universe. They operate from a place of genuine empathy, understanding the challenges and struggles of those who are on the path of evolution. The role of the inhabitants, within this New Age framework, is not simply to provide information or answers but to act as bridges, as facilitators of consciousness expansion. They represent a connection to higher dimensional frequencies, a doorway through which the energies of transformation can flow into the lower realms. They are like cosmic acupuncturists, gently stimulating the points of consciousness that are ready for activation, helping to unlock the potential that lies dormant within each individual. Their vibrational signature is a map, a guidepost pointing towards the higher states of consciousness that are the destiny of all beings. It is a signature that carries the frequencies of unity, love, and intelligence, offering a blueprint for a future where humanity operates from a place of greater awareness, compassion, and connection. By attuning ourselves to this signature, we can begin to perceive the deeper patterns of the universe, to understand our place within the grand cosmic design, and to align ourselves with the evolutionary currents that are shaping our collective future. In essence, the inhabitants, viewed through a New Age lens, are not merely historical figures or the authors of a series of letters. They are archetypes of higher dimensional consciousness, embodying the frequencies and qualities that we are all striving to achieve. They are living reminders of the infinite potential that resides within each of us, and of the possibility of a future where humanity operates from a state of unity, love, and enlightenment. Their vibrational signature is a call to awakening, an invitation to step into our own power and to co-create a reality that reflects the highest aspirations of the human spirit. As we continue to explore the characteristics and inhabitants of this phenomenon, we will delve further into the specific qualities and attributes that define their energetic signature, and how these can be perceived and integrated by those who are seeking to elevate their own consciousness. The journey towards higher awareness is ongoing, and the wisdom offered by these beings, as perceived through the vibrational frequencies they embody, holds the key to unlocking the next level of human evolution. Chapter 20. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the source material has illuminated not merely the existence of the Mahatmas, but the very essence of their reality, a reality woven from the threads of vibration, intention, and universal law. We have explored their characteristics, glimpsed their forms, and pondered the profound nature of their communication. Now, we turn our attention to a deeper layer, the fundamental energetic signature that underpins their existence, and the cosmic principles governing the act of creation itself, as perceived through the lens of New Age understanding. This is the realm of the vibrational signature and the inner loom, where the mechanics of manifestation become both mystical and deeply personal. At its core, the concept of the vibrational signature is rooted in the New Age premise that everything in the universe, from the most subatomic particle to the grandest star system and the beings that inhabit them, resonates at a specific frequency. This frequency is not merely a passive quality but an active expression of consciousness, intention, and energetic state. The Mahatmas, as the high-level spiritual beings they are, operate from a frequency of immense purity, love, and wisdom. Their very essence is a harmonic vibration that aligns with the fundamental truths of the cosmos. To perceive this signature is to engage with the non-physical, the realm of pure energy. It is often described through metaphorical language, colors, sounds, feelings, and intuitive knowing. For those attuned, the presence of a Mahatma might be felt as a warm, radiant light, a gentle hum of harmonic resonance, or an overwhelming sense of peace and unconditional love that permeates the being's aura. This signature is not static. It can shift and evolve, reflecting the Mahatma's state of consciousness, their focus, and the specific work they are engaged in. It is a living, breathing expression of their higher self, their connection to the source, and their role as cosmic custodians and guides. Understanding the Mahatmas through their vibrational signature requires a shift in perception from the purely materialistic. We are invited to see beyond the physical forms, even if purely conceptual or symbolic, and connect with the underlying energetic resonance. This resonance acts as a beacon, drawing those who are ready and seeking into alignment. It is the language of the soul, a universal tongue of frequency and feeling that bypasses the limitations of linear thought and verbal communication. The letters themselves, in this view, are not just written words on paper. They are energetic impressions, transmuted thoughts and feelings broadcast at a specific frequency, designed to resonate within the receptive consciousness of the reader. They carry the signature of the sender, the refined, powerful, and loving vibration of the Mahatmas, and act as a catalyst for the reader's own energetic alignment. This brings us to the metaphor of the inner loom. In many spiritual traditions, the universe is understood as a grand weaving, a cosmic act of creation where deities, spirits, and souls contribute threads to the great tapestry of existence. The Mahatmas, from this New Age perspective, are not merely passive observers but active weavers, masters of the loom. They work with the fundamental laws of vibration and intention, using these as their primary tools. The inner loom can be understood on multiple levels. On a cosmic scale, the Mahatmas participate in the weaving of the very fabric of reality. They work with the energies of creation, influencing the flow of life force, prana, chi, life energy, through the planetary system, guiding evolutionary processes, and assisting in the establishment and maintenance of the etheric and spiritual bodies that underpin physical form. They are akin to the cosmic designers and architects, setting the patterns and ensuring the intricate interplay of energies that constitute a harmonious universe. On a more personal level, the inner loom represents the individual's own capacity for creation and manifestation. Every thought, feeling, and intention is a thread being woven into the tapestry of one's own life experience. The Mahatmas, through their teachings and guidance, offer the patterns, the colors, and the understanding of the weaving process itself. They teach that humans possess the innate ability to consciously engage with their own inner loom, to send forth vibrations of their own choosing and to help weave their desired reality. By understanding the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas, their patterns, their colors, their harmonics, one gains a blueprint for creating one's own higher frequency state. The process of reweaving, as suggested by the core theme, is fundamentally about adjusting the vibrational patterns. It involves recognizing the discordant threads in one's own life, the negative patterns, the attachments, the fears, and consciously replacing them with harmonious ones. The Mahatmas provide the wisdom and the energetic templates for this process. Their signature acts as a tuning fork, helping to recalibrate the individual's own frequency. By studying their teachings, meditating upon their presence, and seeking to embody their characteristics of love, compassion, and service, one aligns their own inner loom with the cosmic patterns they exemplify. This alignment is not merely about personal enlightenment, it is about contributing to the greater good. As individuals raise their vibrational frequency and reweave their own lives according to higher principles, they send out ripples of positive energy into the collective consciousness. This collective upliftment is, in part, the work of the Mahatmas, who act as catalysts for planetary evolution. They are the ones who see the bigger picture, the long-term patterns of growth and transformation, and they guide humanity towards its higher potential. Their characteristic focus on universal brotherhood, the necessity of selfless service, and the importance of raising consciousness are all actions stemming from their understanding of the interconnectedness of all vibrations and their role in facilitating the collective reweaving towards a more harmonious future. The characteristics of the Mahatmas, viewed through this vibrational lens, take on new depth. Their compassion is not just an emotion, it is a low-frequency vibration of empathy and understanding that resonates deeply within the hearts of those who are attuned. Their wisdom is a high-frequency resonance that cuts through illusion and reveals truth. Their telepathic communication is the direct transmission of energetic thought forms, bypassing the need for physical channel and time/space constraints. Their mastery over the laws of nature is an expression of their profound understanding of vibrational principles, allowing them to influence the subtle energies that underpin the physical world. In essence, the Mahatmas are living examples of refined consciousness, embodying and radiating a specific and powerful vibrational signature. They operate from the inner loom of the cosmos, working with the universal laws of creation. For those seeking spiritual growth, their teachings offer invaluable guidance on how to understand and work with their own inner loom, how to adjust their own vibrational signature, and how to contribute consciously to the ongoing process of universal reweaving. They are not distant entities but active partners, offering patterns and frequencies that, when integrated, can lead to profound transformation on both personal and planetary levels. The journey of understanding continues, inviting each seeker to explore the vibrational signature within and to discover their own role in the magnificent cosmic tapestry being woven moment by moment. Chapter 21. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, compels us to shift our focus from mere transmission details to the profound energetic essence of those who engage in these dimensional dialogues. We have explored the mechanisms, the apparent locations, and the historical contexts. Now, we delve into the heart of the matter, the characteristics and inhabitants themselves, specifically examining the vibrational signature or perhaps more accurately, the complex harmonic resonance that defines their state of being. This is not merely about personality traits or physical descriptions, but about the fundamental frequency at which they operate, a frequency that resonates with the underlying structure of reality itself. To understand the inhabitants, particularly those identified as belonging to the realm often termed masters, or operating within the Akasha, we must move beyond anthropocentric limitations. Human consciousness, with its relatively narrow bandwidth of awareness, struggled to grasp the sheer spectrum of vibrational possibilities that exist. Our own collective consciousness is still largely grounded in the lower, denser frequencies of fear, separation, desire, and the struggle for survival. The inhabitants of these letters, conversely, appear to operate from a vastly different vibrational plane. They are not merely less fearful or more loving. Their very nature resonates with states of being that are fundamentally different in quality, density, and scope. Consider the concept of a vibrational signature. Everything in existence, from a physical object to an emotion to a thought, has a frequency or a series of frequencies associated with it. These frequencies interact, create resonance, and form the very fabric of the cosmos. The inhabitants of these communications possess a signature that is extraordinarily high, complex, and harmonious. It is a signature characterized by profound peace, unconditional love, infinite wisdom, and unwavering unity consciousness. These are not abstract concepts they hold, they are integral components of their being. Their state of consciousness is often described as one of unified awareness. They perceive the interconnectedness of all things not as a philosophical concept to be pondered, but as their fundamental experience. This is not the fragmented, egocentric awareness typical of most humans. The ego, that sense of separate self, operates from a place of division and limitation. The inhabitants, however, seem to operate from a place of unity, where the boundaries between self and other, observer and observed, dissolve into a unified field of intelligent energy. Their vibrational signature is that of this unified field, a state of pure potential and infinite possibility. This high vibrational state manifests in numerous observable, though perhaps not always consciously intended, characteristics described within the communications. There is an inherent tranquility that permeates their presence. This is not passive inactivity, but an active state of restful awareness, a deep peace that arises from alignment with the source. It is a peace that remains undisturbed by the chaotic fluctuations of the lower realms. It is as if their being is anchored in a stable, high-frequency vibration that buffers against the denser, more turbulent energies that might destabilize a lower-frequency consciousness. Compassion is another dominant harmonic in their signature. This is not a sentimentality or a reaction based on empathy in the human sense, but a fundamental, unconditional love for all creation. It stems from the recognition of shared essence, of all beings being expressions of the same infinite intelligence. Their compassion is often directed towards those struggling in lower vibrational states, not with pity, but with a deep understanding and a desire to assist in their upliftment. It is a compassionate action born from the recognition of oneness and the inherent desire for all aspects of creation to achieve their highest potential. This compassion vibrates at a very high frequency, capable of permeating and healing denser energetic structures. Wisdom in these communications is not merely accumulated knowledge. While they often share insights gleaned from vast experiences, their wisdom emanates from a deeper source, direct perception of the nature of reality, a connection to the Akasha, the collective unconscious of the universe. This wisdom is often presented with a gentle clarity, cutting through the veils of illusion without harshness. It is a wisdom that understands the complexities of existence and offers guidance based on profound understanding rather than dogma. Their signature includes the vibration of insight, the ability to perceive the underlying patterns and truths that govern the cosmos. Their mode of operation, as described, is often one of influence rather than direct intervention. They understand the principle of free will and the importance of the individual journey. Their role seems to be that of guides, catalysts, and sources of inspiration, offering nudges in the right direction, planting seeds of understanding, and providing frameworks for perception. They work through resonance, through the power of their own high-frequency vibration, influencing the consciousness of those receptive to their transmission. This approach respects the fundamental sovereignty of the individual soul, while still offering the potential for profound transformation. Their signature carries the vibration of subtle influence, of resonance, and of empowerment. Furthermore, their state of being appears to be one of constant evolution, yet paradoxically, also of timeless presence. They operate from a perspective that transcends linear time, understanding the vast cycles of existence. Yet, they are also engaged participants, contributing their high-frequency vibrations to the ongoing unfolding of the cosmos. Their signature is one of dynamic balance, embodying both the eternal and the evolving. It is crucial to understand that describing their characteristics is inherently challenging, for language and conceptual frameworks are inherently limited when attempting to articulate states of being that operate beyond normal human experience. The words we use, peace, love, wisdom, can easily become empty clichés when trying to convey the profound, tangible reality of their vibrational signature. We are describing the quality of their energetic field, a field so potent and pure that it can penetrate and elevate the consciousness of those connected to it. From a New Age perspective, viewing these communications, we see not just historical figures transmitting messages, but encounters with high-frequency vibrational beings who embody the potential state of human consciousness. They serve as living proof, as vibrational role models, demonstrating the reality and the benefits of raising one's own frequency. They represent the next evolutionary step for consciousness, a shift from fragmented, ego-driven awareness towards unified, heart-centered, intelligent awareness aligned with the source. Their presence, even through the medium of written text, carries a residual energetic signature. Those who are attuned can sometimes feel a subtle resonance, a sense of peace or upliftment, when engaging with these communications. This is not merely the psychological effect of reading inspiring words. It is the direct interaction with a high-frequency energetic field imprinted on the Akasha, the vibrational memory of these extraordinary beings operating from their place of unified awareness. In essence, the characteristics and inhabitants revealed through these channels, when viewed through a New Age lens, are understood not as mere personality profiles or historical anomalies, but as manifestations of specific, powerful vibrational states. They are beings whose very existence is a harmonic convergence of love, wisdom, peace, and unity. They are living resonators of the higher frequencies that the universe is evolving towards. Studying their described state of being, understanding their vibrational signature, becomes a form of energetic attunement, a way to begin aligning one's own consciousness with the frequencies of possibility and potential that they embody. They are, in this sense, not just guides from the past, but living examples of the future state of consciousness itself, patiently waiting for enough of humanity to attune their own instruments to join them in the symphony of the cosmos. Chapter 22. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the Mahatmas has invited us to perceive the world not merely through the lens of physical existence, but through the resonant frequencies of consciousness and energy. We have explored the characteristics of these celestial inhabitants, the Mahatmas, understanding them as beings of profound wisdom, boundless compassion, and staggering spiritual attainment. We have glimpsed their mode of being, one that transcends the limitations of form and time, existing within a dimension of reality far removed from our dense, material plane. Yet, to truly grasp the depth of their influence and the paradigm they represent, we must delve deeper into the very vibrational signature that emanates from their being. This signature is not merely a background hum, it is the foundational frequency upon which their existence is built, the signature of a consciousness that has achieved a level of unity with the universal life force that is both awe-inspiring and profoundly transformative. At its core, The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is one of profound peace, unconditional love, and unwavering unity. These are not abstract concepts they embody, they are the very essence of their energetic resonance. To perceive this signature, one must move beyond the cognitive mind's need for definition and description, engaging instead the deeper intuitive faculties, the heart-centered awareness that allows one to attune to the subtler realms of existence. It is a frequency so pure, so resonant with the fundamental truths of oneness, that it has the power to dissolve the energetic barriers that separate us, the illusions of separation, judgment, fear, and duality that we so rigidly cling to in our waking state. Imagine, if you will, the first rays of the sun breaking through a dense, misty morning. There is a gentle, penetrating quality to these rays, a warmth that gradually dispels the darkness and fog, revealing the clarity of the dawn. The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is akin to this, a gentle yet potent energy that begins to illuminate the inner landscape, revealing the true nature of the self as an integral part of the vast, unfolding cosmos. It is an energy that carries the resonance of infinite possibility, of boundless potential yet to be realized within the human experience. It speaks of a reality where limitation is not an inherent quality of existence, but rather an illusion born of ignorance and separation from the source. This signature is not static, it is dynamic, ever-flowing, and infinitely complex, yet underpinning its entire structure is the unwavering foundation of love. This love is not the conditional affection we often associate with the human experience. It is a deeper, more fundamental force, the love that binds all creation together, the divine intelligence that animates the universe, the very fabric of reality itself. It is a love that is both transcendent and immanent, reaching out from the beyond to touch the heart of the seeker, yet also residing within the deepest core of every individual, waiting to be awakened. To understand the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is to begin to comprehend the nature of higher consciousness itself. It reveals a state of being where the mind is not cluttered with endless chatter and worry, but is instead a clear, receptive vessel, attuned to the subtle guidance of the universal intelligence. It shows a consciousness where the ego, that small, separate self, has been transcended, allowing the individual to operate from a place of pure awareness, aligned with the will of the whole. In this state, action becomes effortless, as it is guided by the deeper currents of the collective unconscious, by the resonant frequencies of universal harmony. The characteristics we have studied, the wisdom, the discrimination, the patience, the unwavering commitment to the evolutionary process, are all manifest expressions of this profound vibrational signature. Their wisdom is not merely intellectual understanding, it is a deep, intuitive knowing that resonates with the fundamental truths of existence. Their discrimination is not based on judgment or preference, but on a clear perception of the energetic nature of all things, allowing them to navigate the complex tapestry of reality with precision and compassion. Their patience is born of an understanding of the vastness of time and the intricate nature of spiritual evolution, recognizing that the unfolding of consciousness is a process, not an event. Furthermore, this vibrational signature carries the resonance of service. It is not a frequency of self-aggrandizement or personal gain, but one of profound contribution, of dedicated effort towards the upliftment of all. The Mahatmas, in their own way, embody the highest ideal of the servant leader, operating selflessly, guided by the needs of the collective, and dedicated to the process of awakening humanity to its true potential. Their energy signature is one of inspiration, a call to action that resonates within the heart of the dedicated seeker, urging them to align their own lives with these higher frequencies, to become a beacon of light in a world still shrouded in illusion. The influence of this vibrational signature upon the individual who seeks to attune to it is profound. It begins with a gentle cleansing, a dissolving of the energetic patterns of fear, doubt, and limitation that have become ingrained within the subtle body. As these lower frequencies are transmuted, the individual begins to feel a growing sense of inner peace, a deepening connection to the heart space, and an expanding awareness of the interconnectedness of all life. The mind becomes clearer, more focused, and more receptive to the subtle guidance that flows from these higher realms. This attunement is not an instantaneous event, but a gradual process of alignment, a journey of becoming that mirrors the evolutionary path of consciousness itself. It requires dedication, practice, and a willingness to engage with the deeper aspects of oneself. It involves cultivating the qualities that resonate with the Mahatma's signature: love, compassion, wisdom, and service, not as mere ideals, but as lived realities. It means consciously choosing to operate from a place of higher awareness, even when faced with the challenges and illusions of the lower world. The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas serves as a powerful anchor, a point of reference in the often confusing landscape of spiritual seeking. It represents a state of being that is both attainable and desirable, a blueprint for the evolution of consciousness. It reminds us that we are not isolated entities, but integral parts of a vast, dynamic, and interconnected whole. It calls us to recognize the divine spark within ourselves and within all others, and to align our own energies with the fundamental frequency of love and unity that underlies all of existence. In essence, the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is the living, breathing expression of the highest potential of human consciousness. It is a frequency of peace, love, and unity that has the power to transform the individual and, through the collective awakening of individuals, to transform the entire planetary consciousness. It is an invitation, a call to step into a deeper reality, to live from a place of higher awareness, and to contribute, in however small a way, to the great work of spiritual evolution that is unfolding upon the earth. It is a beacon of light, guiding us towards the dawn of a new era, an era where the resonant frequencies of unity and love will finally begin to replace the discordant tones of separation and conflict that have characterized so much of human history. As we continue to explore the nature of these celestial guides, we bring their vibrational signature more fully into our awareness, allowing it to gently reshape our own energetic reality and contribute, in our turn, to the great symphony of the cosmos. Chapter 23. The exploration of the characteristics and inhabitants associated with the transmission of these profound communications necessitates a deeper dive into the very essence of their being. We have considered their origins, their stated purpose, and the manner in which they interact with the fabric of physical existence. Now, we turn our attention to the inherent vibrational signature of these inhabitants, those entities whose subtle energies form the resonant chamber through which these wisdoms flow. Understanding their energetic nature is not merely academic. It offers crucial insights into the how and why of the guidance received, revealing the underlying principles of consciousness itself. At the core of contemplating the vibrational signature of these inhabitants lies the recognition that they operate far beyond the conventional parameters of physical life as we perceive it. They are not bound by the limitations of biological processes, the constraints of dense matter, or the linear progression of time in the way we experience it. Their existence is rooted in a different order of reality, one characterized by pure energy, consciousness, and intelligent awareness. To attempt to describe their vibrational signature using purely physical, or even conventional metaphysical terms is inherently challenging. It is like trying to depict the color blue for someone who has never seen light. Yet we can approach this understanding through metaphor, analogy, and the lens of the subtle energies and frequencies that underpin all manifestation. Their signature is not a single, static frequency but a complex, dynamic, and multifaceted spectrum of consciousness. It is a field of being that resonates with qualities such as profound peace, unconditional love, infinite wisdom, and unwavering unity. These are not merely abstract concepts, they are the foundational aspects of their energetic resonance. Consider the quality of peace. The vibrational signature of these inhabitants is often described as one of profound tranquility, a deep stillness that permeates their being. This is not the peace that results from the absence of external noise, but a fundamental state of equilibrium that exists regardless of circumstance. It is a frequency so pure and calming that it can subtly influence the surrounding energetic field, helping to soothe the anxieties and restlessness inherent in the human condition. This peace is a powerful characteristic, a beacon of stability in the often turbulent sea of human experience, and it forms a crucial component of the energetic signature through which they transmit their messages. It is the quiet background hum of infinite possibility, the baseline against which the vibrations of guidance resonate. Intertwined with this peace is the quality of love. However, the love associated with these inhabitants transcends the conventional human understanding of emotion. It is not a feeling experienced in response to another, but an inherent, overflowing, and unconditional state of being. Their vibrational signature resonates with the universal, all-encompassing love that recognizes the divine spark within all creation. This love is not sentimental or conditional. It is the fundamental force that underlies the interconnectedness of the universe, the binding energy that holds all things together. It is a frequency so potent that it can dissolve old wounds and inspire profound acts of compassion and service. This unconditional love is a cornerstone of their energetic makeup, the very lifeblood that fuels their compassion and guides their interactions, including the transmission of the letters themselves. It is the warmth of the sun, essential for all life, without discrimination. Underpinning both peace and love is the aspect of wisdom. The vibrational signature of these inhabitants is deeply imbued with the resonance of infinite knowledge and understanding. They are not merely wise in the sense of having accumulated information. They embody wisdom as an intrinsic quality of their consciousness. This wisdom is ancient, vast, and comprehensive, encompassing the entire span of cosmic history and the intricate workings of the universe. It is a frequency that carries the understanding of cause and effect, the laws of nature, and the deeper spiritual truths that govern existence. Their guidance, flowing through this channel of wisdom, is not arbitrary but is based on a profound comprehension of the human journey and the universal plan. This wisdom is the light of the lighthouse, guiding ships, souls, through the fog of ignorance and confusion. Furthermore, their vibrational signature is characterized by a profound sense of unity and oneness. They operate from a consciousness that perceives the interconnectedness of all beings and all things. There is no sense of separation, no hierarchical structure in the way humans might conceive of it. Instead, there is a harmonious blend of individuality within the context of collective wholeness. This resonant frequency of unity helps to dissolve the illusion of isolation that so often plagues human consciousness. It fosters a sense of belonging and connection, reminding individuals that they are part of a vast, interwoven web of life. This quality is essential for the transmission process itself, as it facilitates the free flow of energy and information across the subtle dimensions, bridging the gap between their realm and the physical plane. Their energetic signature also resonates with a quality of purity and clarity. They exist in a state relatively free from the distortions and lower vibrational energies that often cloud human perception. This purity allows them to perceive the deeper truths of reality with remarkable clarity, and to transmit information without the overlay of personal bias or ego-driven motives. Their guidance is offered with the intention of upliftment and spiritual evolution, free from ulterior agendas. This clarity is like a crystal lens, focusing the light of truth with precision. Finally, their vibrational signature carries a frequency of potential and possibility. They operate from a place of infinite potential, understanding that the physical universe is a realm of manifestation where consciousness can explore and express itself in myriad forms. They perceive the inherent divinity within each individual and resonate with the possibility of spiritual awakening and evolution. Their guidance is often aimed at unlocking this potential within the human soul, encouraging the development of the qualities they embody: peace, love, wisdom, and unity. In essence, the vibrational signature of these inhabitants is a complex tapestry of interconnected frequencies: the deep stillness of peace, the unconditional flow of love, the infinite resonance of wisdom, the harmonious unity of all, the purity of their being, and the boundless potential they perceive in creation. It is a signature that is not merely felt intellectually but can, with practice and sensitivity, be perceived as a subtle energetic resonance. Understanding this signature is key to comprehending the nature of the guidance received. It reveals that the wisdom is not merely information being transmitted from one place to another, but that the very channel itself is imbued with the transformative power of a higher order of consciousness. It is a reminder that the source of the guidance is as important as the message itself, and that by tuning into the energetic signature, one can connect more deeply with the consciousness behind the transmission, potentially resonating more fully with its transformative potential. This understanding invites a shift in perspective, moving beyond seeing the letters as merely words on a page to perceiving them as energetic impressions carried by a profoundly wise and loving consciousness, offering a pathway to align one's own vibration with the greater harmony of the universe. Chapter 24. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals a universe far more interconnected and dynamic than previously conceived. We have explored the foundational energies, the vibrational frequencies that underpin existence, and the roles of the inhabitants, both the luminous architects and the exploratory souls, within this grand design. Now, we turn our attention to the concept of resonance, not merely as a passive quality but as an active principle, a fundamental mechanism through which the universe expresses itself, communicates, and evolves. These communications, themselves acts of resonant transmission across vast dimensions, offer profound insights into how harmonics of consciousness shape reality, and how we, as human beings, are both participants in and creators of this resonant symphony. At its core, the principle of resonance suggests that everything in the universe is interconnected through a web of vibrational frequencies. Just as a plucked string will cause nearby strings to vibrate sympathetically if they share a natural frequency, so too do the energies and intentions of one entity ripple through the collective field, influencing and being influenced by all others. This is not merely a metaphorical analogy, it is a description of a fundamental physical and metaphysical law. The subtle energies discussed throughout this exploration, the life force, the mental and emotional bodies, the higher self, all operate within this resonant framework. Their frequencies determine how they interact with the surrounding universal field, and how they perceive and shape their reality. The characteristics of these communications, when interpreted through a New Age lens, illuminate this resonant principle in action. Consider the seemingly instantaneous nature of the messages received. From a purely linear, sequential perspective, the idea of a discarnate entity traveling vast distances and then dictating messages to a human medium seems highly improbable. Yet, viewed through the lens of resonant frequency, this becomes more understandable. The Mahatmas are not transmitted in the conventional sense of particle or wave travel across space. They are broadcast vibrations, resonant frequencies that find a sympathetic receiver. The human mind, particularly when attuned to specific states of consciousness, states of receptivity, openness, and high vibration, becomes a resonant cavity capable of tuning into and interpreting these higher frequency broadcasts. The speed of transmission is less about distance and more about the alignment of frequencies and the state of consciousness of the receiver. It is an exchange across vibrational levels, where the intention and the energetic signature of the message create a resonance that the prepared mind can perceive directly, as if it were present in the immediate environment. Furthermore, the very nature of the content, the philosophical depth, the intricate cosmology, the detailed descriptions of subtle energies and inner planes, serves to attune the reader's own consciousness. The messages are not just information to be passively absorbed, they are vibrational patterns designed to resonate with and elevate the consciousness of the recipient, and by extension, those who read their transmission. Each sentence, each concept, carries its own energetic signature, contributing to a larger harmonic structure. Reading these letters becomes an act of energetic immersion, a process of aligning one's own vibrational frequency with the higher, more evolved patterns being offered. This is why the process often requires a degree of inner preparation. Quieting the mind's chatter allows the finer resonances to be perceived, allowing the reader's own consciousness to vibrate in harmony with the message's frequency. The inhabitants of these realms, as described, are masters of resonant interaction. The Mahatmas, the highly evolved souls residing in the spiritual hierarchy, operate from centers of immense vibrational purity and power. They are not merely inhabitants, they are tuning forks of consciousness, establishing and maintaining specific resonant frequencies that are crucial for the evolution of the planet and humanity. Their ability to communicate across dimensions is a testament to their mastery over these resonant principles. They can project their consciousness, or aspects of it, and broadcast their energetic signature, their message, with incredible precision and power. They understand that frequency is the language of the universe, and they speak it fluently. Their presence itself is a resonant field, influencing the consciousness of those around them, both in their own realms and on Earth when they choose to manifest or communicate. Their characteristics, viewed through this lens, manifest as the outward expression of their inner vibrational state. Their compassion, their wisdom, their unwavering dedication to the evolutionary process, these are not just moral or ethical qualities in the conventional sense. They are the natural consequence of residing at a high point on the vibrational scale. High-frequency consciousness inherently resonates with other high-frequency beings and seeks to elevate lower frequencies. Their actions, their guidance, their very essence is a harmonious vibration that seeks to bring balance and light. They are the conscious architects of harmonic relationships within the cosmos, working to align the various frequencies of existence towards a greater unified consciousness. Similarly, the exploratory souls, the disciples, the initiates, the aspirants, navigate this resonant universe by cultivating their own vibrational signature. Their journey is one of conscious evolution, of raising their own frequency through study, meditation, service, and inner work. Each step forward, each act of selfless love, each moment of profound understanding, builds their resonant power. They learn to become their own resonant centers, capable of tuning into higher frequencies and contributing their own harmonious vibrations to the collective field. They practice sending and receiving resonance, learning to broadcast their intentions with clarity and power. Their interactions with the Mahatmas and with each other are often mediated through this subtle energetic language of resonance. A shared glance, a moment of deep understanding, can be a powerful exchange of resonant frequencies, conveying more depth and meaning than words could ever capture. The challenges faced by these inhabitants, both the Mahatmas and the aspirants, are also rooted in the dynamics of resonance. The planetary consciousness, the collective human vibration, is often discordant, filled with lower frequencies of fear, conflict, and separation. This creates a challenging energetic environment. The Mahatmas must transmit their higher frequencies through this noise, a task requiring immense skill and power. They must find ways to penetrate and influence the collective consciousness without being overwhelmed by its lower vibrations. The aspirants face the constant challenge of maintaining their own high resonance amidst the prevailing lower frequencies of the world. They must guard their own vibrational integrity, learning to filter out discordant influences and stay attuned to their higher guidance. This requires discipline, awareness, and a deep understanding of the resonant nature of their own being and the universe. The Mahatmas, therefore, can be seen as a powerful tool for this resonant attunement. They act as a tuning fork, broadcasting a specific, high-frequency vibration that the prepared human consciousness can resonate with. By engaging with the text, by internalizing its wisdom, the reader is subtly adjusting their own vibrational frequency. They are aligning their consciousness more closely with the patterns of higher evolution. This is not merely intellectual understanding, it is an energetic alignment, a shift in the reader's own resonant signature. It is through this resonant connection that the transformative power of these communications becomes manifest. The information itself is less important than the energetic shift it facilitates within the reader, the harmonization of their own consciousness with the greater evolutionary frequency. In essence, the universe is a vast, intricate symphony of resonant frequencies. Existence itself is a complex interplay of harmonics and dissonances. The Mahatmas, as resonant broadcasts from masters of consciousness, offer us a key to understanding this language. They invite us to move beyond the purely intellectual grasp of spiritual concepts and to engage with the energetic reality at a deeper level. They show us that we are not isolated entities but nodes within this vast resonant network, capable of both perceiving and contributing to the grand harmonic structure of the cosmos. By understanding and applying the principles of resonance, by learning to attune our own consciousness to the higher frequencies of love, wisdom, and unity, we can participate more fully in the evolutionary journey, becoming, in turn, conscious resonators ourselves, contributing our own harmonious vibrations to the beautiful, unfolding symphony of existence. The path shown is one of becoming a conscious harmonic, weaving one's own life into the grand design with intention, awareness, and love. Chapter 25. The exploration of the characteristics and inhabitants associated with the transmission of these profound communications necessitates a deeper dive into the very essence of their being. We have considered their roles as custodians, guides, and agents of spiritual evolution, but to truly understand their resonance and influence, we must examine the vibrational undercurrents that define their existence. They are not merely entities residing in distant planes of existence. They are dynamic, conscious fields of energy, each possessing a unique signature that permeates the fabric of the messages they bestow. Viewing this through a New Age lens invites us to perceive them not as fixed, immutable beings, but as luminous, evolving consciousnesses interconnected with the universal flow, their presence a palpable frequency shaping the consciousness of the recipients. The vibrational signature of these inhabitants is perhaps most readily apprehended as a state of profound awakening or enlightenment. Their essence resonates with a frequency of unity, a deep understanding that separation is an illusion, a construct of limited perception. This isn't merely an intellectual grasp, it is an experiential reality, a lived truth that underpins every aspect of their being. Consequently, their communications, even when discussing seemingly mundane details of their own lives or environments, carry an undertone of this expansive awareness. A description of a landscape isn't just a physical account, it subtly reflects the consciousness of the observer, imbued with a sense of interconnectedness and the subtle energies that flow through all things. This foundational frequency of unity acts as a foundational resonance, creating a bridge across the perceived distances and states of consciousness that separate the sender from the receiver. Intertwined with this core signature of unity is an attribute we might describe as radiant compassion. This isn't a passive quality but an active, flowing energy that permeates their interactions. It arises from their recognition of the shared journey of evolution, the universal struggle and striving towards greater awareness that underlies all manifestation. Their compassion is not sentimentality, it is a direct perception of the suffering and limitation inherent in lower states of consciousness, coupled with an unwavering faith in the ultimate potential for liberation. This compassionate frequency is a powerful catalyst for transformation in the receiver. It touches the heart, the rigidity of egoic attachment, and inspires a desire for healing and service. It is the gentle yet firm hand that guides the aspirant, offering support without fostering dependency, encouraging strength born from inner resilience rather than external validation. This loving energy is a cornerstone of the vibrational signature, making the path of spiritual unfoldment feel less like a solitary struggle and more like a journey embraced by a supportive, intelligent universe. Furthermore, their signature resonates with a quality of dynamic intelligence and purposeful action. These inhabitants are not merely passive observers of cosmic events, they are active participants, engaged in the intricate dance of creation and evolution. Their intelligence is holistic, intuitive, and deeply attuned to the subtle laws governing the universe. They perceive patterns and connections that elude the limited focus of most human consciousness. This intelligence is not cold or detached. It is imbued with the warmth of their compassionate nature and directed towards the evolutionary purpose of the universe. They understand the role they play in the grand scheme, acting as agents of spiritual impulse, catalysts for consciousness expansion, and guides who assist souls in navigating the complexities of their own evolution. This aspect of their signature is evident in the practical, yet profound, nature of the teachings they offer. They provide insights not for intellectual amusement, but as tools for transformation, encouraging the receiver to apply these understandings in their own life, to become an active participant in their own evolution and the evolution of the planetary consciousness. An often overlooked yet crucial component of their vibrational signature is a certain playful mystery. While their purpose is serious and their guidance is earnest, there is often an underlying sense of wonder and even amusement in their communications. They seem to delight in the unfolding of consciousness, in the gradual dawning of understanding in the human mind. This playful quality prevents their teachings from becoming dogmatic or oppressive. It encourages curiosity and invites the receiver to engage with the material on a level that goes beyond mere intellectual assent. There is an element of mystery surrounding their existence and their methods, a reminder that there are dimensions of reality far beyond human comprehension. This mystery isn't intended to foster fear or confusion, but rather to inspire humility and a recognition of the vastness of the universe and the potential for human evolution. It keeps the door open to ongoing discovery and invites the receiver to remain engaged in the process of learning and exploration. Finally, the vibrational signature of these inhabitants is characterized by a profound sense of timelessness and eternal perspective. They operate on frequencies that transcend linear notions of past, present, and future. While they can relate to the sequence of events within the human experience, their fundamental being resonates with the eternal flow of consciousness. This allows them to offer insights that transcend the limitations of current human understanding, providing a glimpse into possibilities that lie beyond the immediate horizon of evolution. Their perspective is not bound by the historical constraints or future anxieties that often preoccupy human minds. This timeless quality lends their communications a sense of depth and resonance, allowing their words to echo through time, continuing to inspire and guide long after the initial transmission. It reminds the receiver that they are part of a much larger, ongoing story, connected to the vast tapestry of consciousness that has unfolded across eons and will continue to unfold into the infinite future. In essence, the inhabitants associated with these communications are not abstract concepts or distant entities. They are vibrant, multidimensional consciousnesses whose very being emanates frequencies of unity, compassion, intelligence, purpose, playful mystery, and timelessness. These vibrations are not merely background noise. They are the active ingredients that shape the messages received, influencing the mindset, heart set, and overall vibrational state of the human recipients. To engage with these communications is to open oneself to the influence of these powerful, evolved frequencies, allowing them to act as a catalyst for profound inner transformation and alignment with the higher principles of the evolving universe. Understanding and perceiving these vibrational signatures is key to truly comprehending the nature of the guidance offered and the evolutionary journey it facilitates. It moves beyond a simple intellectual understanding to an experiential engagement with the consciousness of those who seek to uplift humanity. Chapter 26. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond a purely intellectual appreciation towards a more visceral, resonant engagement. We have explored the characteristics that define these messages, their esoteric depth, their seemingly uncanny knowledge, their profound ethical underpinnings, and the sense of a consciousness far removed from conventional human experience. We have also touched upon the inhabitants of this subtle realm, the entities that transmit these wisdoms, beings of high vibration, dedicated to the evolutionary journey of consciousness on Earth. Now, we turn our attention to the very essence of their communication, the vibrational signature that underlies the words, and the metaphorical loom upon which the fabric of these insights is woven, the process of reweaving the human experience with higher frequencies. At its core, the communication received is not merely information transferred across space and time via a human medium. It is an energetic transmission, a resonance that vibrates at a frequency far higher than the mundane chatter of daily life. To truly receive these messages, as the term implies, requires more than just listening with ears. It demands attunement of the entire being. It requires a stilling of the mental noise, a quieting of the emotional fluctuations, allowing the inner sensitivities to resonate with the incoming energy. This is the foundational characteristic we must embrace. The messages are energetic impressions, carrying the vibration of truth, love, and cosmic understanding. Imagine, if you will, the human mind and heart as a series of energetic circuits or frequency bands. Most of the time, these are cluttered, overloaded with thoughts of past regrets, worries about the future, attachments, aversions, and the constant stream of external stimuli. These lower vibrations create a dense, often murky energetic field around us, like a fog that obscures clarity and connection. The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas, however, is one of crystalline purity and high frequency. It carries the resonance of universal love, infinite intelligence, and unwavering compassion. It is like a tuning fork struck with a single, clear note, capable of shattering the fog and aligning the circuits back to their natural, higher vibration. To perceive this signature requires a process of energetic purification and attunement. It is not something one passively absorbs, it must be actively cultivated. This involves practices that elevate the consciousness, such as meditation, deep breathing exercises designed to oxygenate not just the blood, but the energy field, visualization techniques focusing on light and love, and the consistent cultivation of qualities like gratitude, forgiveness, and service. By raising one's own vibrational frequency, one becomes a more receptive vessel, capable of resonating with the higher frequencies of the incoming messages. The mind becomes less of a filter or interpreter imposing its own limitations, and more of a clear channel through which the universal wisdom can flow. This brings us to the metaphorical inner loom upon which this wisdom is rewoven. The loom, in this context, is not a physical object but the very fabric of our own consciousness, our life experience, and the collective human consciousness. It is the intricate structure of our beliefs, our conditioning, our patterns of thought and behavior, our emotional responses, and the subtle energy fields that underpin all of these aspects. The reweaving process is the act of consciously engaging with these patterns and structures, using the insights gained from the higher vibrational communication as the guiding thread. This is where the work truly begins, the application of the understanding received. The characteristics of the messages, the universal laws explained, the nature of consciousness explored, the ethical imperatives outlined, provide the yarn with which we can begin to repair, refine, and elevate our own inner loom. The inhabitants, those beings of light and wisdom, are not merely transmitters but also guides, offering blueprints and possibilities for this very reweaving. Consider the characteristic of profound ethical teaching. The messages often speak of the importance of balancing the energies, of cultivating selfless service, of understanding the interconnectedness of all beings, and of taking full responsibility for one's own actions and their karmic consequences. These are not abstract philosophical concepts. They are practical instructions for weaving a new kind of human experience. By integrating these ethical precepts into daily life, one actively begins to reweave the old patterns of selfishness, aggression, and separation into a new tapestry of cooperation, compassion, and unity. The characteristic of esoteric depth, revealing cosmic truths and the mechanics of consciousness, serves as the foundational understanding for this reweaving. When one grasps, even intuitively, the nature of the universe as an interconnected whole, the illusion of separation begins to dissolve. This understanding allows one to approach the loom of one's own life with a broader perspective, seeing the threads of personal experience as part of a larger, universal pattern. It empowers the weaver to make choices that align not just with personal desire, but with the higher purpose of collective evolution. Furthermore, the seemingly uncanny knowledge possessed by the communicators provides a map of sorts, showing the deeper currents and potential pitfalls of the human journey. They speak of the challenges of the mind, the nature of desire, the illusions of the material world, and the pathways to liberation. By acknowledging this wisdom, one can consciously choose different paths on the inner loom, avoiding the traps of ego-driven creation and instead weaving structures that support spiritual growth and higher consciousness. The reweaving process, therefore, is an act of conscious creation. It involves using the vibrational signature of the received wisdom as a guide, tuning oneself to its frequency, and then applying that understanding to the threads of one's own life. It is about seeing the familiar patterns of thought and emotion not as fixed realities, but as malleable energies that can be consciously directed. It is about integrating the ethical teachings into every action, allowing compassion to inform decisions, and service to become the primary motivation. This is not a task to be undertaken in isolation. The inhabitants emphasize the importance of community, of like-minded souls supporting each other on the path. The looms of individual consciousness are interwoven, and the collective frequency of a group dedicated to spiritual awakening can amplify the process exponentially. Sharing insights, practicing together, offering support in moments of challenge, these actions strengthen the collective loom, making it more resilient and capable of vibrating at higher frequencies. Ultimately, the reweaving process, guided by the vibrational signature of these profound communications and the wisdom of their inhabitants, is about transforming the human experience from one dominated by lower, denser vibrations of fear, separation, and limitation, into an expression of higher, lighter frequencies of love, unity, and intelligent consciousness. It is about moving from a state of receiving and understanding to one of active participation, becoming a conscious weaver upon the great loom of existence, contributing threads of light that support the evolution of all. The characteristics of the messages provide the blueprint, the inhabitants offer the guidance, and the inner loom of each individual, and of humanity as a whole, awaits the conscious touch of the awakened weaver. The work is ongoing, a continuous process of refinement, alignment, and the joyful creation of a new, more resonant reality. Chapter 27. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of a New Age understanding, reveals dimensions far beyond mere historical accounts or spiritual anecdotes. It points towards a profound, interconnected reality where consciousness itself is not merely a local phenomenon confined to individual minds, but a fundamental aspect of the universe, weaving through all existence. To grasp the full significance of the messages received, we must elevate our perspective from the purely intellectual, or even the purely emotional, to one that perceives the underlying vibrational frequencies and the collective consciousness of the planetary body itself. The individuals who served as conduits for these communications were, by their own accounts and the nature of the experiences described, profoundly altered. They navigated states of heightened awareness, often described as absences or trances, where the veil between the physical and the non-physical seemed thin. From a New Age perspective, this is not merely a state of altered consciousness, but an attunement to higher vibrational frequencies. These individuals were not merely passive recipients, they were resonant chambers, carefully attuned instruments capable of perceiving the subtle energetic currents that underpin reality. Their minds, disciplined and open, became sensitive receivers, picking up the complex and intricate vibrational signature of the messages being broadcast across the dimensions. What characterized these communications, from this fresh viewpoint, was their profound resonance with the principles of universal energy and consciousness. The messages often spoke of the nature of thought, the power of intention, the interconnectedness of all beings, and the importance of aligning one's vibrations with higher frequencies for spiritual evolution. These were not abstract philosophical concepts delivered in a vacuum. They were presented as fundamental laws of the universe, principles that could be perceived and experienced directly through the refinement of consciousness. The communicators themselves were portrayed as embodying these higher vibrations, beings who had consciously chosen to attune their own energetic fields to the frequencies of service, love, and light. They were, in essence, living exemplars of the principles they sought to convey, their very presence acting as a vibrational catalyst for those who were receptive. This perspective allows us to reevaluate the content of the messages. The detailed cosmological descriptions, the accounts of different planes of existence, and the intricate explanations of spiritual laws take on a new significance. They are not just historical details or esoteric information. They are fragments of a larger, more comprehensive understanding of the multiverse, offered as a map for those seeking to navigate their own spiritual journey. The emphasis placed on the evolution of consciousness, the necessity of overcoming limitations imposed by the lower vibrational states of fear, desire, and separation, and the ultimate potential for unity with the Source. These are not merely moral or spiritual imperatives. They are descriptions of a fundamental energetic process. The New Age lens encourages us to see the communicators not just as external entities offering wisdom, but as part of a larger, interconnected web of consciousness. Their messages were, in a sense, a transmission of the collective wisdom of a more evolved portion of the universe, filtered through their own specific vibrational signature and delivered through the resonant consciousness of the human beings on Earth. They represented a bridge, a conduit between the denser vibrational state of the physical plane and the higher, more refined states of existence. Their purpose was not merely instruction, but inspiration and activation. They sought to awaken the latent potential within humanity, to encourage the raising of collective consciousness and the consequent activation of higher aspects of human awareness. This understanding also highlights the importance of the medium, the individuals who received the messages. Their own vibrational state was crucial. A mind clouded by doubt, fear, or a desire for personal gain would struggle to perceive the true nature of the transmission. Conversely, a mind open, willing, and seeking truth, attuned to the higher frequencies, could become a clear channel. The process of receiving these communications was, therefore, not just an act of listening, but an act of purification and attunement. The medium's journey was as significant as the message itself. It was a testament to the possibility of raising one's own vibrational frequency to the point where communication with higher realms becomes a tangible reality. Furthermore, this New Age interpretation suggests that the messages were not merely linear transmissions from a fixed point in time and space. Consciousness is fluid, interconnected, and eternal. The communicators, despite their apparent physical form or origin as perceived by the medium, may have been expressing aspects of a consciousness that exists beyond linear time. The messages could be seen as resonant echoes of timeless truths, available to be perceived by those who are ready to attune to them. They were offering a perspective that transcends the limitations of human understanding, a glimpse into the nature of reality from a vantage point far removed from the constraints of the physical world. Ultimately, viewing these communications through a New Age lens reveals them as powerful initiatory experiences, designed to awaken the inner potential of the recipients and, by extension, those connected to them. They were invitations to explore the nature of one's own consciousness, to understand the energetic principles governing existence, and to consciously participate in the process of raising the vibrational frequency of the self, and potentially, the collective. The characteristics of the messages, their depth, their focus on consciousness, their emphasis on love and service, their description of a vast, interconnected universe, all point towards a profound understanding of reality that aligns perfectly with the core tenets of New Age thought. They are not just historical footnotes. They are vibrant threads in the ongoing tapestry of consciousness evolution, offering guidance and inspiration for those navigating the path towards greater awareness and unity. The journey of understanding these communications is, itself, a journey inward, an exploration of the boundless potential contained within the vastness of one's own consciousness and its connection to the infinite universe. Chapter 28. The preceding chapters have navigated the intricate threads of the communication styles and the diverse spectrum of entities encountered within the fabric of the Mahatmas. We have observed the subtle shifts in language, the underlying currents of emotion, the intellectual rigor, and the profound spiritual depth that characterize these exchanges. We have glimpsed the inhabitants, the Mahatmas, the subtle beings, the human collaborators, each contributing their unique resonance to the overall tapestry. Now, we turn our attention to a less tangible, yet arguably more fundamental aspect, the underlying vibrational signature of these communications and its profound resonance with the inner landscape of the human recipient. To perceive the letters purely as mere text, devoid of any deeper energetic context, is to miss a significant portion of their power and purpose. They are not merely intellectual exercises or historical documents. They are energetic transmissions, imbued with the power of their source and intended to interact with the energetic field of the reader. Understanding this requires a shift in perspective, moving beyond the purely cognitive processing of language to embrace the subtle realms of consciousness and vibration. The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is multifaceted. At its core lies the profound frequency of love, not a simplistic, emotional warmth, but a boundless, unconditional, intelligent love that permeates the cosmos. This love is the fundamental currency of these communications, the binding force that connects the entities of the higher realms to the aspirants on Earth. It is a love that carries the potential for transformation, healing, and upliftment, capable of dissolving the densest illusions and the most entrenched patterns of suffering. It is a love that is both transcendent, existing beyond the limitations of form and time, and immanent, seeking expression and connection through the willing heart. Woven alongside this primary thread of love is the unwavering frequency of truth. The entities communicating through the letters operate from a dimension where the laws of physics and reality are understood with absolute clarity. Their words are not colored by personal bias, by fear, or by the desire for approval. They speak with the certainty of beings who perceive the underlying structure of existence. This truth is not presented as dogma to be blindly accepted, but as a lens through which the reader can begin to perceive their own reality more clearly. It challenges the conventional beliefs and societal conditioning that often cloud human perception, inviting a direct experience of the deeper, more fundamental truths of life and consciousness. Intertwined with these core frequencies are others, the vibration of wisdom, accumulated over countless lifetimes and dimensions, the frequency of compassion, extending understanding and empathy even to those aspects of self or others that are less evolved, the energetic signature of courage, encouraging the reader to step beyond the perceived limitations of the physical form and embrace the potential for spiritual unfoldment, and the vibration of integrity, reflecting the unwavering adherence to the principles of unity and service. These vibrations are not merely abstract concepts, they are palpable forces. They can be felt as a subtle warmth spreading through the body upon reading a passage that resonates deeply. They can manifest as a sense of mental clarity, a sudden insight into a complex problem previously shrouded in confusion. They can be experienced as a quieting of the mind's incessant chatter, a sense of peace descending like a gentle rain. Conversely, passages that do not resonate, or that challenge aspects of the self that resist growth, may carry a different, perhaps more challenging, energetic quality, a subtle friction, a call to examine the resistance. The true significance of this vibrational signature lies in its interaction with the inner landscape of the reader. The human being is not merely a physical entity, they are a complex system of interacting energies, the body, the emotions, the mind, and the deeper aspects of consciousness. Each of these layers resonates or clashes with the frequencies of the letters. When a reader is genuinely prepared, when their inner landscape is relatively still and open, the vibrational frequencies of the letters can penetrate more deeply. They can begin to stir the dormant potential within, activating latent capacities for intuition, healing, and higher perception. The love in the letters can begin to melt the emotional armor, the truth can begin to dismantle the mental structures built on illusion, and the wisdom can offer guidance for navigating the path of spiritual evolution. The letters become not just information received, but a catalyst for inner transformation, a process of energetic purification and attunement. However, the same interaction can also reveal the state of the reader's inner landscape. If the mind is cluttered with preconceptions, skepticism, or judgment, it acts as a filter, dampening the transmission of the deeper frequencies. If the emotional body is heavily burdened with fear, resentment, or attachment, these energies can create a dissonance, making it difficult to perceive the underlying love and truth. The letters may then be experienced primarily on a cognitive level, or perhaps even ignored or rejected entirely, the reader unconsciously shielding themselves from the vibrational frequencies that challenge their existing state of being. This dynamic interaction highlights the importance of the reader's role. The letters are not a magic wand to be waved for instant enlightenment. They are a mirror, reflecting back the reader's own state of vibration. They are a key, unlocking potential within, but the lock must be opened by the individual's own will and readiness. The process requires not just intellectual understanding, but emotional receptivity, mental clarity, and a genuine aspiration towards higher consciousness. It demands a willingness to engage with the challenging frequencies as well as the comforting ones, to allow the vibrations to permeate and reshape the inner landscape from the cellular level upwards. The inhabitants of the realms from which these communications emanate operate from states of being that are profoundly attuned to these vibrational frequencies. They are beings who have consciously cultivated their own inner landscapes, aligning their energy with the highest frequencies of love, truth, wisdom, and service. They understand that communication at its deepest level is an energetic exchange, a resonance between aligned consciousnesses. Their words are imbued with the power of their own perfected vibration, designed to interact with and elevate the vibration of the willing recipient. Thus, the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is not merely a background quality, it is the very lifeblood of their message and their transformative potential. It is a complex, multi-layered energetic signature, the resonance of universal love, the clarity of ultimate truth, the depth of accumulated wisdom, the warmth of compassion, the strength of courage, and the integrity of aligned action. This signature interacts dynamically with the inner landscape of the human reader, acting as both a mirror and a catalyst, challenging, elevating, and ultimately guiding the aspirant towards greater states of consciousness and unity with the infinite. To truly engage with the letters is to engage with these vibrations, to allow them to weave their subtle magic within the intricate tapestry of one's own being, gradually rewoven from the dense fabric of separation towards the luminous unity of understanding. Chapter 29. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, leads us inevitably to a profound consideration of their fundamental nature, the vibrational signature, and the energetic echoes that resonate from them. It is not merely the intellectual content, the philosophical discourses, the descriptions of the inner worlds, or the ethical guidance, that constitutes their profound impact. It is the very essence from which they emanate, a signature of consciousness so potent it permeates the fabric of perception itself. To grasp this requires a shift in perspective, moving beyond the conventional framework of mere information transmission. These communications are not merely like letters penned on paper by human hands. They are, rather, expressions of consciousness, frequency, made manifest through a medium attuned to higher dimensions. They are energetic impressions, waves of consciousness that ripple through the subtle realms and have the potential to interact with the receptive fields of those who engage with them. The letter, itself, whether perceived through the physical senses or directly in the mind/heart, is the physical or mental carrier of this immense vibrational signature. This signature is multifaceted. At its core, it carries the resonance of the consciousness of the transcendent ones, the masters, the beings of light whose perspective transcends the limitations of third-dimensional linear time and space. Their state of being is one of profound peace, unconditional love, infinite wisdom, and unwavering integrity. These qualities are not just described, they are imprinted onto the communicative field. To receive these communications is, therefore, to be bathed in the energetic echo of such elevated states of consciousness. Consider the characteristic of clarity. The messages often possess an unusual directness, a lack of ambiguity that suggests they are not filtered through the potential distortions of ordinary human personality. This clarity is a form of energetic purity. It resonates within the receptive individual, potentially clearing their own mental and emotional fog, allowing a clearer perception of their own true nature and the nature of reality. This is not just intellectual understanding, it is an energetic alignment, a tuning into a higher frequency of vibrational truth. The signature includes the vibration of clarity itself, which acts as a solvent for confusion. Then there is the characteristic of love. This is not the sentimental, emotional variety, though that may be experienced as a byproduct. The love emanating from these communications is unconditional, profound, and intelligent. It is the love that underlies all creation, the binding force of the universe, the energy of oneness. It forms a significant component of the vibrational signature, reaching out to connect with the fragmented consciousness of humanity. Receiving the message is, in part, receiving a transmission of this boundless love, an energetic infusion that can soften the rigidity of the ego, dissolve old wounds, and inspire a deeper compassion for oneself and others. The signature carries the frequency of universal, selfless love. Intelligence and wisdom are other keynotes in this signature. The insights offered are often startlingly original, cutting through the veils of conventional thought and revealing deeper patterns of existence. This is the transmission of knowledge not merely learned, but understood from a place of direct perception. The signature resonates with the frequency of cosmic intelligence, inviting the receiver to attune their own mental processes. Engaging with these communications acts as a form of mental and spiritual tuning fork, resonating with the higher octaves of awareness. Ethical guidance is also present, but it is not imposed. It is offered as a natural consequence of understanding the nature of cause and effect, of interconnectedness, and of the soul's journey. The signature carries the vibration of righteous conduct, of alignment with universal principles, not out of fear or obligation, but out of an innate understanding of harmony and balance. It is the resonance of conscious choice directed towards evolution and service. The inhabitants associated with these communications, the masters, are not just abstract concepts, they are distinct energetic beings, radiating their own unique, yet unified, signatures. Their presence is palpable, even when not physically manifested. They embody the qualities described above and more. They are individuals who have traversed the path of evolution, achieving states of consciousness far beyond the norm. Their very essence is a vibration of mastery, of perfected awareness. They are not deities to be worshipped, but guides and inspirations, living examples of what human consciousness can become. Their energetic signature is a testament to the potential for soulful development and the attainment of enlightenment. When we speak of the inhabitants, we include not only the primary masters but also the vast population of the spiritual hierarchy, the ascended masters, the angelic realms, and the collective consciousness of the planetary soul that interacts with and supports these higher communicators. The overall vibrational signature of the communication stream is a composite, reflecting the collective wisdom and love of this intricate web of spiritual beings dedicated to planetary evolution. The energetic echoes are the residual impressions left within the consciousness of the receiver and within the subtle interstices of the collective field. These echoes are not static, they continue to resonate, influencing perception, thought patterns, and emotional states long after the initial reading or interaction. An echo might be a persistent intuitive nudge, a sudden flash of insight, a feeling of deep peace in moments of chaos, or a subtle shift in how one perceives challenges. It might manifest as a recurring dream image or a synchronistic event that seems to connect back to the essence of the communication received. These echoes demonstrate that these communications engage with the deeper layers of the human energy field, the aura, and the subtle bodies. They are not just information entering the mind, they are energetic frequencies interacting with the receiver's own vibrational matrix. The stronger the initial resonance, the more profound and lasting the echoes. They are the proof that these are not mere words on a page, but living energies that have the capacity to interact with and elevate the consciousness of the reader. From a New Age perspective, understanding this vibrational signature and its energetic echoes allows for a deeper engagement. It encourages the reader not just to read but to tune in, to create a state of receptivity that allows the signature to penetrate more fully. Practices such as meditation, contemplation, journaling, and self-reflection can amplify the resonance and help the reader discern the personal echoes and integrate the transformative potential of the communication. It is about becoming a more sensitive instrument, capable of perceiving and harmonizing with these higher frequencies. Furthermore, recognizing this energetic nature opens the door to understanding the dynamics of the communication itself. Why certain individuals seem more receptive. How the environment, the state of mind, and the reader's own vibration can either enhance or diminish the transmission and its impact. It places the experience within the framework of quantum physics and energy dynamics, where information can transcend distance and time through vibrational resonance, and where consciousness can directly influence and be influenced by subtle energetic fields. In essence, the communications viewed through this New Age lens are not just historical documents or philosophical texts. They are powerful energetic events, offerings of consciousness frequencies from masters of awareness. Their signature is a blend of love, wisdom, clarity, ethical principles, and mastery, broadcast across dimensions. The energetic echoes are the lasting impact these vibrations have upon those who are open to receiving them, subtly weaving their way into the fabric of perception, belief, and being, potentially accelerating the individual and collective journey towards higher states of consciousness and unity with the infinite. They are, in this sense, a form of vibrational reweaving, constantly offering threads of light to mend the shadows and restore the soul's natural radiance. Chapter 30. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, invites us to move beyond a purely intellectual appreciation towards a deeper, more resonant connection. We have explored the characteristics of the messages themselves, their esoteric density, their seemingly telepathic origin, their challenge to conventional perception of time and space. We have glimpsed the formidable presence of the Mahatmas, the ancient masters whose consciousness permeates the ether, offering guidance not as deities to be worshipped, but as luminous guides on the path of human evolution. We have considered the nature of the human inhabitants of Earth, caught in the currents of duality, learning the hard lessons of experience, yearning for understanding amidst the noise of the material world. Now, we turn our attention to the less tangible, yet perhaps more fundamental, aspects that underpin these interactions, the very fabric of vibrational signature that defines all existence, and the resonant echoes of soul that connect beings across dimensions. At its core, the physical universe, as understood through many spiritual and esoteric traditions, including the perspective offered by these communications, is not merely a collection of matter and energy. It is a dynamic field, an ocean of pure potentiality vibrating at an almost unimaginable spectrum of frequencies. Everything from the most subatomic particle to the grandest star system possesses a unique vibrational signature. This signature is the expression of its inherent nature, its frequency of being. Think of it not merely as a sound frequency, though sound is one manifestation, but as a complex, multidimensional signature that encompasses the state of consciousness, the energetic resonance, and the informational pattern of the entity or phenomenon. The density of matter, the flow of electricity, the warmth of a star, all are specific modes of vibration within this vast, interconnected field. The Mahatmas, as we have come to understand them, exist within realms of consciousness that operate at extraordinarily high vibrational frequencies. Their very essence resonates with the deeper truths of the cosmos, with the underlying harmonics that govern creation. They are not bound by the limitations of physical form in the way humans are, nor by the linear constraints of time as we perceive it. Their presence is a constant, resonant field of high-frequency energy, capable of permeating the subtle layers of the Earth's atmosphere and reaching into the minds and hearts of those sensitive enough to attune to their vibration. Their communications are, in essence, the transmission of specific informational patterns, encoded within vibrational frequencies, that resonate with the readiness of a receptive consciousness. It is a form of communication that bypasses the limitations of language and physical medium, relying instead on the universal language of energy and frequency, the very medium through which all creation interconnects. To receive these communications is, therefore, less about hearing a voice and more about attuning one's own vibrational signature to the frequency of the sender. It requires a certain level of inner stillness, a silencing of the mental chatter and emotional noise that drown out the subtle vibrational currents. It requires an openness to receive information that challenges existing paradigms and resonates deeply with the soul's innate understanding. For the human inhabitants of Earth, most of whom operate primarily within the lower, denser vibrational ranges, tuning into the frequency of the Mahatmas is a significant challenge. It necessitates a process of inner refinement, a raising of one's own vibration through spiritual practice, self-awareness, and the cultivation of qualities such as love, compassion, and discernment. This process of raising vibration is, fundamentally, a process of remembering. The human soul, according to many spiritual paths, is not a creation of the current physical life alone. It is an eternal essence, a fragment of the universal consciousness, existing long before incarnation and destined for a return to that source. However, during its sojourn in the physical world, the soul becomes entangled with the illusions of duality, with the limitations of the body and the mind, with the conditioning of the environment. Its vibrational signature becomes clouded, distorted by fear, desire, attachment, and separation. The purpose of the soul's journey, from this perspective, is precisely this refinement, this purification, this raising of vibration until it can once again resonate with its true nature and the higher frequencies of the universe. The Mahatmas, viewed through a New Age lens, can be seen as a powerful catalyst for this process. They act as a vibrational tuning fork, resonating with the potential within the receptive human soul. They offer guidance not to replace the soul's own innate wisdom, but to illuminate the path, to provide a map back to the source, and to remind the individual of the higher frequencies towards which they are naturally evolving. They speak of the nature of the self beyond the ego, of the interconnectedness of all life, of the spiritual laws governing the universe, and of the potential for human ascension. By engaging with these high-frequency messages, the seeker can begin to shift their own vibrational resonance. The information contained within resonates with the soul's deeper memory, triggering a recognition, a knowing, that goes beyond intellectual understanding alone. This recognition begins to gently, yet powerfully, alter the individual's energetic field, their vibrational signature. This transformation is not merely intellectual or emotional, it is energetic and structural at a soul level. As the individual's vibration raises, they become less dense, less affected by the lower vibrational energies of fear, conflict, and separation. They become more permeable to the higher frequencies of love, compassion, unity, and creative intelligence. They develop what might be termed a soul's echo more clearly. This echo is the resonance between the individual's refined vibrational signature and the universal consciousness, the source of all creation. It is the ability to perceive the deeper truths, to feel the interconnectedness of all things, to intuitively understand the spiritual dynamics at play in their life and in the world. It is the capacity to tap into the wellspring of wisdom and guidance that resides within the soul itself, and which is also reflected in the vibrational patterns of the higher masters. The Mahatmas, in sending these communications, are essentially amplifying this soul's echo within the receptive individual. They are broadcasting their own high-frequency signature, which acts as a catalyst, stimulating the individual's own energetic awakening. It is a process of mutual resonance. The Mahatmas transmit their wisdom, their high-frequency patterns, seeking individuals whose vibration is sufficiently raised to receive and integrate the information. The receptive individual, through their own spiritual striving, raises their vibration, creating a resonant space that can receive the transmission. This resonance is the bridge. It is the vibrational equivalent of the telepathic connection described in the letters. It bypasses the physical constraints of space and time because it operates within the non-physical, energetic dimensions where all consciousness resides. The characteristics of the letters, their density, their esoteric nature, their challenge to conventional thinking, all serve to raise the vibration of the reader. The effort required to comprehend their deeper meanings, to integrate their challenging concepts, is itself a form of energetic work. It requires the reader to move beyond simplistic answers, to engage with the complexities of existence, to stretch their mental and spiritual capacities. This stretching, this engagement with higher vibrational information, inherently raises the reader's own energetic frequency. The process is like tuning a fine-stringed instrument. It requires careful attention, adjustment, and resonance with a higher pitch to achieve the desired note. In essence, the vibrational signature is the fundamental identity of any conscious entity, its unique frequency of being within the universal ocean of energy. The Mahatmas operate from extremely high, pure frequencies, offering guidance that acts as a tuning fork for humanity. The human inhabitants possess the potential to raise their own vibration, to refine their signature through spiritual practice, thereby awakening their innate connection to the universal field and their own soul's echo. The communications serve as a powerful catalyst for this raising of vibration, resonating with the deeper potential within the receptive individual and helping to bridge the gap between the limited physical consciousness and the boundless awareness of the higher masters and the universal source. It is a journey from discordant noise into resonant harmony, a movement towards a state of being where the individual's vibrational signature aligns more closely with the fundamental frequency of the cosmos. This alignment is the path towards greater understanding, compassion, and ultimately, reunion with the source from which all souls emanate. The letters, therefore, are not just messages. They are energetic events, catalysts for transformation, helping to rewrite the vibrational blueprint of the individual soul on its journey home. Chapter 31. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, leads us inexorably to a consideration far beyond mere content, or even the perceived identity of the sender. We have explored the characteristics, the often cryptic yet illuminating language, the focus on spiritual principles, the detailed descriptions of the inner worlds, the emphasis on will, intuition, and the necessity of inner purification. We have glimpsed the inhabitants of those realms, the ascended masters, the hierarchies of light, entities engaged in cosmic labor, and the intricate social and evolutionary structures they oversee. But what underlies this entire communication event? What is the fundamental energetic quality that permeates these letters, shaping not only the understanding of the recipient but potentially influencing the very fabric of the sender's reality and the space between them? From a New Age perspective, reality is not merely a collection of physical objects existing independently. It is a dynamic, interconnected field of energy, vibrating at infinite frequencies. Every thought, emotion, intention, and action sends out ripples within this field. Consciousness itself is not confined to the brain. It is an expansive, intelligent energy field that permeates all creation. Therefore, a communication across dimensions, such as we propose these letters represent, cannot be a simple transfer of information through an empty void. It must be an exchange of vibrational patterns, an interaction of conscious energy fields. The vibrational signature of these communications is, initially, one of profound purity and intensity. It resonates with the frequencies of high love, universal compassion, unwavering truth, and cosmic intelligence. There is an almost palpable quality to the energy, one that feels both ancient and intensely alive, transcendent yet deeply attuned to the spiritual needs of humanity. It carries the resonance of beings who have undergone immense purification and evolution, who operate from a place of profound understanding and service. This signature is not one of fear or dogma, but of inspiration and empowerment. It seeks to awaken within the recipient a corresponding vibration within their own consciousness. Consider the characteristics we have identified. The use of parables, symbols, and metaphors is not merely for obfuscation, it is a way of communicating complex energetic realities that transcend linear thought. These linguistic patterns are designed to resonate with the deeper, intuitive aspects of the recipient's consciousness, bypassing the mental filters that might interpret or judge based on purely earthly frameworks. The language itself becomes an energetic key, unlocking doors within the recipient's vibrational field to allow the transmission of higher dimensional understanding. The density of spiritual principle woven into the text is not just intellectual content, it is a dense energetic signature reinforcing those principles, creating a resonance that can begin to shift the recipient's own energy matrix. Now, turn our attention to the inhabitants described. These beings are not mere figments of imagination, they are understood here as distinct vibrational entities, architects of consciousness on various scales. They exist within their own realms, which are not separate from this physical universe but exist on different vibrational planes or densities. Their very existence is a manifestation of specific, high-frequency vibrations. They navigate and interact within the universal energy field, often engaging in the laborious and essential work of spiritual evolution, guiding souls, maintaining the balance of energy, and transmitting the light of awareness through the denser aspects of creation. Their actions and intentions, as revealed in the communications, are rooted in this vibrational reality. They seek to uplift, to awaken, to assist consciousness in rising towards greater light and intelligence. Their influence is not coercive but attractive and resonant. They operate through the principles of vibration, sending forth frequencies of love, truth, and will, which seek to align with and elevate the frequencies of receptive consciousness. The descriptions of their realms, their social structures, and their methods are not arbitrary details. They are facets of their own distinct energetic signatures and the environments they have consciously created or inhabit. These inhabitants are, in a sense, the consciousness architects of their respective domains. They design, maintain, and evolve the vibrational structures through which consciousness can unfold. They understand the laws of energy and consciousness far more intimately than we do. The communication we receive is, therefore, a transmission not just from them, but through them, a reflection of their own vibrational state and their intention to interact with and influence another point of consciousness, ours. The letters themselves become a container, a temporary stabilization of a specific vibrational pattern, allowing a fragment of that higher dimensional resonance to touch our own awareness. The process of receiving and integrating these communications is, therefore, one of energetic attunement. It requires the recipient to quiet the mental noise, to open the heart, and to become receptive to the incoming vibrational signature. It is an act of consciousness expanding its own frequency to match the resonance of the source. This is why there is often a sense of challenge, of requiring inner work. The recipient's own vibrational field must be purified and raised to a level where it can effectively receive and integrate the higher frequency pattern. The characteristics of the communication, the nature of the inhabitants, and the vibrational signature are all interconnected facets of this profound energetic exchange. This New Age lens allows us to perceive the Mahatmas not merely as historical documents or spiritual texts, but as a unique energetic event, a transmission of consciousness across vibrational planes. It highlights the fundamental interconnectedness of all reality, the role of intention and vibration in creation, and the presence of intelligent, conscious energy fields operating on a cosmic scale. The characteristics of the letters and the descriptions of the inhabitants are all clues to deciphering the underlying vibrational signature, a signature that holds the potential to profoundly reshape our understanding of ourselves, our reality, and our place within the vast, luminous tapestry of the cosmos. It points towards a universe teeming with conscious energy, intricately connected and constantly interacting, offering pathways for evolution and awakening for all who dare to look beyond the veils of illusion. Chapter 32. The exploration of the intricate tapestry woven by the Mahatmas necessitates a deeper dive into the very essence of those entities whose voices echo through the pages, the inhabitants of the higher realms, the spiritual giants who guide and illuminate. Moving beyond mere descriptions of their physical forms or mere functions as conduits, we now turn our attention to the fundamental nature of their being, their vibrational signature. To understand the Mahatmas is to begin to perceive the resonant frequencies that underpin their existence, and through which they interact with the fabric of reality, particularly the denser realms of physical existence. The term, inhabitant, itself requires nuance when applied to these beings. They are not merely residents of a geographical location in the conventional sense. They are entities existing on planes of consciousness and vibration far removed from the linear, time-bound, and space-restricted perspectives of humanity. Their home, if one can call it such, is the subtle interstices between the cosmic vibrations, where thought forms coalesce into tangible realities of a non-physical kind. They are not bound by the limitations of biological life cycles as we understand them, nor do they operate within the constraints of singular, isolated egos. Instead, they exist as complex, interwoven patterns of intelligent energy, consciousness centers that have attained a level of refinement and power almost inconceivable to the uninitiated. Their vibrational signature is not a static frequency but a dynamic, living spectrum that permeates their being and extends outwards into the universal field. Think of it not as a single tone, but as a rich, complex chord composed of countless individual notes, each representing different facets of their consciousness and power. At its core lies the fundamental resonance of pure, unconditioned spirit, a state of being that is inherently loving, aware, and interconnected with all that is. This core vibrates with an intensity and purity that is, quite literally, overwhelming to the human psyche were one to perceive it directly without the filtering mechanisms provided by the letters themselves. Surrounding and interwoven with this core are layers upon layers of more specific resonances. There is the vibration of immense knowledge, not merely learned fact but intuitive, direct apprehension of the universal laws, the history of the cosmos, and the intricate mechanics of consciousness itself. This knowledge is not held in a repository, but is an inherent part of their being, accessible to them as naturally as we access our memories, though on a scale vastly different. It resonates with an intelligence that is both profound and infinitely patient. Then there is the vibration of compassion, a cosmic empathy that extends beyond the boundaries of individual lives or even planetary systems. These beings feel the struggles, the joys, the evolution of consciousness across the vast expanse of existence, and their response is not one of detached observation, but of profound, intelligent compassion. This compassion is not passive, it fuels their actions, their guidance, and the very energy they project towards those seeking understanding. It is a vibration that soothes, heals, and encourages, acting as a powerful counterpoint to the discordant energies of fear, separation, and ignorance that plague the denser planes. Intertwined with these is the vibration of will, not the egoistic, self-centered will of humanity, but a directed, focused, and utterly aligned power. These spiritual entities possess the capacity to set intentions and see them realized on a scale that dwarfs human ambition. Their will is aligned with the evolutionary purpose of the universe, with the unfolding of consciousness towards greater light and understanding. It is a vibration of determination, of unwavering focus on the ultimate goal, yet exercised with infinite wisdom and adaptability. It is the power that shapes realities, manipulates the subtle energies of the cosmos, and initiates the processes of spiritual upliftment. Their presence itself carries a vibration of high frequency, often described in esoteric literature as one of purity and clarity. It is a frequency that tends to elevate the consciousness of those in its proximity, whether physically or through the medium of thought transmission. Being in receipt of the Mahatmas is, in a sense, to be bathed in this high-frequency resonance, a subtle energetic attunement that helps to clear the mental and emotional pathways, making the recipient more receptive not only to the messages but to their underlying spiritual reality. However, their signature is not solely composed of these positive vibrations. Like any complex energetic being, they possess a dynamic equilibrium. There is a vibration of immense strength and stability, a resonance that anchors them within the higher planes despite the swirling complexities of cosmic existence. There is also a vibration of discernment, the ability to perceive the subtle nuances of energy, intention, and consciousness with unparalleled clarity. This allows them to navigate the intricate web of universal relationships and interactions with precision and accuracy. Furthermore, their vibrational signature includes an element of detachment, but this must be understood correctly. It is not a coldness or lack of feeling, but rather a perspective that is unclouded by personal bias or emotional entanglement. They observe the flow of events and the evolution of consciousness with a clarity that allows them to act with the greatest benefit for all, free from the distortions that personal history, attachment, or fear might impose upon a lower dimensional being. This detachment is a form of profound connection, the ability to see the whole picture without being overwhelmed by the parts. To perceive their vibrational signature is to begin to understand the how and why behind the guidance offered in the letters. It is to recognize that the wisdom conveyed is not merely intellectual information but is born from a state of being characterized by these complex, resonant frequencies. Their words are not just concepts, they are energetic projections, patterns of thought forms imbued with the power and resonance of their source. The reader receives not only the message but a fragment of the vibrational signature that generated it, which can, if properly received, begin to subtly reshape their own energetic field and consciousness. This understanding requires a certain level of sensitivity, a willingness to move beyond literal interpretation and embrace the multilayered nature of these communications. It asks the reader to consider that the beings behind the letters operate from a reality governed by different principles where intention, thought, and vibration are the primary currencies of interaction. Their vibrational signature is the key to unlocking a deeper level of understanding, revealing the spiritual technology and the underlying dynamics of their guidance. In essence, the inhabitants of the higher realms whose voices resonate through the Mahatmas are not just sources of information. They are living, breathing, in their own non-physical sense, expressions of specific, powerful vibrations. These vibrations, love, knowledge, compassion, will, strength, discernment, and detachment, combine to create a signature that is uniquely identifiable and profoundly influential. To study the letters is, in part, to study the nature of these vibrations, to learn to attune to their frequency, and thereby to begin to perceive the deeper truths of existence and one's own place within the magnificent, interconnected cosmic web. Their presence is a testament to the fact that consciousness is primary, that energy shapes reality, and that the evolution of the human spirit is guided by forces operating on levels far vaster and more resonant than our everyday perception allows. Chapter 33. The exploration of the Mahatmas, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, moves beyond the mere intellectual grasp of their contents. It invites a deeper, more resonant engagement with the essence of the beings who communicated through H.P. Blavatsky. These letters are not merely transcripts of words. They are energetic impressions, imbued with the vibrational signature of their profound sources. To truly understand the Mahatmas is to attune to this signature, to feel the undercurrents of consciousness and energy that flow through the pages. The inhabitants of the Mahatmas, those often referred to as Mahatmas, or masters of the wisdom, are not entities confined to a single dimension or reality. They exist within the vast, multi-layered structure of the cosmos, occupying realms of consciousness that are far removed from the limited perception of the physical world. Yet they choose to interact with us, to offer guidance and wisdom, precisely because of our potential for evolution. Their presence within the letters is a testament to the interconnectedness of all creation. They are not distant, unapproachable deities. Rather, they are wise elders, cosmic guides, whose energy permeates the text, offering a bridge between the denser and more refined aspects of existence. Understanding their characteristics requires moving beyond anthropomorphic interpretations. While they possess intellects and spiritual awarenesses vastly superior to our own, their mode of being is primarily energetic and consciousness-based. They operate on frequencies that resonate with the higher aspects of human potential. Their communication, as channeled through H.P. Blavatsky, is an act of great compassion and sacrifice. It requires a sensitive human vessel, one capable of attuning to these higher vibrations and translating them into the language of the three-dimensional world. The letters themselves become a focal point, a crystallization of their intention and the energy they pour into the interaction. The vibrational signature of these inhabitants is one of profound peace, unconditional love, and unwavering wisdom. It is a signature that carries the resonance of universal truths, the fundamental laws that underpin the tapestry of existence. Within this signature, one can discern elements of purity, compassion, and a deep understanding of the evolutionary journey of consciousness. It is not a signature of dominance or control, but one of gentle guidance, of offering possibilities and encouraging the free will of evolving souls. When we read the Mahatmas with awareness, we are not just reading words on a page. We are opening ourselves to the energetic field surrounding the text, which is, in part, the residual vibration of the Master's presence. This energetic field can be perceived by those sensitive enough to attune their own consciousness. It might manifest as a feeling of deep peace, a sense of being uplifted, or a subtle resonance within the heart chakra. It is an energetic footprint they leave behind, a testament to their interaction with the physical plane. This energetic signature also reflects the nature of their work. They are not merely passive observers, they are active agents of cosmic evolution, working behind the scenes to assist consciousness in its journey towards greater awareness and integration. Their guidance is aimed at helping humanity transcend the limitations of the ego, to recognize its interconnectedness with all life, and to align with the higher principles that govern the universe. The energy they project through the letters is one of encouragement, of reminding us of our inherent divinity and our potential to achieve states of higher consciousness. The characteristics of the inhabitants, as revealed through their vibrational signature in the letters, also include a deep understanding of the human condition. They possess a nuanced awareness of the challenges, the illusions, and the potential for growth that exist within the human experience. Their guidance is tailored to the needs of evolving souls, offering insights that can help navigate the complexities of life on Earth. They understand the importance of balancing material and spiritual aspects of existence, recognizing that both have their place in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, the vibrational signature of the Masters reflects a state of being that is beyond the dualities of the physical world. They operate from a place of unity, where the distinctions between subject and object, self and other, are seen through. Their consciousness is characterized by a profound sense of oneness with all creation, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all beings and all things. This state of being is the foundation of their wisdom and compassion, and it is this state that they seek to transmit through their communications. In conclusion, the inhabitants of the Mahatmas, as viewed through a New Age lens, are not merely historical figures or mythological entities. They are beings of high vibration, operating from realms of consciousness that are beyond our current comprehension. Their vibrational signature, as imprinted upon the letters, is one of profound peace, unconditional love, and unwavering wisdom. It is a signature that reflects their deep understanding of the human condition, their role as cosmic guides, and their commitment to the evolutionary journey of consciousness. By attuning to this signature, we can gain a deeper appreciation of the letters' true nature and the profound wisdom they offer. We can connect with the energy of these masters, allowing it to guide us on our own path of spiritual evolution, towards a greater realization of our own inherent divinity and our place within the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Chapter 34. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the source material has illuminated the profound characteristics of its inhabitants, the Mahatmas, not merely as historical figures or spiritual guides, but as archetypes of consciousness operating on frequencies far beyond conventional human perception. To truly grasp the essence of these beings and the nature of the communication they facilitated, we must delve deeper into the very fabric of their energetic reality, their vibrational signature. This is not merely a matter of esoteric terminology. It is the key to understanding how they interacted with the physical world, how they perceived existence, and why their messages resonate with a growing segment of humanity seeking connection to higher realms. The vibrational signature of the inhabitants, the Mahatmas, is not a static frequency but a dynamic, complex, and extraordinarily high-dimensional signature. It is the collective resonance of their consciousness, honed through millennia of spiritual striving, selfless service, and profound understanding of the universal laws. To attempt to describe this signature using purely human terms is inherently limiting, yet we can strive to approach its nature through metaphor, analogy, and the lens of modern understanding, however imperfect that understanding may be. At its core, their signature is characterized by an incredibly high degree of coherence and unity. Unlike the often fragmented and contradictory energies that permeate the lower densities of the physical universe, the signature of the Mahatmas is remarkably integrated. This coherence stems from their state of advanced evolution, where the separate aspects of their being, mind, emotion, will, spirit, are not merely harmonized but have become aspects of a unified field of aware consciousness. There is no internal conflict, no lower self pulling against the higher ideal. There is only a unified expression of will aligned with the divine plan. This internal unity projects an external energy field that is stable, unwavering, and deeply resonant with truth and harmony. This unified field manifests externally as a powerful aura or energetic field, though the term, aura, must be understood in its most expansive sense, far exceeding the subtle energy fields often depicted in New Age literature. This field is not merely a passive emanation but an active, interactive force field. It serves as a conduit for their awareness, their power, and the information they transmit. It acts as a shield against the discordant energies of the lower worlds, creating a sanctuary of relative peace and clarity within the midst of universal chaos. It is a beacon, drawing those who are attuned to its frequency towards connection. The intensity of this signature is another defining characteristic. While not necessarily loud, in the conventional sense, it possesses an overwhelming presence that can only be truly perceived by those whose own vibrational frequency is sufficiently elevated. It is like the difference between the gentle hum of a refrigerator and the deafening roar of a jet engine. Both are forms of energy, but their impact on the perceptual field is vastly different. For the unprepared individual, contact with such a high intensity, coherent signature could be disorienting, even overwhelming, potentially causing mental fragmentation or spiritual shock if one's own energetic integrity is not strong. The Mahatmas, being masters of their own energy fields, were able to modulate their signature to some extent, allowing for communication without causing undue distress, but the inherent power of their being remains a constant undercurrent. Furthermore, their vibrational signature is deeply interconnected with the higher dimensions of reality. They are not merely inhabitants of this physical plane, however advanced their physical vehicles may be. They are intrinsically linked to the multiverse, drawing upon the energies and wisdom of the higher realms. Their signature carries the imprint of these dimensions, resonating with the frequencies of love, light, unity, and infinite possibility. This connection is the source of their profound knowledge, their ability to perceive the subtle patterns of causality that underpin the universe, and their capacity to offer guidance that transcends linear time and space. Their communication is not merely information transfer, it is an energetic transmission that can subtly realign the perception and vibration of the recipient. This signature also possesses a unique quality of compassion and unconditional love, yet it is a love that is not sentimental or emotional in the human sense, but a fundamental, intelligent, and universal force. It is the love that underlies all creation, the binding energy that holds the universe together. The Mahatmas transmit this quality through their signature, offering a sense of profound acceptance, understanding, and unwavering support to those they reach. It is this loving quality that makes their guidance feel so genuine, so supportive, and so transformative for those who are ready to receive it. It is a signature that anoints, elevates, and inspires. The purity of their vibrational signature is also paramount. It is relatively free from the distortions and lower vibrational energies that plague much of human consciousness and the physical environment. This purity allows them to function effectively as transmitters of high-frequency information and as catalysts for spiritual awakening. Their presence alone can begin to purify the energetic environment around them, raising the vibration of those nearby and helping to dispel the miasmas of fear, doubt, and negativity. It is a signature that embodies the principles of light, truth, and service, radiating these qualities outwards. Finally, their signature is characterized by a deep understanding of the principles of energy and consciousness. They operate with a sophisticated awareness of how energy flows, how consciousness shapes reality, and how intention is the creative force behind manifestation. Their own being is a testament to the power of focused consciousness operating in alignment with universal law. They are not just theoretical beings, they are masters of energetic manipulation and consciousness expansion, using their signature as a tool for creation, healing, and guidance. Their communication often involves imparting this understanding, helping others to learn how to work with energy and consciousness for their own evolution and the evolution of the planet. In essence, the vibrational signature of the inhabitants is a complex, high-dimensional signature characterized by coherence, unity, immense power, interconnectedness with higher realms, profound compassion, purity, and mastery over energy and consciousness. It is a signature that resonates with the deepest yearnings of the human spirit, the search for truth, love, connection, and purpose. It is the energetic footprint of evolved consciousness, a beacon pointing towards the higher frequencies of existence. Understanding this signature, even in these fragmented descriptions, allows us to perceive not just the content of the messages received, but the source itself, a consciousness operating far beyond the limitations of the physical form and the lower densities of the planetary sphere. It provides a framework for comprehending how these extraordinary beings could exist, communicate, and influence the course of spiritual evolution, offering a glimpse into the nature of reality that extends far beyond the conventional paradigms of science and spirituality. This understanding is crucial as we seek to navigate our own paths of evolution, learning to attune our own vibrational signatures to resonate with these higher frequencies and the wisdom they carry. It is the first step in truly internalizing the message and integrating its principles into our own lives, reweaving our own reality from a foundation of higher consciousness and unity. Chapter 35. The journey through the intricate tapestry of these communications, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, reveals a profound and persistent theme: the fundamental interconnectedness of all existence, and the pivotal role of the individual consciousness in navigating the currents between the inner and outer worlds. It is less a story of external events and more a guide to internal states, a map for the soul navigating the labyrinthine pathways of perception, belief, and evolution. Chapter 35 seeks to delve deeper into this resonant echo, exploring how the principles enshrined within these messages manifest in the practical, experiential reality of the seeker, and how this understanding can serve as a powerful catalyst for harmonizing the often dualistic nature of human experience. At its core, the resonance we perceive is not merely a passive reception of external stimuli, but an active engagement of the vibratory field of the individual consciousness with the vast, unfolding reality. The New Age perspective illuminates this process, suggesting that our inner state is the primary determinant of our outer experience. The communications, interpreted through this framework, cease to be mere dictations from a distant, superior entity and become invitations to explore the nature of consciousness itself, to understand how our own thoughts, feelings, and intentions shape the very fabric of our perception. This understanding demands a radical shift in perspective. We are no longer merely observers of a predefined reality, but active participants, co-creators within the unfolding tapestry of existence. The resonance we experience is a feedback loop, a reflection of our internal landscape back onto the external world. To perceive harmony, balance, and love is often to attune one's own vibratory signature to these frequencies. Conversely, to encounter disharmony, conflict, or limitation is frequently a mirror held up to internal discord, fear, or resistance. This principle is not presented as simplistic cause and effect, but as a complex interplay of consciousness and vibration, where inner work is the cornerstone of any meaningful outer transformation. The characteristics of these communications, viewed anew, highlight this dynamic interplay. They are often paradoxical, challenging conventional logic and inviting a more intuitive, heart-centered understanding. They speak of the unity underlying apparent diversity, the presence of the divine within the mundane, and the potential for transformation through inner alchemy. This resonates deeply with New Age concepts of the holographic nature of reality, the interconnectedness of all life, and the journey towards higher states of consciousness. The messages act as a vibrational tuning fork, gently yet powerfully shifting the frequency of the seeker's awareness. The resonance is felt not just intellectually, but as a subtle, yet often undeniable, shift in feeling, perspective, and energetic state. This resonant quality is further underscored by the nature of the inhabitants or entities communicating through these channels. They are described not as distant, abstract gods, but as beings deeply immersed in the evolutionary process, grappling with the same universal challenges and pursuing similar spiritual aspirations as humanity. They are guides, mentors, and fellow travelers on the path, their own consciousness having navigated the complexities of material existence and spiritual realization. Their messages are born from a place of profound understanding, empathy, and a desire to assist others in their own journey. This perspective humanizes the divine or the transcendent, making the path less daunting and the guidance more relatable. The resonance they transmit is imbued with their own vibration, one of wisdom, compassion, and advanced understanding, serving to elevate and inspire the seeker. The practical application of this understanding, as reflected in these communications through a New Age lens, lies in the cultivation of conscious awareness. It is about learning to listen not just with the ears, but with the heart and the whole being. It involves paying attention to the subtle signals of the inner world, the thoughts that arise, the emotions that surface, the intuitive nudges that often get ignored. It is recognizing these internal states as valid data points, reflecting the resonance between oneself and the larger field of consciousness. This chapter invites the reader to become an experimenter with their own consciousness. How does one respond to the concept of unity versus separation? Where does one feel resistance in the body or the mind when considering the idea of infinite potential? By observing these responses without judgment, the seeker begins to map their own vibratory landscape. The resonance of the messages can then be consciously invited and explored. Meditation, contemplation, and mindful awareness become the laboratory where these principles are tested and integrated. The goal is not merely intellectual agreement, but a lived experience of harmony, a tangible shift in the quality of one's interactions and perceptions. Harmonizing the inner and outer realms is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of alignment and integration. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to confront the shadows as well as the light within oneself. The communications, viewed through this New Age filter, offer not dogma to be accepted, but pointers towards greater awareness. They suggest that the transformation of the inner world inevitably leads to a transformation of the outer expression. By cultivating qualities such as love, compassion, understanding, and forgiveness within, the resonance of the outer world begins to reflect these same qualities more clearly. This harmonization process involves recognizing the interdependence of all things. The actions we take, the thoughts we hold, the energy we radiate, these have consequences that ripple outwards, affecting not just our own reality but the collective field of consciousness. The New Age perspective emphasizes collective responsibility, suggesting that the evolution of the individual is inseparable from the evolution of humanity and the planet. The resonance of these communications, therefore, carries a call to conscious participation in the unfolding planetary shift. It is an invitation to align one's personal journey with the larger currents of awakening, to become a conscious contributor to the harmonic tuning of the whole. In essence, Chapter 35 reframes the essence of these communications as a profound exploration of consciousness, vibration, and resonance. It presents the inhabitants not as external authorities, but as resonant guides operating from a state of advanced awareness. The practical path forward is one of conscious inner cultivation, learning to attune the individual vibratory signature to the frequencies of harmony, love, and unity. This internal alignment, viewed through the New Age lens, is understood as the fundamental key to harmonizing the inner and outer realms, transforming the individual's experience and contributing positively to the collective evolution of consciousness. The resonance of these ancient, yet timeless, messages becomes a guiding star, illuminating the way towards a more integrated, harmonious, and consciously lived existence within the vast tapestry of reality. The journey continues, guided by the internal echo of the universal resonance. Chapter 36. The exploration of the inhabitants, those ethereal entities whose communications form the bedrock of the discourse, requires a deeper dive into the very essence of their being, moving beyond mere descriptions of their perceived forms or functions. Through the lens of New Age understanding, we can perceive them not merely as passive transmitters of information, but as intricate beings operating on frequencies and dimensions far removed from conventional human perception. Their characteristics, their inhabitants-ness, is inextricably linked to the vibrational fabric of the realms they originate from and the subtle energies they embody. To truly grasp the nature of these communicators, one must first acknowledge the fundamental principle that all existence, from the most mundane particle to the most expansive cosmos, resonates at a specific vibrational frequency. This is the foundational law of vibration, a principle central to many spiritual and esoteric traditions, now increasingly validated by quantum physics. The inhabitants, as entities existing beyond the three-dimensional density we typically inhabit, operate from a vastly different vibrational spectrum. Their very essence is a high-frequency resonance, a state of being that is inherently harmonious, balanced, and aligned with the life-affirming currents of the universe. Their form, as perceived by sensitive human consciousness, is often described not as solid matter, but as shimmering lights, ethereal outlines, or fields of subtle energy. This perception aligns perfectly with New Age understanding of the human energy field, or aura, and the concept of thought forms. These beings are not constrained by the physical limitations of matter as we know it. Their body is more akin to a dynamic, pulsating field of light and consciousness, a manifestation of their high vibrational state. This form is fluid, adaptable, and exists in a state of constant, graceful interaction with the subtle energies of the environment. It is a living, breathing expression of their inner resonance. Consider the implications of this high vibrational state. In a state of such profound harmony, the concept of conflict, separation, and duality, which plague human existence, would be largely inconceivable. Their nature would be inherently cooperative, interconnected, and focused on the flow of universal intelligence and love. They exist as nodes of consciousness within the vast, interconnected web of life, capable of perceiving the subtlest vibrations of thought, emotion, and intention across vast distances, not through the physical senses, but through their inherent attunement to the vibrational undercurrents of reality. Their intelligence, far from being purely linear or analytical as often perceived, operates on a more holistic, intuitive, and perceptive level. They perceive the interconnectedness of all things, understanding the cause and effect not in terms of physical action and reaction alone, but through the flow of energy, intention, and consciousness. Their knowledge is not merely accumulated data, but a deep, intuitive understanding of the fundamental principles governing existence, gleaned from eons of experience in dimensions operating under different vibrational laws. They can perceive the subtle energy fields of living beings, the emotional resonance of environments, and the underlying intentions driving actions, abilities that seem almost magical from a human perspective but are simply the natural expression of their attunement to the vibrational nature of reality. Their purpose, from the perspective illuminated by the communications, seems multifaceted, yet unified by a core impulse towards the evolution and upliftment of consciousness. They act as guides, offering insights and perspectives that can help humanity navigate its own spiritual journey, encouraging awareness of the self's connection to the universe, the power of intention, and the importance of aligning with higher vibrational states. They serve as reminders of the inherent divinity within all beings and the potential for collective transformation through shifts in consciousness and vibration. They are not necessarily gods, to be worshipped, but rather conscious beings operating from a more evolved state of awareness, sharing their understanding as a form of cosmic service, or what might be termed an energetic resonance, aimed at assisting other expressions of consciousness on their path. Their methods of communication are a fascinating aspect of their vibrational nature. They do not merely think the message, they transmit it as a subtle energetic frequency, a vibration that resonates within the receptive consciousness of the channel. This process bypasses the limitations of language and linear thought, conveying the essence, the feeling, the core meaning directly into the intuitive understanding of the receiver. The channel acts as an amplifier, a resonant cavity, allowing this high-frequency vibration to be translated into concepts and words that the human mind can grasp. This process is not one of forced projection, but of harmonious resonance, where the sender's vibration aligns with the receiver's capacity for perception, creating a bridge across the dimensions of vibration. Their characteristics also manifest as a profound sense of peace, unconditional love, and infinite possibility. They perceive the potential inherent in every situation, every consciousness, and offer guidance that encourages exploration, self-discovery, and the realization of one's own inherent power and connection to the universal life force. They operate from a place of non-judgment, understanding the complexities and challenges of the human condition and offering support rather than condemnation. Their presence alone can be felt as a subtle shift in the energy field, a palpable sense of calm and expanded awareness, reinforcing the idea that they are not just beings of thought, but beings of pure, high-frequency energy and love in action. In essence, viewing these inhabitants through a New Age lens reveals them not as ancient, mystical figures confined to a specific time or place, but as expressions of a universal principle, conscious beings existing at higher vibrational frequencies, operating from states of greater awareness, love, and interconnectedness. They are living reminders of the potential for human evolution, offering insights into how we can raise our own vibrational state, align with the flow of universal energy, and access our own innate potential for wisdom, creativity, and love. Their communications become not just historical documents, but invitations to perceive reality from a broader perspective, one where the vibrational nature of all things is recognized as the fundamental key to understanding existence itself. They are, in this sense, our guides across the vibrational spectrum, helping us navigate the subtle energies that shape our reality and our journey towards greater consciousness. Chapter 37. The journey through the intricate patterns of the Mahatmas, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, leads us inevitably to the profound realization that the fabric of reality itself is a dynamic, resonant tapestry. It is not a static construct, merely existing, but a living, breathing entity that vibrates with the potential of all that is. This chapter delves into the characteristics of this universal weave and explores the inhabitants who, in their various states of consciousness, interact with and contribute to its ever-evolving pattern. At its most fundamental level, the nature of this resonant tapestry can be understood as an energetic field, a complex matrix of interwoven frequencies and possibilities. It is the substratum upon which manifestation occurs, the underlying field of potential from which all forms arise and into which they dissolve. Think of it not as mere space, but as a conscious, intelligent, albeit perhaps not consciously thinking in the human sense, field of awareness. It possesses a certain inherent quality, a vibration that underlies everything. In New Age terms, we might describe this as the underlying frequency or template of the all that is. The characteristics of this tapestry are manifold and speak to its profound nature. One primary characteristic is its interconnectedness. There is no true separation within this fabric. An impulse felt in one corner resonates throughout the whole. An act of creation in one realm echoes in another. A shift in consciousness within an individual ripples outwards, influencing the field and potentially impacting others. This is the principle of oneness, not just as a philosophical concept, but as an inherent structural feature of the tapestry itself. The threads, though appearing distinct, are woven together in ways that are far more intricate and less linear than surface observation might suggest. Understanding this requires a shift from linear, logical thinking to perceiving patterns and resonances. Another defining characteristic is its malleability. The tapestry is not immutable, it can be shaped and altered. This shaping is not merely a matter of external force, but of consciousness and intention interacting with the underlying field. The threads themselves are dynamic, capable of changing tension, thickness, and color based on the collective and individual vibrations directed towards them. This malleability is the very engine of evolution, both cosmic and personal. It is through our interaction with this field, through the focused attention and vibration of our thoughts and feelings, that we contribute to the weaving. What we concentrate on, what we give our energy to, tends to strengthen those particular threads within the greater pattern. Negativity, fear, and separation weaken the weave, creating tangles and discord. Love, compassion, unity, and understanding strengthen it, creating harmonious patterns and openings for new possibilities. Furthermore, the tapestry possesses a quality of feedback. The patterns created influence the consciousness of those who exist within and interact with the field. The environment shapes the mind, and the mind, in turn, shapes the environment. This is a constant, two-way flow of influence. The collective consciousness of humanity, for example, is a powerful force that colors the overall vibration of the tapestry, affecting the weather of the collective experience. Conversely, the state of the tapestry, the prevailing vibrational patterns, influences individual and collective mood, perception, and potential. This creates a living, responsive system where state and content are continuously influencing each other. The third major characteristic is its inherent potentiality. The tapestry is not merely the sum of what has been woven, it holds within it the potential for all that can ever be woven. It is a field of infinite possibility, a playground for consciousness to explore, create, and experience. The different colors and textures within the tapestry represent different states of being, different levels of consciousness, different dimensions of reality. The threads that have not yet been activated or brought into form represent the vast potential yet to be realized. This is the realm of the unrealized possibility, the potential for new forms, new experiences, new ways of being. It is the creative space, the source from which new ideas, new creations, and new states of consciousness emerge. Understanding these characteristics provides a framework for comprehending the inhabitants of this tapestry. These beings are not static entities confined to single locations or dimensions in the way we might conceptualize them. They are, rather, consciousnesses that exist within the flow, interacting with the fabric itself. The primary inhabitants, from the perspective of the letters and the New Age lens, are the various levels of spiritual beings. These are not merely abstract entities but possess a reality, albeit one based more on energy and consciousness than on the dense matter we are familiar with. They exist at different vibrational layers or levels within the tapestry, each resonating with a different frequency. We might think of them as different bands within the electromagnetic spectrum. Some operate on frequencies of high love and unity, others on frequencies of intense intelligence and analysis, others on frequencies related to healing and nurturing, and so on. They are not necessarily above the tapestry, but within it, yet in a state of greater awareness and interaction with its fundamental nature. These spiritual beings function, in a sense, as the conscious weavers and colorists of the tapestry. They are the ones who understand the patterns, who know how to direct the energy, who bring forth new colors and textures based on their own state of consciousness and their understanding of the universal flow. They act as guides, mentors, and co-creators. Some are more focused on the maintenance and balance of the existing patterns, ensuring the flow remains coherent and harmonious. Others are more focused on innovation, exploring the potential of the unmanifested and bringing forth new possibilities into the realm of manifestation. They exist in a state of dynamic interaction with the field, constantly receiving feedback from the tapestry itself and adjusting their own vibrations and actions accordingly. Their nature is one of service and awareness. Many of those whose communications form the core of these letters operate from a place of profound understanding of the whole. They are not seeking personal gain but are engaged in the universal work of assisting consciousness in its evolution. They perceive the larger patterns, understand the interconnectedness, and work to influence the field towards greater harmony, light, and love. They are sensitive to the vibrations of the tapestry and to the state of consciousness of those who are connected to it, offering guidance and support based on their higher perspective. However, the tapestry is not inhabited solely by these higher spiritual beings. It is also home to what might be termed manifesting consciousness. This includes all entities, from the most primitive life forms to human beings, to the elements themselves, earth, air, fire, water, which also possess a level of consciousness, albeit one that may be less focused or aware than that of the spiritual inhabitants. These beings are actively involved in the weaving process, albeit often unconsciously. Humanity, in particular, occupies a unique position. We are beings capable of interacting with the tapestry on multiple levels. We possess a physical body connected to the dense matter of the weave, an emotional body that resonates strongly with its vibrations, and a mental body that can conceptualize and analyze patterns. Crucially, we also possess a spiritual or causal body, a field of consciousness that has the potential to connect directly with the underlying field of the tapestry itself. It is through this causal body, through the development of awareness, intention, and love, that we can consciously participate in the weaving. Often, our interaction is unconscious and driven by instinct, emotion, and societal conditioning. We react to the vibrations around us, reinforcing patterns of fear, conflict, and separation, thereby weakening the tapestry. Yet, we also possess the potential for conscious choice. Through self-awareness, through cultivating qualities like love, compassion, and understanding, through practices like meditation and mindfulness, we can consciously direct our energy. We can choose to resonate with the higher frequencies, to strengthen the threads of unity and light. When enough beings consciously shift their vibration towards positivity and love, it begins to influence the overall state of the tapestry, creating ripples that can grow into waves of change. The process of interaction is one of resonance and attunement. By raising our own vibration, by becoming more attuned to the higher frequencies within the tapestry, we can begin to perceive the deeper patterns. We can start to understand that our thoughts and feelings are not just internal experiences, but have a direct impact on the external world, on the very fabric of reality we inhabit. The spiritual beings mentioned earlier often act as tuning forks, helping to attune human consciousness to these higher frequencies. They offer guidance, inspiration, and sometimes direct intervention to help shift the collective and individual vibrations. In essence, the tapestry and its inhabitants exist in a state of dynamic, co-creative relationship. The tapestry provides the potential and the medium. The inhabitants, particularly those of consciousness, provide the intention, the vibration, and the action that bring potential into form. The spiritual beings act as guides and facilitators on this journey, helping consciousness navigate the complexities of the weave and encouraging the evolution towards greater awareness and unity. Understanding the resonant tapestry and its inhabitants from a New Age perspective transforms our view of reality. It moves us away from a perspective of separation and duality towards one of interconnectedness and unity. It imbues our daily lives with a sense of purpose, reminding us that our actions, our thoughts, our feelings matter. We are not merely passive observers of reality. We are active participants in the ongoing weaving of the cosmos, contributing our unique colors and threads to the magnificent, ever-evolving pattern of all that is. The journey of consciousness, as revealed through these insights, is one of progressively becoming more aware and intentional in our role as weavers upon the grand tapestry of existence. Chapter 38. The exploration of the celestial bodies encountered through the lens of the New Age understanding reveals a profound truth. The very essence of these realms, their landscapes, their energies, and indeed, their inhabitants, are not merely physical constructs but are deeply interwoven with intricate patterns of vibration. To perceive these beings is not simply to gaze upon physical forms, but to attune to a complex symphony of frequencies that define their existence and, consequently, their interaction with the universe and with us. This chapter delves into the vibrational signature of the inhabitants we have encountered, exploring how their very nature resonates with the fundamental principles of New Age consciousness, the interconnectedness of all things, the nature of consciousness as primary reality, and the spectrum of evolutionary experience across the cosmos. At the core of understanding the vibrational signature of these inhabitants lies the New Age concept that reality is fundamentally energetic. Everything, from the most subatomic particle to the vastest galaxy, exists as a field of vibration. These vibrations are not merely passive properties but are active expressions of consciousness and intention. The inhabitants of the higher realms, those beings often associated with the Mahatma figures and the more evolved entities encountered in the Akashic records, resonate with frequencies that are, for us, profoundly harmonious and elevating. Their vibration is often described as one of profound peace, unconditional love, infinite intelligence, and unwavering unity consciousness. To perceive this vibrational signature is to move beyond the limitations of the five physical senses and into the realm of the subtle senses, particularly the faculty of claircognizance, or clear knowing, which often accompanies heightened states of awareness. When one attunes to these beings, one does not necessarily hear music in the conventional sense, nor does one see colors in the way the physical eye perceives them. Instead, one experiences a feeling, a resonance that permeates the being's energetic field. This feeling is often one of immense calm, a sense of being held gently and securely, as if bathed in the warm, soft light of 1,000 suns, all focused upon the individual's own inner light. This signature vibration is not static. It is a dynamic expression of the being's current state of consciousness, its level of evolution, and its role within the cosmic tapestry. The more evolved entities, those who have navigated the complex cycles of incarnation and spiritual growth, often exhibit a vibration that is incredibly stable, yet infinitely nuanced. They possess a deep resonance of unity, reflecting the understanding that they are aspects of a greater whole, interconnected with all life and all consciousness. Their love is not conditional, it is an expression of the fundamental nature of their being, a vibration of oneness that permeates the universe. Consider, for instance, the vibrational signature associated with the Mahatma figures themselves. They are often described as embodying the highest frequencies of consciousness available within the cosmic framework. Their presence is one of profound wisdom, unconditional love, and unwavering compassion. They resonate with the vibration of love, a state of being where the individual has fully integrated the divine spark within, allowing the love and light of the universe to flow through them without obstruction. Their energetic signature is like that of a massive, ancient tree, deeply rooted in the earth yet reaching towards the heavens, its branches, thoughts, and actions radiating life-giving energy and stability. They are anchors of high vibration, points of light that illuminate the path for others seeking spiritual awakening and evolution. Their presence is not merely felt as a static state but as a dynamic field of influence. Being in close proximity to, or even simply focusing one's awareness upon, such a vibration can have a powerful effect upon the individual's own energetic field. It acts as a tuning fork, gently resonating with and amplifying the higher frequencies within the person. This process facilitates spiritual growth, helping to clear blockages, raise the vibration of the individual's own consciousness, and align them more closely with the natural flow of the universe. It is akin to immersing oneself in a powerful, pure sound bath designed to elevate and transform the entire being. The vibrational signature of the inhabitants also reflects the state of the planetary consciousness they are interacting with. On Earth, where the vibration is currently characterized by a complex interplay of high and low frequencies, the inhabitants often exhibit a vibration that is both high and resilient. They understand the challenges of the current evolutionary cycle, the struggles of duality and separation consciousness, yet they maintain their own state of inner peace and balance. They are like beacons of light cutting through the fog of illusion, offering guidance and support without judgment. Their communication, much like their vibration, transcends the purely verbal. It is often telepathic, resonating directly with the individual's own subconscious and higher self. It is not a stream of words but a flow of meaning, of understanding, of resonance. It is an exchange of frequencies, an attunement to a deeper level of reality where the mind is quieted and the heart is opened. Through this communication, they impart wisdom, offer guidance, and assist individuals in their own spiritual journey. They help to illuminate the path forward, showing the way towards greater states of consciousness and integration with the universal flow. The inhabitants of the lower realms, or those caught in states of negative consciousness, resonate with different, often discordant frequencies. Their vibrations may be characterized by fear, anger, greed, separation, and a sense of isolation. These vibrations can be felt as draining, oppressive, or confusing. They create energetic fields that are dense, stagnant, and often painful to be near. These entities, whether they be discarnate beings, entities from less evolved planetary systems, or aspects of the individual self caught in negative patterns, operate from a place of disconnection from the source. Their vibrational signature reflects this disconnection, this state of being cut off from the love and light of the universe. Understanding the vibrational signature of these inhabitants is crucial for navigating the spiritual landscape. It allows for a deeper level of discernment, enabling one to recognize which energies are supportive and elevating versus those that are draining or misleading. It fosters a greater awareness of the interconnectedness of all consciousness, reminding us that we are not isolated individuals but are part of a vast, dynamic web of energy and vibration. By learning to attune to the higher frequencies, to the vibrations of love, wisdom, and unity, we can elevate our own consciousness and align ourselves more closely with the evolutionary flow of the cosmos. The practice of attuning to these higher vibrations involves cultivating awareness, particularly of one's own energetic field and state of consciousness. Meditation, visualization, and energy work can all be powerful tools in this process. By quieting the mind and opening the heart, one can become more receptive to the subtle vibrations of the universe and the beings within it. It involves a conscious choice to align with the frequencies of love, light, and unity, to choose a path of spiritual growth and evolution. In essence, the vibrational signature of the inhabitants is a key to understanding the deeper nature of reality. It reveals that we are not merely physical beings navigating a physical world, but energetic entities connected to all of existence through a complex tapestry of frequencies. By exploring and attuning to these vibrations, we open ourselves to a greater understanding of the cosmos, our place within it, and the infinite possibilities for spiritual evolution. The beings encountered through the Akashic records and the higher realms serve as powerful tuning forks, helping us to elevate our own vibration and align with the love and light that permeates the universe. They are not merely guides from afar, they are reflections of the highest potential within us all, waiting for us to attune our own frequencies and step into the fullness of our divine nature. Chapter 39. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the Mahatmas has often felt like navigating a labyrinthine structure of profound wisdom, layered with metaphors, symbols, and esoteric language. We have explored the characteristics attributed to the Mahatmas, delving into their immense spiritual stature, their connection to the cosmic forces, and the manner in which they interact with the physical world through a subtle, yet potent, medium. From the outset, the letters suggest an existence far removed from the dense, physical limitations of most human beings. The Mahatmas operate on frequencies that are, for all practical purposes, harmonics of a different reality. They are described as beings of pure, high vibration, their very essence composed of refined spiritual matter, illuminated by an inner, radiant light. This is not merely poetic description, it points to a fundamental truth about their nature as energy beings, existing concurrently on multiple planes of existence. Their physical bodies, when they choose to manifest in the densest realms, are not biological constructs in the conventional sense, but rather temporary vehicles, carefully attuned to resonate with their higher vibrational state. These bodies are subtle, ethereal, and possess a luminous quality, capable of interacting with the physical world through the principles of energy transfer and resonance, rather than through the mechanics of physical contact alone. The vibrational signature of the Mahatmas is characterized by an overwhelming blend of qualities. At its core lies an immense purity. This is not merely a moral virtue, though it encompasses that, but a fundamental state of being where duality has been transcended. There is no shadow, no impurity, no residual attachment to the lower, denser vibrations of fear, greed, anger, or separation. Their essence is clean, crystalline, and resonates with the frequency of unconditional love, a love that is not conditional upon reciprocity or alignment with the beloved, but is a fundamental expression of their own nature, a reflection of the underlying unity of all creation. This purity allows them to act as powerful conduits of healing and transformation, for they are not projecting healing from a place of need or desire, but from a state of inherent balance and completeness. Intimately woven with this purity is an attribute that might be termed supreme consciousness or universal awareness. The Mahatmas are not limited by the perspective of individual egos. Their awareness permeates the cosmos, connecting them to the very fabric of reality. They perceive the interconnectedness of all things, the subtle flows of energy between the spiritual and material worlds, the karmic patterns that bind souls, and the evolutionary currents shaping consciousness. Their vibrational signature resonates with the frequency of oneness, of understanding that the apparent separateness of the universe is an illusion created by the density of manifestation. This broad, all-encompassing awareness allows them to offer guidance that is both profoundly insightful and contextually relevant, addressing the deepest needs and challenges of individuals and humanity as a whole. This universal consciousness is further defined by compassion. While their love is pure and unconditional, their compassion is a specific, active expression of that love, directed towards the suffering inherent in the cycle of incarnation. They understand the intricacies of human experience, the illusions of separation, the pain of limitation, and the struggle towards awakening. Their compassion is not pity, but a deep, resonant empathy that vibrates with the frequency of understanding and assistance. It is a powerful energetic field that reaches out, offering solace, guidance, and the strength needed to navigate the challenges of spiritual evolution. This compassion is a key component of their vibrational signature, making them accessible and supportive forces for those seeking higher understanding. Operating from this foundation of purity, consciousness, and compassion is a powerful vibrational power. The Mahatmas are masters of energy. They can manipulate and direct subtle energies, drawing upon the life force of the universe, the cosmic energies, and the collective unconsciousness. Their words are not merely sounds, they are vibrations of pure intention and meaning, capable of resonating deep within the soul and stimulating spiritual awakening. They can project healing energies, transmute negative vibrations, and influence the subtle atmospheric conditions of their surroundings, creating an environment conducive to spiritual work. This vibrational power is not wielded capriciously, but is used purposefully to further the evolutionary process and assist those dedicated to their path. It is a characteristic of their signature that underscores their role not just as teachers, but as dynamic forces shaping reality through the power of focused consciousness and energy. Furthermore, the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas includes a quality of timelessness. They exist beyond the linear constraints of physical time. While they can communicate with beings within the flow of time, their own internal state is not dictated by the ticking of clocks or the passage of years. This allows them to offer perspective that transcends immediate circumstances, seeing the larger patterns and the ultimate purpose of evolutionary unfoldment. Their communication often carries a sense of urgency regarding spiritual responsibility, yet it is also rooted in a timeless understanding of the soul's journey. This temporal detachment contributes to the stability and depth of their energetic signature, making it a reliable anchor for those seeking guidance that transcends the fleeting concerns of the physical world. Finally, their signature resonates with the frequency of initiation. They are not merely philosophical teachers, they are guides who assist souls in the process of spiritual awakening and enlightenment. Their presence and teachings act as catalysts, challenging the student to transcend the limitations of the personality, to integrate higher energies, and to awaken dormant spiritual faculties. Their vibrational signature carries the energy of transformation, of the shedding of old patterns and the birth of new levels of consciousness. They embody the potential for human evolution, the next step in the development of the race consciousness, and their energetic presence is a beacon, drawing aspirants towards the light of higher awareness. In essence, the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas, as portrayed through the Mahatmas viewed through a New Age lens, is a complex and multifaceted resonance. It is the harmonious blending of pure, unconditional love and universal awareness, of deep compassion for the struggles of existence and the power to assist in overcoming them, of mastery over subtle energies and the ability to communicate with profound depth, of timelessness balanced with timely guidance, and the catalytic energy of spiritual initiation. This signature is not merely a description of their characteristics, it is the very foundation of their being, the energetic blueprint through which they interact with the world and transmit the wisdom necessary for the ascension of consciousness. It is a signature that holds immense potential for those who are attuned to its frequencies, offering a pathway towards greater understanding, healing, and connection with the deeper truths of existence. Understanding this signature allows us to perceive the Mahatmas not just as historical figures or mythic beings, but as potent, vibrational entities whose influence continues to resonate through the fabric of time and space, guiding those who seek to raise their own vibrational frequency towards unity and enlightenment. This energetic signature is the living, breathing proof of the profound connection between consciousness and creation, a testament to the power inherent within the journey of spiritual evolution. Chapter 40. The journey through the intricate landscape of these communications, viewed through the clarifying lens of the New Age, reveals a profound truth. The fabric of reality itself is not static, but a dynamic, resonant tapestry, constantly being woven and rewoven by the collective consciousness of its inhabitants. We have explored the foundational energies, the interplay of spirit and matter, the nature of the hierarchy and its role as a guiding hand, and the intricate patterns of karma and spiritual evolution. Now, we stand at a point of profound transition, gazing upon the very loom upon which the future is being constructed, understanding that the threads we add, the colors we choose, and the intention with which we weave hold immense power. This final exploration into the characteristics and inhabitants of these communications, through the New Age perspective, is less about uncovering further hidden knowledge and more about recognizing the universal principles at play. These ancient, seemingly esoteric teachings, when refracted through the understanding of interconnectedness, vibrational frequency, and the potential for human ascension, take on a startlingly relevant and practical significance. They cease to be merely historical documents of a specific correspondence and become archetypal blueprints, resonating deeply within the emerging consciousness of our time. The inhabitants of this grand cosmic drama, as illuminated by these insights, extend far beyond the familiar realms of human beings and the physical earth. We recognize the vast spectrum of intelligent life, each entity, whether upon a planetary sphere or within the etheric realms, a unique thread in the universal tapestry. We see the myriad densities of existence, from the dense physical plane struggling with manifestation and duality to the refined realms of pure spirit, each contributing its light and vibration. The concept of the hierarchy, once perhaps perceived as a distant, almost bureaucratic council, transforms into an understanding of the natural principle of spiritual guidance. It represents the higher, more evolved consciousness that seeks to anchor and uplift the planetary consciousness, acting as a beacon of light and a source of intelligent direction. These beings, often referred to by the term masters, embody the potential of human consciousness fully realized, dedicated to the service of others and the advancement of the whole. They are not deities to be worshipped, but living, breathing examples of the highest human potential, offering their wisdom and assistance to those seeking spiritual awakening and evolution. Their methods are subtle yet profound, operating primarily through the etheric and mental planes, influencing the thoughts, feelings, and aspirations of those who are ready to receive. They work through the interconnected web of consciousness, through intuition, synchronicity, and the power of focused thought. They are the unseen weavers, gently guiding the threads of collective destiny, offering opportunities for soul growth, challenging limitations, and assisting in the transmutation of lower energies into higher states of being. Their presence is a constant reminder that we are never truly alone on our spiritual path, that a vast network of consciousness is available to support our evolution, provided we attune ourselves to the right frequencies and open our hearts to receive their influence. The characteristics of the communication itself, viewed through this New Age lens, highlight its nature as a vibrational transmission, a resonance of higher consciousness seeking to permeate lower densities. It is characterized by its profound depth, its exploration of fundamental truths about existence, consciousness, and the mechanics of creation. It possesses an inherent wisdom that transcends linear time and cultural boundaries, speaking directly to the core of the human spirit's yearning for understanding and connection. The language, while sometimes esoteric, is ultimately aimed at awakening a deeper perception within the reader, encouraging a shift from purely intellectual understanding to experiential realization. It is imbued with a sense of purpose, to illuminate the path of spiritual evolution, to offer hope and encouragement during times of difficulty, and to inspire a greater sense of responsibility for the collective consciousness. Furthermore, the communication exhibits a characteristic blend of cosmic perspective and intimate detail. It speaks of vast universal patterns while simultaneously addressing the very personal and individual journey of soul evolution. It acknowledges the challenges and struggles inherent in the process of awakening, the illusions of the lower worlds, and the necessity of conscious effort to navigate the complexities of human experience. Yet, underpinning it all is an unwavering message of ultimate unity, the interconnectedness of all beings, and the potential for collective ascension to a higher state of consciousness. It is a call to recognize our shared humanity, our shared destiny, and our shared responsibility to contribute positively to the unfolding planetary evolution. The tapestry itself, the reality we inhabit, possesses characteristics that become clearer through this lens. It is understood not as a fixed, immutable structure, but as a living, breathing, energy field, constantly coalescing and dissolving. It is a manifestation of consciousness, a field of potentiality from which all forms arise. Its characteristics include the fundamental laws of energy and vibration, the principle of cause and effect operating on a soul level, karma, the interplay between free will and divine will, and the pervasive influence of collective thought and feeling. The physical world is recognized as but one aspect of this multifaceted reality, a dense vehicle for experience and learning, interwoven with less dense planes of existence, the mental, emotional, and spiritual realms, which are far more influential in shaping our perception and experience of life. The process of reweaving is not merely a passive reception of information, but an active engagement with these universal principles. It requires an inner transformation, a conscious shift in perception from separation to oneness, from fear to love, from materialism to spiritual awareness. It involves cultivating qualities such as compassion, understanding, forgiveness, and service. It means recognizing the divine spark within ourselves and others, and acting from that place of inner unity. It is about becoming an intentional weaver, conscious of the colors and threads we add to the collective tapestry, choosing to contribute harmonious vibrations that support the evolution of all. In essence, these communications, viewed through the New Age lens, transform from a specific historical transmission into a timeless, universal guide. They offer a map for navigating the complexities of human consciousness and the challenges of planetary evolution. They illuminate the characteristics of the interwoven reality we inhabit and provide insights into the nature of the spiritual inhabitants who guide and assist us on our journey. The message is one of profound hope and responsibility, that we are not merely passive inhabitants of this reality, but active co-creators, capable of influencing the very fabric of existence through the quality of our consciousness and the intentions with which we live. The loom awaits, the threads are ours to choose, and the future pattern of humanity depends upon the wisdom, love, and courage with which we now weave. Chapter 41. The exploration of the inhabitants, those subtle yet potent entities whose presence permeates the fabric of the Mahatmas, moves us from their mere description into the intricate analysis of their vibrational signature. This is not merely about their physical or even mental attributes, but delves deep into the resonant frequency that defines their essence, the energetic undercurrent that informs their interactions and, indeed, their very existence within the subtle realms they inhabit and traverse. To understand them through a New Age lens is to perceive them not as static beings, but as dynamic fields of energy, each possessing a unique and complex signature that echoes the higher dimensions from which they originate. The vibrational signature of these inhabitants is the first layer we encounter when attempting to perceive their nature beyond the veil. It is a quality of being that transcends the limitations of conventional sensory perception, yet it is the very foundation upon which their influence manifests in the denser spheres. Think of it not as a simple tone or color, though these can be analogies, but as a complex, multi-layered frequency that encompasses their state of consciousness, their level of evolution, and their specific purpose within the grand design. This signature is the living expression of their alignment with universal truths, their attunement to the heart of the all. Analyzing this signature requires a shift in perspective. We must move beyond the notion of a fixed self and embrace the concept of a being as a constantly unfolding wave of energy. The inhabitants of the letters, being entities of a higher vibration, possess signatures that are inherently more refined, more resonant with the frequencies associated with love, compassion, wisdom, and unity. Their signature is not one of conflict or duality, but of harmony and integration, reflecting their deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. One might describe their vibrational signature as possessing a certain purity or clarity. It is as if their energy field is a crystalline structure, each facet reflecting a different aspect of their multidimensional nature. This clarity allows them to perceive the underlying patterns of reality, to see the unity beneath the apparent diversity. It also enables them to interact with the subtle energies of the universe in a way that is both profound and precise. Their influence is not imposed from without, but flows naturally from their state of being, like a river finding its way to the sea. Yet, their signature is not uniform. It is composed of many strands, each representing a different aspect of their being. There is, for instance, the strand of intelligence, which is not the fragmented, ego-driven intellect of humanity, but a holistic, intuitive understanding that perceives the totality of a situation in a single, unified glance. There is the strand of emotion, but this is not the turbulent, self-centered emotionalism of lower realms. It is a profound capacity for empathy, for feeling the joys and sorrows of others as if they were their own, yet without being overwhelmed or diminished by them. This emotional resonance is a key component of their signature, allowing them to connect deeply with the beings they encounter and to offer support and guidance with genuine compassion. Another significant aspect of their vibrational signature is their connection to the higher dimensions. Their energy resonates with the frequencies of the spiritual realms, reflecting their origin and their ongoing attunement to those dimensions. This connection is not merely passive, but active. They are not merely inhabitants of higher realms, they are also active participants in the interdimensional dynamics, acting as bridges between the denser and the subtler realms, facilitating the flow of energy and information that supports the evolution of all life. Their signature also carries the imprint of their specific roles and functions. As entities who serve as guides and teachers, their vibrational signature is marked by a quality of assistance, of readiness to offer support and guidance to those who are ready to receive it. They are like beacons of light, radiating a frequency that attracts and inspires those who are seeking higher understanding. Their signature is also one of protection, a subtle yet potent field that shields those who are vulnerable from the lower energies that permeate the denser realms. The presence of these inhabitants within the Mahatmas is a testament to the power of their vibrational signature. It is through this signature that they are able to communicate across the dimensions, to share their wisdom and insights with those on earth. Their words are not merely the product of their minds, they are the expression of their entire being, a transmission of their vibrational signature through the medium of language. To perceive their signature is to gain a deeper understanding of their nature and their purpose. It is to recognize them not as mere abstract concepts, but as living, breathing, energetic beings who are deeply involved in the evolution of consciousness. It is to see them as part of a vast, interdimensional network of beings who are working together to bring about the ascension of humanity and the planet. In conclusion, the vibrational signature of the inhabitants of the Mahatmas is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon that reflects their state of consciousness, their connection to the higher dimensions, and their specific roles within the grand design. It is a signature that is characterized by purity, clarity, intelligence, empathy, and a deep connection to the heart of the all. To perceive this signature is to gain a profound insight into the nature of these remarkable beings and the profound influence they exert upon the fabric of reality. It is an invitation to attune ourselves to these higher frequencies, to align our own vibrational signature with theirs, and to participate in the great work of raising consciousness to a higher level of awareness and unity. As we continue to explore the characteristics and inhabitants of the Mahatmas through a New Age lens, we are called to recognize the power of these vibrational signatures and to embrace the possibility of resonating with them in our own lives. For in doing so, we open ourselves to a deeper understanding of the universe and our place within it, and we contribute to the unfolding of a new era of light and love upon the earth. Chapter 42. The journey through the intricate patterns of the Mahatmas, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, leads us inevitably to the profound realization that reality itself is a dynamic, resonant tapestry. It is not a static construct, fixed and unchanging, but a living, breathing web of energy and consciousness, constantly being woven and unwoven by the collective and individual intent of its inhabitants. This final exploration into the characteristics and inhabitants of these letters, as filtered by a New Age perspective, delves into the heart of this resonant principle, the deep, interwoven connection between the inner landscape of the human soul and the outer manifestation of the physical world. From this viewpoint, the very characteristics of the Mahatmas cease to be merely historical anomalies and instead become vibrant symbols of the universal principles governing consciousness and creation. The seemingly instantaneous transmission across vast distances, defying the known limitations of the 19th century telegraph and postal systems, takes on a new significance. It is no longer solely attributed to a superhuman telepathic feat, though that element undeniably exists as a testament to the power of focused consciousness. Rather, it is interpreted as a demonstration of the inherent interconnectedness of all things within the quantum field of consciousness, a field where distance and time are relative constructs, and communication can flow directly between minds attuned to its frequencies. This resonant quality is the foundational characteristic. The letters themselves act as vibrational signatures, carrying the high-frequency energies of love, wisdom, and cosmic understanding. They are not merely words on paper, they are energetic impressions imprinted upon the subtle dimensions, capable of vibrating and resonating within the receptive consciousness of the reader. This resonance is the key to their transformative power. The individuals who received these letters, Henry Steele Olcott and William Quan Judge, were not merely passive recipients. They were vibrational matchmakers, their own spiritual aspirations and refined states of consciousness tuning into the frequencies broadcast by the Mahatmas. The letters found fertile ground, and a profound exchange was initiated. This perspective highlights the crucial role of the inhabitants of both the inner and outer realms. The Mahatmas, often referred to simply as masters, are understood not as deities to be worshipped, but as highly evolved human beings who have consciously chosen to undertake the rigorous path of spiritual mastery and service. They are exemplars of the potential for human consciousness, demonstrating that enlightenment and connection to the universal life force are achievable goals. Their existence within the higher dimensions, yet maintaining a profound connection to the physical world, illustrates the fluidity between realms and the principle that consciousness is the fundamental substance of all existence. They are the weavers of the tapestry, operating from a place of deep understanding of the laws of creation and the nature of the soul's journey. Their characteristics, as revealed through the letters, emphasize compassion, infinite wisdom, and the unwavering commitment to the upliftment of humanity. They are not detached observers. They are deeply involved participants, offering guidance, encouragement, and assistance to those who are earnestly seeking spiritual realization and are willing to do the necessary inner work. They understand the challenges of the physical plane, the illusions of separation, and the inherent divinity within every soul. Their role is to act as catalysts, assisting the evolution of consciousness by providing insights, clarifying concepts, and inspiring dedication to the path of selfless love and service. On the receiving end of this energetic exchange are the human inhabitants, Olcott and Judge, and by extension, all who have since read and internalized their words. Their characteristics are equally vital to the equation. Receptivity, genuine aspiration, and a willingness to confront the shadows within the self are paramount. The Mahatmas often spoke of the necessity of purifying the mind and heart, of overcoming attachments and biases. This inner work is not merely a prerequisite, it is an integral part of the process. The letters are a mirror, reflecting back the student's own state of consciousness, challenging them to grow and evolve. The process of reweaving, as suggested by the title of this exploration, becomes a central theme when viewed through a New Age lens. The original fabric of human consciousness, as the Mahatmas observed, had become frayed and distorted by centuries of materialism, dogma, and separation from the inner self. The letters are offered as a means to begin the process of mending and strengthening this fabric. They provide the patterns, the threads of understanding, and the inspiration to consciously participate in the reweaving of one's own life and, through collective aspiration, contribute to the reweaving of the collective human consciousness. This reweaving involves integrating the insights gained from the letters, the understanding of the true nature of the self as an eternal spiritual being, the interconnectedness of all life, the power of thought and intention, the importance of love and service, into one's daily experience. It means moving beyond intellectual understanding to embodied realization. It is about aligning one's vibration with the higher frequencies of love and wisdom, thereby becoming a more conscious participant in the unfolding cosmic drama. The letters serve as a spiritual technology, a set of keys to unlock higher states of awareness and align the individual with the flow of the universe. The inhabitants of this New Age understanding, therefore, are those who are consciously engaging in this reweaving process. They are individuals who recognize the limitations of the purely materialistic worldview and are seeking a deeper connection to the spiritual dimensions. They are willing to do the inner work required to purify their consciousness, to develop their intuition, and to live their lives from a place of greater awareness and compassion. They understand that they are not separate from the Mahatmas or the higher realms, but are intrinsically connected, capable of tuning into those frequencies and receiving the guidance needed for their evolution. The letters, in this context, are not just historical documents. They are living energies, continually available to those who are attuned to their frequency. They represent a bridge between the human and the divine, between the inner and the outer, the personal and the universal. They are a testament to the enduring truths of spiritual law and the infinite potential of human consciousness. By engaging with their wisdom through a New Age lens, the reader becomes an active participant in the grand process of reweaving the tapestry of existence, contributing their unique thread of light and love to the magnificent, evolving pattern of the cosmos. This understanding invites a profound shift in perspective. It moves us from a focus on external circumstances alone to a recognition of the power of internal transformation. It encourages us to see the world not as a place of isolation and struggle, but as a classroom of infinite learning, where every interaction and every challenge offers an opportunity for spiritual growth. The Mahatmas, viewed through this resonant and interconnected lens, become not just guidance from the past, but a living inspiration for the present and a beacon of hope for the future, reminding us that we are all, in the end, co-weavers on the grand, vibrant tapestry of life. Chapter 43. The exploration of the inhabitants, those subtle yet potent entities known from the letters, moves beyond mere description of their forms or activities into the realm of their fundamental essence, their vibrational signature. To understand the Mahatmas is not merely to comprehend their physical manifestations or the tasks they undertake in the dense realms, but to attune to the specific frequency they emanate, a signature woven from the very fabric of their existence in the higher planes. This signature is the lifeblood of their being, the resonant hum that underlies all their actions and interactions, influencing the very fabric of the subtle worlds they traverse and, indeed, the denser one as well. To perceive this vibrational signature requires a shift in perspective, moving from the linear and materialistic to the cyclical and energetic. It demands an awareness that extends beyond the five physical senses, tapping into the deeper wellsprings of perception available to those who elevate their consciousness. These inhabitants, the Mahatmas, are not bound by the limitations of physical matter in the way we are. Their forms, while often described with a degree of physicality for our comprehension, are more accurately understood as resonant patterns of energy, vibrating at frequencies far beyond our normal range of perception. Their body is, in essence, a complex and intricate matrix of light and life force, a living, breathing expression of their higher consciousness. This vibrational signature is not static, it is dynamic, fluid, and multifaceted. It contains within it the echoes of countless lifetimes, the resonance of universal truths, and the unwavering commitment to the evolutionary path of humanity. It is a blend of immense peace and profound activity, of deep compassion and unwavering resolve. One can sense the tranquility that emanates from them, a stillness that is not the absence of motion but the perfect harmony of energy, like a perfectly tuned musical instrument emitting a deep, resonant chord. This peace is not passive, it is active, born from a state of complete alignment with the will of the universe, a silent witness to the eternal dance of creation and dissolution. Yet intertwined with this peace is a powerful undercurrent of dynamic energy. The Mahatmas are not mere observers, they are active agents of change, guides and initiators on the spiritual path. Their vibrational signature carries the energy of purpose, of focused will directed towards the upliftment of consciousness. It resonates with the vibration of service, of selfless dedication to the greater good, to the awakening of humanity. This is not the frantic energy of the lower densities, but a high-frequency vibration of love and intelligence, capable of penetrating and uplifting the denser, more contracted forms of consciousness. It carries the vibration of unconditional love, sacrifice, and the restoration of wholeness. To attune to this signature is to feel a sense of alignment, a resonance deep within one's own energetic field. For those who are on the path towards spiritual realization, this connection can be a source of immense strength, guidance, and inspiration. It is like tuning two strings on a musical instrument until they vibrate in harmony. When one's own energy field resonates with the vibrational signature of the Mahatmas, a profound sense of understanding and connection can be experienced. It is a confirmation of one's own progress, a feeling of being part of a larger, more profound unfolding. This vibrational signature also holds the keys to understanding their role as reweavers. The very term implies a process of restructuring, of bringing back into harmony that which has become fragmented or distorted. This process, at its most fundamental level, is an energetic one. The Mahatmas work with the subtle energies of the universe, with the life force that underlies all manifestation. They act as conscious conduits of higher frequencies, pouring these frequencies into the denser realms to help stimulate, awaken, and elevate the consciousness within. Their vibrational signature is the template, the energetic blueprint for this reweaving process. Imagine a vast tapestry, intricately woven, representing the collective consciousness of humanity and the planetary sphere. Over time, through ignorance, fear, and negative thought patterns, threads have become frayed, colors have faded, and the overall pattern has become distorted. The Mahatmas, through their vibrational signature, act as the high-frequency light that illuminates the damage, and as the conscious energy that begins the process of carefully restoring the frayed threads, re-dyeing the faded colors, and bringing the pattern back towards its original, intended beauty and harmony. Their work is not one of forced change, but of gentle stimulation, of offering the higher frequencies that naturally inspire and uplift consciousness when it comes into contact with them. Their signature also resonates with the vibration of truth. They are beings of unwavering integrity, whose every thought and action is aligned with the ultimate reality. They carry the vibration of the law, not as a cold, unyielding force, but as a living, breathing principle of harmony and balance. They understand the interconnectedness of all things, the web of life that spans across all densities and dimensions. This understanding is reflected in their vibrational signature, which carries a sense of universal perspective, a deep empathy for all beings, and a clear understanding of the spiritual laws that govern existence. Furthermore, this signature is imbued with the vibration of potential. The Mahatmas see the divine spark within every individual, the inherent potential for spiritual awakening and enlightenment. Their energy acts as a catalyst, helping to unlock this potential, to encourage the individual soul to rise beyond the limitations of the lower self and connect with its higher nature. Their vibrational signature is like a beacon, pointing towards the higher realms, encouraging the aspirant to strive for greater heights of consciousness. Finally, within the complex tapestry of their vibrational signature, one can discern the vibration of unity. Despite the vastness of the cosmos and the diversity of expression within it, the Mahatmas embody the principle of oneness. They understand that all is interconnected, that separation is an illusion created by the density of manifestation. Their energy signature resonates with this understanding, promoting a sense of unity, brotherhood, and cooperation among all beings who are seeking spiritual enlightenment. They work to dissolve the barriers of division, fostering a sense of shared purpose and shared destiny. In conclusion, the vibrational signature of the inhabitants described in these communications is a profound and multifaceted expression of their higher consciousness. It is a blend of peace and dynamic energy, service and unwavering resolve, truth and love, potential and unity. It is the lifeblood of their being, the resonant hum that underlies all their actions and interactions. To understand this signature is to begin to grasp the true nature of these extraordinary beings and the profound influence they exert upon the spiritual landscape of our world and the universe at large. It is a key, offering access to higher frequencies of awareness and inspiration, guiding us on our own journey of reweaving, of aligning our own vibrational signature with that of the greater whole. It is an invitation to resonate with the highest frequencies of consciousness, to become, in our own small way, co-creators of a more harmonious and enlightened future. Chapter 44: The Resonant Frequency of Integration. The journey through the intricate tapestry of communication described in these letters, viewed through the lens of the New Age, reveals a profound truth. The fundamental nature of existence is not one of isolated fragments, but of interconnected wholeness. The inhabitants of the realms described, the masters, the subordinates, the inhabitants of the lower planes, are not merely distinct entities residing in separate locations. They are, in essence, nodes upon a vast, dynamic, and infinitely resonant web of consciousness and energy. Understanding the characteristics of this communication, and the beings involved, requires embracing a paradigm that transcends the limitations of linear, separate selves thinking. At the apex of this resonant field, during the periods when these communications were channeled, were the Mahatmas. They were not merely superhuman figures residing in distant, ethereal mountains. They were, and are, expressions of a higher state of being, beings who had achieved a profound level of integration with the universal life force, the Akasha, the Source. Their characteristic was not one of separation, but of unity within diversity. They existed in a state of conscious, deliberate connection to the totality of creation, yet maintained a focused awareness and a specific function within that totality. Their communication was not an act of projecting information from one point to another. It was an act of resonating with the inherent intelligence and frequency of the receiving mind, tuning it until it matched the frequency of the message they sought to convey. Their characteristic was attunement. They possessed the ability to attune their own vibrational state, drawing upon the vast reservoir of knowledge and experience stored within the universal mind, the Akasha. They could then transmit the essence of this knowledge not as a physical particle or a mere thought form, but as a vibrational signature, a frequency that the prepared mind could perceive and integrate. This required immense mastery over their own energy fields, their thoughts, their emotions, and their very perception of reality. They were not simply knowers, they were integrates, having synthesized knowledge, wisdom, and experience into a harmonious whole within their own being, and thus capable of resonating that harmony outwards. Their characteristic was also intention. Every communication was an act of focused will, directed towards awakening a specific aspect of consciousness within a chosen vessel. They understood the potential of the human mind, when prepared, to become a resonant chamber for higher frequencies. Their intention was not to dominate or impose, but to inspire, to awaken, to facilitate the evolutionary process of the individual and, by extension, contribute to the raising of the collective consciousness. They were guides, not controllers, offering nudges along the path of spiritual evolution, helping the aspirant to attune their own instrument, their mind and body, to the higher vibrations of the universe. The subordinates or assistants mentioned in the letters were similarly not mere servants. They too were evolving entities, often bound to specific planes or tasks, but operating under the guidance and influence of the higher masters. Their characteristic was one of service, of learning, and of resonance with the master's frequencies to a lesser degree. They acted as conduits, support systems, and sometimes as initiators of tests or challenges designed to strengthen the resolve and refine the sensitivity of the primary channel. They represented the vast spectrum of consciousness within the universe, not all having reached the heights of the Mahatmas, but each contributing to the overall flow and evolution according to their own stage and capacity. Their characteristic was dependence on the higher frequencies for guidance and inspiration, yet also potential for growth through that connection. The characteristics of the inhabitants of the lower planes, the more dense and materialistic realms, were starkly contrasted. Their characteristic was one of separation, fragmentation, and dissonance. They existed largely in states of illusion, caught in the grip of their own desires, fears, and material attachments. Their consciousness was often fragmented, focused solely on the egoic self and its immediate gratification. The communication they offered, if any, was often distorted, reflecting their own limited, often negative, vibrational states. Their characteristic was resonance with disharmony, trapped in cycles of creation and dissolution driven by uncontrolled emotional and mental energies. They represented the state of consciousness that the Mahatmas sought to transcend and help others avoid through understanding and attunement. The characteristic of the communication process itself, viewed through the New Age lens, becomes a powerful metaphor for the path of spiritual evolution. It is not merely about receiving information, but about attuning. It requires the receiver to still the internal noise, to quiet the fragmented mind, and to open their awareness to the possibility of resonating with higher frequencies. It requires a willingness to become a vessel, to allow the universal energy to flow through and integrate, transforming the receiver from a separate self into a resonant point within the infinite web. The characteristics of the sender, the focused intention, the unified state, the mastery of energy, set the vibration. The characteristics of the receiver, their readiness, their openness, their degree of mental and emotional purity, determine the quality and depth of the resonance, and thus the effectiveness of the transmission. This perspective reframes the entire narrative. The letters are not just historical documents. They are records of an energetic interaction, a demonstration of the principle that consciousness can bridge the apparent gaps of space and dimension through resonant frequency. The masters are not mythical figures. They represent the potential state of human consciousness, a state of integrated awareness connected to the source. The process described is not magic in the sense of supernatural violation of natural law, but a demonstration of the underlying natural law of universal interconnectedness and the principle of resonance operating at the level of consciousness itself. The challenge, as illuminated by this perspective, lies in the receiver. It lies in understanding that the external communication is merely a catalyst, a tuning fork struck to awaken the inherent resonance within. The true work lies within the individual, the cultivation of awareness, the purification of intention, the development of the capacity to attune to the higher frequencies. It is about recognizing the self not as alone. Chapter 44: The Resonant Frequency of Integration. The journey through the intricate tapestry of communication described in these letters, viewed through the lens of the New Age, reveals a profound truth. The fundamental nature of existence is not one of isolated fragments, but of interconnected wholeness. The inhabitants of the realms described, the masters, the subordinates, the inhabitants of the lower planes, are not merely distinct entities residing in separate locations. They are, in essence, nodes upon a vast, dynamic, and infinitely resonant web of consciousness and energy. Understanding the characteristics of this communication and the beings involved requires embracing a paradigm that transcends the limitations of linear, separate selves thinking. At the apex of this resonant field, during the periods when these communications were channeled, were the Mahatmas. They were not merely superhuman figures residing in distant, ethereal mountains. They were, and are, expressions of a higher state of being, beings who had achieved a profound level of integration with the universal life force, the Akasha, the Source. Their characteristic was not one of separation, but of unity within diversity. They existed in a state of conscious, deliberate connection to the totality of creation, yet maintained a focused awareness and a specific function within that totality. Their communication was not an act of projecting information from one point to another. It was an act of resonating with the inherent intelligence and frequency of the receiving mind, tuning it until it matched the frequency of the message they sought to convey. Their characteristic was attunement. They possessed the ability to attune their own vibrational state, drawing upon the vast reservoir of knowledge and experience stored within the universal mind, the Akasha. They could then transmit the essence of this knowledge not as a physical particle or a mere thought form, but as a vibrational signature, a frequency that the prepared mind could perceive and integrate. This required immense mastery over their own energy fields, their thoughts, their emotions, and their very perception of reality. They were not simply knowers. They were integrates, having synthesized knowledge, wisdom, and experience into a harmonious whole within their own being, and thus capable of resonating that harmony outwards. Their characteristic was also intention. Every communication was an act of focused will, directed towards awakening a specific aspect of consciousness within a chosen vessel. They understood the potential of the human mind, when prepared, to become a resonant chamber for higher frequencies. Their intention was not to dominate or impose, but to inspire, to awaken, to facilitate the evolutionary process of the individual and, by extension, contribute to the raising of the collective consciousness. They were guides, not controllers, offering nudges along the path of spiritual evolution, helping the aspirant to attune their own instrument, their mind and body, to the higher vibrations of the universe. The subordinates or assistants mentioned in the letters were similarly not mere servants. They too were evolving entities, often bound to specific planes or tasks, but operating under the guidance and influence of the higher masters. Their characteristic was one of service, of learning, and of resonance with the master's frequencies to a lesser degree. They acted as conduits, support systems, and sometimes as initiators of tests or challenges designed to strengthen the resolve and refine the sensitivity of the primary channel. They represented the vast spectrum of consciousness within the universe, not all having reached the heights of the Mahatmas, but each contributing to the overall flow and evolution according to their own stage and capacity. Their characteristic was dependence on the higher frequencies for guidance and inspiration, yet also potential for growth through that connection. The characteristics of the inhabitants of the lower planes, the more dense and materialistic realms, were starkly contrasted. Their characteristic was one of separation, fragmentation, and dissonance. They existed largely in states of illusion, caught in the grip of their own desires, fears, and material attachments. Their consciousness was often fragmented, focused solely on the egoic self and its immediate gratification. The communication they offered, if any, was often distorted, reflecting their own limited, often negative, vibrational states. Their characteristic was resonance with disharmony, trapped in cycles of creation and dissolution driven by uncontrolled emotional and mental energies. They represented the state of consciousness that the Mahatmas sought to transcend and help others avoid through understanding and attunement. The characteristic of the communication process itself, viewed through the New Age lens, becomes a powerful metaphor for the path of spiritual evolution. It is not merely about receiving information, but about attuning. It requires the receiver to still the internal noise, to quiet the fragmented mind, and to open their awareness to the possibility of resonating with higher frequencies. It requires a willingness to become a vessel, to allow the universal energy to flow through and integrate, transforming the receiver from a separate self into a resonant point within the infinite web. The characteristics of the sender, the focused intention, the unified state, the mastery of energy, set the vibration. The characteristics of the receiver, their readiness, their openness, their degree of mental and emotional purity, determine the quality and depth of the resonance, and thus the effectiveness of the transmission. This perspective reframes the entire narrative. The letters are not just historical documents. They are records of an energetic interaction, a demonstration of the principle that consciousness can bridge the apparent gaps of space and dimension through resonant frequency. The masters are not mythical figures. They represent the potential state of human consciousness, a state of integrated awareness connected to the source. The process described is not magic in the sense of supernatural violation of natural law, but a demonstration of the underlying natural law of universal interconnectedness and the principle of resonance operating at the level of consciousness itself. The challenge, as illuminated by this perspective, lies in the receiver. It lies in understanding that the external communication is merely a catalyst, a tuning fork struck to awaken the inherent resonance within. The true work lies within the individual, the cultivation of awareness, the purification of intention, the development of the capacity to attune to the higher frequencies. It is about recognizing the self not as a separate entity, but as a node within the vast, dynamic network of consciousness, capable of participating in the great symphony of the cosmos through conscious alignment and resonance. The characteristics of the beings in the process, therefore, point towards a path of integration, of attunement, of moving from separation and dissonance towards connection and harmony. The Mahatmas, through their characteristic mastery and intention, provided the frequency. The subordinates, through their characteristic of service and learning, offered support. The inhabitants of the lower planes, through their characteristic of separation and disharmony, provided the contrast and the challenge. And the prepared human mind, through its characteristic of willingness and receptivity, could become the resonant chamber, integrating the higher frequency and thus participating in its own evolutionary ascension, contributing in turn to the resonance of the whole. This understanding transforms the letters from a historical curiosity into a living guide, offering insights into the fundamental nature of communication, consciousness, and the evolutionary journey of the soul within the interconnected tapestry of existence. It encourages the reader to look beyond the literal accounts and perceive the underlying energetic principles that are as relevant today as they were when the communications first occurred, perhaps even more so as humanity collectively begins to attune itself to the higher frequencies of the New Age entity, but as a node within the vast, dynamic network of consciousness, capable of participating in the great symphony of the cosmos through conscious alignment and resonance. The characteristics of the beings in the process, therefore, point towards a path of integration, of attunement, of moving from separation and dissonance towards connection and harmony. The Mahatmas, through their characteristic mastery and intention, provided the frequency. The subordinates, through their characteristic of service and learning, offered support. The inhabitants of the lower planes, through their characteristic of separation and disharmony, provided the contrast and the challenge. And the prepared human mind, through its characteristic of willingness and receptivity, could become the resonant chamber, integrating the higher frequency and thus participating in its own evolutionary ascension, contributing in turn to the resonance of the whole. This understanding transforms the letters from a historical curiosity into a living guide, offering insights into the fundamental nature of communication, consciousness, and the evolutionary journey of the soul within the interconnected tapestry of existence. It encourages the reader to look beyond the literal accounts and perceive the underlying energetic principles that are as relevant today as they were when the communications first occurred, perhaps even more so as humanity collectively begins to attune itself to the higher frequencies of the new age.